The Private Patient by P.D. James. Read by Michael Jayston. Book 1. The 21st of November to the 14th December. London, Dorset. Chapter 1. On November the 21st, the day of her 47th birthday, and 3 weeks and 2 days before she was murdered, Rhoda Gradwyn went to Harley Street to keep a first appointment with her plastic surgeon, and there, in a consulting room, designed, so it appeared, to inspire confidence and allay apprehension, made the decision which would lead inexorably to her death. Later that day she was to lunch at the Ivy. The timing of the 2 appointments was fortuitous. Mr. Chandler-Powell had no earlier date to offer, and the luncheon later with Robin Boyton, booked for 12:45, had been arranged 2 months previously. One did not expect to get a table at the Ivy on impulse. She regarded neither appointment as a birthday celebration. This detail of her private life, like much else, was never mentioned. She doubted whether Robin had discovered her date of birth, or would much care if he had. She knew herself to be a respected, even distinguished journalist, but she hardly expected her name to appear in the Times list of VIP birthdays. She was due at Harley Street at 11:15. Usually, with a London appointment, she preferred to walk at least part of the way, but today she had ordered a taxi for 10:30. The journey from the city shouldn't take 3/4 of an hour, but the London traffic was unpredictable. She was entering a world that was strange to her, and had no wish to jeopardize her relationship with her surgeon by arriving late for this, their first meeting. 8 years ago she had taken a lease on a house in the city, part of a narrow terrace in a small courtyard at the end of Absolution Alley near Cheapside, and knew as soon as she moved in that this was the part of London in which she would always choose to live. The lease was long and renewable. She would have liked to buy the house, but knew that it would never be for sale. But the fact that she couldn't hope to call it entirely her own didn't distress her. Most of it dated back to the 17th century. Many generations had lived in it, been born and died there, leaving behind nothing but their names on Browning and archaic leases, and she was content to be in their company. Although the lower rooms with their mullioned windows were dark, those in her study and sitting room on the top story were open to the sky, giving a view of the towers and steeples of the city and beyond. An iron staircase led from a narrow balcony on the 3rd floor to a secluded roof, which held a row of terracotta pots, and where on fine Sunday mornings she could sit with her book or newspapers, as the Sabbath calm lengthened into midday, and the early peace was broken only by the familiar peals of the city bells. The city which lay below was a charnel house, built on multi-layered bones, centuries older than those which lay beneath the cities of Hamburg or Dresden. Was this knowledge part of the mystery it held for her? A mystery felt most strongly on a bell-chimed Sunday, on her solitary exploration of its hidden alleys and squares. Time had fascinated her from childhood. Its apparent power to move at different speeds, the dissolution it wrought on minds and bodies, her sense that each moment, all moments past and those to come, were fused into an illusory present, which with every breath became the unalterable, indestructible past. In the city of London, these moments were caught and solidified in stone and brick, in churches and monuments, and in bridges which spanned the grey-brown, ever-flowing Thames. She would walk out in spring or summer as early as 6 o'clock, doubly locking the front door behind her, stepping into a silence more profound and mysterious than the absence of noise. Sometimes in this solitary perambulation it seemed that her own footsteps were muted, as if some part of her were afraid to waken the dead who had walked these streets and had known the same silence. She knew that on summer weekends, a few hundred yards away, the tourists and crowds would soon be pouring over the Millennium Bridge. The laden river steamers would move with majestic clumsiness from their berths, and the public city would become raucously alive. But none of this business penetrated Sanctuary Court. The house she had chosen could not have been more different from that curtained, claustrophobic, semi-detached suburban villa in Laburnum Grove, Silford Green, the East London suburb where she had been born, and in which she had spent the first 16 years of her life. Now she would take the first step on a path which might reconcile her to those years, or if reconciliation were impossible, at least rob them of their destructive power. It was now 8:30, and she was in her bathroom. Turning off the shower, she moved, towel-wrapped, to the mirror over the wash-basin. She put out her hand and smoothed it over the steam-smeared glass, and watched her face appear, pale and anonymous as a smudged painting. It was months since she had deliberately touched the scar. Now, slowly and delicately, she ran a fingertip down its length, feeling the silver shininess at its heart, the hard, bumpy outline of its edge. Placing her left hand over her cheek, she tried to imagine the stranger who, in a few weeks' time, would look into the same mirror and see a doppelganger of herself, but one incomplete, unmarked, perhaps with only a thin white line to show where this puckered crevice had run. Gazing at the image which seemed no more than a faint palimpsest of her former self, she began slowly and deliberately to demolish her carefully constructed defences, and let the turbulent past, first like a swelling stream and then a river in spate, break through unresisted and take possession of her mind. Chapter 2. She was back in that small rear room, both kitchen and sitting room, in which she and her parents colluded in their lies and endured their voluntary exile from life. The front room, with its bay window, was for special occasions, for family celebrations never held, and for visitors who never came, its silence smelling faintly of lavender furniture polish and stale air, an air so portentous that she tried never to breathe it. She was the only child of a frightened and ineffective mother and a drunken father. That was how she had defined herself for more than 30 years, and how she still defined herself. Her childhood and adolescence had been circumscribed by shame and guilt. Her father's periodic bouts of violence were unpredictable. No school friends could safely be brought home, no birthday or Christmas parties arranged, and since no invitations were ever given, none was received. The grammar school to which she went was single-sex, and friendships between the girls were intense. A special mark of favour was to be invited to spend the night at a friend's house. No guest ever slept at 239 Laburnum Grove. The isolation didn't worry her. She knew herself to be more intelligent than her fellows, and was able to persuade herself that she had no need of a companionship which would be intellectually unsatisfying, and which she knew would never be offered. It was 11:30 on a Friday, the night her father got paid, the worst day of the week. And now there came the sound she dreaded, the sharp closing of the front door. He came blundering in, and she saw her mother move in front of the armchair, which Rhoda knew would awaken his fury. It was to be her father's chair. He had chosen it, paid for it, and it had been delivered that morning. Only after the van had left had her mother discovered it was the wrong colour. It would have to be changed, but there had been no time before the shop closed. She knew that her mother's querulous, apologetic, half-whining voice would enrage him, that her own sullen presence would help neither of them, but she couldn't go up to bed. The noise of what would happen beneath her room would be more terrifying than to be part of it. And now the room was full of him, his blundering body, the stink of him. Hearing his bellow of outrage, his ranting, she felt a sudden spurt of fury, and with it came courage. She heard herself saying, "It isn't Mother's fault. The chair was wrapped up when the man left it. She couldn't see it was the wrong colour. They'll have to change it." And then he turned on her. She couldn't recall the words. Perhaps at the time there had been no words, or she hadn't heard them. There was only the crack of the smashed bottle, like a pistol shot, the stink of whiskey, a moment of searing pain which passed almost as soon as she felt it, and the warm blood flowing from her cheek, dripping onto the seat of the chair. Her mother's anguished cry, "Oh, God, look what you've done, Rhoda! The blood! They'll never take it back now. They'll never change it." Her father gave her one look before stumbling out and hauling himself up to bed. In the seconds in which their eyes met, she thought she saw a confusion of emotions, bafflement, horror, and disbelief. Then her mother finally turned her attention to her child. Rhoda had been trying to hold the edges of the wound together, the blood sticky on her hands. Her mother fetched towels and a packet of sticking plasters, and tried with shaking hands to open it, her tears mixing with the blood. It was Rhoda who gently took the packet from her, unpeeled the plasters from their covers, and managed at last to close most of the wound. By the time, less than an hour later, she was lying stiffly in bed, the bleeding had been staunched, and the future mapped out. There would be no visit to the doctor, and no truthful explanation ever. She would stay away from school for a day or two. Her mother would telephone, saying she was unwell. And when she did go back, her story would be ready. She had crashed against the edge of the open kitchen door. And now the sharp-edged memory of that single slashing moment softened into the more mundane recollection of the following years. The wound, which became badly infected, healed painfully and slowly, but neither parent spoke of it. Her father had always found it difficult to meet her eyes. Now he hardly ever came near her. Her classmates averted their gaze, but it seemed to her that fear had replaced active dislike. No one at school ever mentioned the disfigurement in her presence until she was in the 6th form and was sitting with her English mistress, who was trying to persuade her to try for Cambridge, her own university, instead of London. Without looking up from her papers, Miss Farrell had said, "Your facial scar, Rhoda. It's wonderful what plastic surgeons can do today. Perhaps it would be sensible to make an appointment with your GP before you go up." Their eyes had met, Rhoda's mutinous with outrage, and after 4 seconds of silence, Miss Farrell, cringing in her chair, her face an angry rash of mottled scarlet, had bent again to her papers. She began to be treated with wary respect. Neither dislike nor respect worried her. She had her own private life, an interest in finding out what others kept hidden, in making discoveries. Probing into other people's secrets became a lifelong obsession, the substratum and direction of her whole career. She became a stalker of minds. 18 years after she had left Silford Green, the suburb had been enthralled by a notorious murder. She had studied the grainy pictures of victim and killer in the papers, with no particular interest. The killer confessed within days, was taken away, the case closed. As an investigative journalist, by now becoming increasingly successful, she was interested less by Silford Green's brief notoriety than by her own more subtle and more lucrative and fascinating lines of inquiry. She had left home on her 16th birthday and found a bedsit in the next suburb. Every week until he died, her father sent her a £5 note. She never acknowledged it, but took the money, because she needed it to supplement the cash she earned in the evenings and at weekends working as a waitress, telling herself that it was probably less than her food would have cost at home. When 5 years later, with a first in history and established in her first job, her mother phoned to say that her father had died, she felt an absence of emotion that paradoxically seemed stronger and more irksome than regret. He had been found drowned, slumped in an Essex stream, whose name she could never remember, with an alcohol level in his blood which proved that he had been intoxicated. The coroner's verdict of accidental death was expected, and she thought probably correct. It was the one she had hoped for. She told herself, not without a small flicker of shame, which quickly died, that suicide would have been too rational and momentous a final judgment on such an ineffectual life. Chapter 3. The cab ride was quicker than she had expected. She arrived too early at Harley Street and asked the driver to stop at the Marylebone Road end of the street, then walk to her appointment. As on the rare occasions when she had passed this way, she was struck by the street's emptiness, the almost uncanny calm which hung over these formal 18th-century terraces. Almost every door bore a brass plate with a list of names, confirming what surely every Londoner would know, that this was the hub of medical expertise. Somewhere behind these gleaming front doors and discreetly curtained windows, patients must be waiting in various stages of anxiety, apprehension, hope or despair, yet she seldom saw any of them arriving or departing. The occasional tradesman or messenger would come and go, but otherwise the street could have been an empty film set, awaiting the arrival of director, cameraman, and players. Arriving at the door, she studied the panel of names. There were 2 surgeons and 3 physicians, and the name she expected to see was there at the top. Mr. G.H. Chandler-Powell, FRCS, FRCS Plast, MS, the last 2 letters which proclaimed that a surgeon had reached the summit of expertise and reputation, Master of Surgery. It had, she thought, a fine ring to it. The barber surgeons awarded their licenses by Henry VIII would be surprised to know how far they had come. The door was opened by a serious-faced young woman in a white coat cut to complement her figure. She was attractive, but not disconcertingly so, and her brief welcoming smile was more minatory than warm. Rhoda thought, head girl, Girl Guide patrol leader. There was one in every 6th form. The waiting room into which she was shown so matched her expectations that momentarily she had the impression that she had been there before. It managed to achieve a certain opulence while containing nothing of real quality. The large central mahogany table, with its copies of Country Life, Horse and Hounds, and the more upmarket women's magazines, so carefully aligned as to discourage reading, was impressive but not elegant. The assorted chairs, some upright, others more comfortable, looked as if they had been acquired in a country house sale, but had seldom been used. The hunting prints were large and undistinguished enough to inhibit theft, and she doubted whether the 2 high baluster vases on the mantelpiece were genuine. None of the patients, except herself, gave any clue to the particular expertise they required. As always, she was able to observe them, knowing that no curious eyes would be fixed for long on her. They glanced up as she entered, but there were no brief nods of acknowledgement. To become a patient was to relinquish a part of oneself, to be received into a system which, however benign, subtly robbed one of initiative, almost of will. They sat, patiently acquiescent in their private worlds. A middle-aged woman, a child in the chair beside her, gazed expressionlessly into space. The child, bored, restless-eyed, began gently knocking her feet against the chair legs, until, without looking at her, the woman put out a restraining hand. Opposite them, a young man, who looked in his formal suit the epitome of a city financier, took the Financial Times from his briefcase, and, unfolding it with practised expertise, concentrated his attention on the page. A fashionably dressed woman moved silently to the table and studied the magazines, then, rejecting the choice, returned to her seat next to the window and continued her stare at the empty street. Rhoda was not kept waiting for long. The same young woman who had let her in came over to her, speaking softly and saying that Mr. Chandler-Powell could see her now. With his speciality, discretion obviously started in the waiting room. She was shown into a large light room across the hall. The 2 tall double windows facing the street were curtained in heavy linen, and with white, almost transparent net, softening the winter sunlight. The room had none of the furniture or equipment she had half expected. A drawing room rather than an office. An attractive lacquer screen, decorated with a rural scene of meadows, river, and distant mountains, stood in the angle to the left of the door. It was obviously old, possibly 18th century. Perhaps, she thought, it concealed a wash basin or even a couch, although this seemed unlikely. It was difficult to imagine anyone taking his or her clothes off in this domestic, if opulent, setting. There were 2 armchairs, one each side of the marble fireplace, and a mahogany pedestal desk facing the door, 2 upright chairs before it. The only oil picture was over the mantelpiece, a large painting of a Tudor house, with an 18th century family carefully grouped in front of it, the father and 2 sons mounted, the wife and 3 young daughters in a phaeton. On the opposite wall was a row of coloured prints of 18th century London. They and the oil added to her sense of being subtly out of time. Mr. Chandler-Powell had been sitting at the desk, and, as she entered, he rose and came to shake her hand, indicating one of the 2 chairs. His grasp was firm but momentary, his hand cool. She had expected him to be wearing a dark suit. Instead, he was in a very pale grey fine tweed, beautifully cut, which paradoxically gave a greater impression of formality. Facing him, she saw a strong, bony face with a long, mobile mouth and bright hazel eyes under well-marked brows. His brown hair, straight and a little unruly, was brushed over a high forehead, a few strands falling almost into his right eye. The immediate impression he gave was of confidence, and she recognized it at once. A patina which had something, but not everything, to do with success. It was different from the confidence with which as a journalist she was familiar. Celebrities, their eyes always avid for the next photographer, at the ready to assume the right stance. Non-entities who seemed to know that their notoriety was a concoction of the media, a transitory fame which only their desperate self-belief could maintain. The man before her had the inner assurance of someone at the top of his profession, secure, inviolable. She detected, too, a hint of arrogance not altogether successfully concealed, but told herself that this could be prejudice. Master of surgery. Well, he looked the part. "You come, Miss Gradwyn, without a letter from your GP." It was stated as a fact, not a reproach. His voice was deep and attractive, but with a trace of a country accent which he couldn't identify and hadn't expected. It seemed a waste of his time and mine. I registered with Dr. McIntyre's practice about 8 years ago as an NHS patient, and I've never needed to consult either him or any of his partners. I only go to the surgery twice a year to have my blood pressure taken. That's usually done by the practice nurse. "I know, Dr. McIntyre. I'll have a word with him." Without speaking, he came up to her, turning the desk lamp so that its bright beam shone full on her face. His fingers were cool as they touched the skin on each cheek, pinching it into folds. The touch was so impersonal that it seemed an insult. She wondered why he hadn't disappeared behind the screen to wash his hands, but perhaps, if he considered it necessary for this preliminary appointment, this had been done before she entered the room. There was a moment in which, not touching the scar, he scrutinized it in silence. Then he switched off the light and sat again behind the desk. His eyes on the file before him, he said, "How long ago was this done?" She was struck by the phrasing of the question. 34 years ago. "How did it happen?" She said, "Is that a necessary question?" "Not unless it was self-inflicted. I assume it wasn't." "No, it wasn't self-inflicted." "And you have waited 34 years to do something about it? Why now, Miss Gradwyn?" There was a pause. Then she said, "Because I no longer have need of it." He didn't reply, but the hand making notes in the file was for a few seconds stilled. Looking up from his papers, he said, "What are you expecting from this operation, Miss Gradwyn?" "I should like the scar to disappear, but I realize that's impossible. I suppose what I'm hoping for is a thin line, not this wide, sunken cicatrice." He said, "I think with the help of some make-up it could be almost invisible. After surgery, if necessary, you can be referred to a CC nurse for cosmetic camouflage. These nurses are very skilled. It's surprising what can be done." "I prefer not to have to use camouflage." "Very little or none may be necessary, but it's a deep scar. As I expect you know, the skin is layered, and it will be necessary to open up and reconstruct those layers. For a time after the operation, the scar will look red and raw, a great deal worse before it gets better. We'll need to deal, too, with the effect on the nasolabial fold, that small droop of the lip, and the top of the scar where it pulls down the corner of the eye. At the finish, I shall use a fat injection to plump up and correct any contour irregularities. But when I see you the day before the operation, I shall explain in more detail what I propose to do, and show you a diagram. The operation will be done under a general anaesthetic. Have you ever been anaesthetized?" "No, this will be my first time." "The anaesthetist will see you before the operation. There are some tests I would like done, including blood tests and an ECG, but I would prefer those to be carried out at St. Angela's. The scar will be photographed before and after the operation." She said, "The injection of fat you mentioned, what kind of fat?" "Yours, harvested by syringing it from your stomach." Of course, she thought, a silly question. He said, "When were you thinking of having it done? I have private beds at St. Angela's, or you could come to Cheverell Manor, my clinic in Dorset, if you prefer to be out of London. The earliest date I can offer you this year is Friday the 14th of December. That would have to be at the Manor. You would be one of only 2 patients at that time, as I shall be running down the clinic for the Christmas break." "I'd prefer to be out of London." "Mrs. Snelling will take you to the office after this consultation. My secretary there will give you a brochure about the Manor. How long you stay there is up to you. The stitches will probably come out on the 6th day, and very few patients need or wish to stay post-operative for more than a week. If you do decide on the Manor, it's helpful if you can find time for a preliminary visit, either for a day or overnight. I like patients to see where they're to be operated on, if they can spare the time. It's disconcerting to arrive at a totally strange place." She said, "Is the wound likely to be painful? After the operation, I mean." "No, it's unlikely to be painful. A little sore, perhaps, and there may be considerable swelling. If there is pain, we can deal with it." "A bandage over my face?" "Not a bandage. A dressing which will be taped." There was one more question, and she had no inhibition in asking it, although she thought she knew the answer. She wasn't asking out of fear, and hoped that he would understand this, without greatly caring if he didn't. Would this be described as a dangerous operation? There is always some risk with a general anaesthetic. As far as the surgery is concerned, it will be time-consuming, delicate, and likely to present some problems. Those will be my responsibility, not yours. It would not be described as surgically dangerous. She wondered whether he was implying that there might be other dangers, psychological problems arising from a complete alteration in appearance. She didn't expect any. She had coped with the implications of the scar for 34 years. She would cope with its disappearance. He had asked whether she had any other questions. She said she had none. He rose and they shook hands, and for the first time he smiled. It transformed his face. He said, "My secretary will send you the dates when I can fit you in at St. Angela's for the tests. Will that present a problem? Will you be in London in the next 2 weeks?" "I'll be in London." She followed Mrs. Snelling into an office at the rear of the ground floor, where a middle-aged woman gave her a brochure about the facilities at the Manor, and set out the cost, both of the preparatory visit, which, she explained, Mr. Chandler-Powell thought would be helpful to patients, but which wasn't, of course, obligatory, and the greater cost of the operation and a week's post-operative stay. She had expected the price to be high, but the reality was beyond her estimate. No doubt the figures represented a social rather than a medical advantage. She seemed to remember overhearing a woman say, "Of course I always go to the Manor," as if this admitted her to a coterie of privileged patients. She knew she could have the operation under the NHS, but there was a waiting list for non-urgent cases, and she needed privacy. Speed and privacy in all fields had become an expensive luxury. She was shown out within a half an hour of arriving. There was an hour to spare before she was due at the Ivy. She would walk. Chapter 4. The Ivy was too popular a restaurant to ensure anonymity, but social discretion in all other areas important to her had never worried her where Robin was concerned. In an age where notoriety required increasingly scandalous indiscretions, even the most desperate gossip page would hardly waste a paragraph on the disclosure that Rhoda Gradwyn, the distinguished journalist, was lunching with a man 20 years younger than herself. She was used to him. He amused her. He opened up for her areas of life which she needed, however vicariously, to experience, and she was sorry for him. It was hardly the basis for intimacy, and on her part there was none. He confided, she listened. She supposed that she must be gaining some satisfaction from the relationship, or why was she still willing to let him appropriate even a restricted area of her life? When she thought about the friendship, which was seldom, it seemed a habit which imposed no more arduous obligations than an occasional lunch or dinner at her expense, and which it would be more time-consuming and awkward to end than to continue. He was waiting for her, as always, at his favourite table by the door, which she had booked. And as she entered, she was able to observe him for half a minute before he raised his eyes from studying the menu and saw her. She was struck, as she always was, by his beauty. He himself seemed unconscious of it, yet it was difficult to believe that anyone so solipsistic could be unaware of the prize which genes and fate had bestowed on him, or fail to take advantage of it. To an extent he had, but seeming hardly to care. She had always found it difficult to believe what experience had taught her, that men and women could be physically beautiful without also possessing some comparable qualities of mind and spirit, that beauty could be wasted on the mundane, the ignorant, or the stupid. It was his looks, she suspected, which had helped gain Robin Boyton his place at drama school, his first engagements, his brief appearance in a television serial, which promised much but ended after 3 episodes. Nothing ever lasted. Even the most indulgent or susceptible producer or director eventually became frustrated at lines not learnt, rehearsals not attended. When the acting failed, he pursued a number of imaginative initiatives, some of which might have succeeded, had his enthusiasm lasted for more than 6 months. She had resisted his blandishments to invest in any of them, and he took refusals without resentment. But refusals had never prevented him from trying again. He got to his feet as she approached the table, and holding her hand, kissed her decorously on the cheek. And she saw that the bottle of Merceau, for which she of course would pay, was already in the cooler, a third of it drunk. He said, "Lovely to see you, Rhoda. How did you get on with the great George?" They never used endearments. Once he had called her darling, but it was not a word he had ever dared to repeat. She said, "The great George? Is that what they call Chandler-Powell at Cheverell Manor?" "Not to his face. You look remarkably calm after your ordeal, but then you always do. What happened?" "I've been sitting here avid with anxiety." "Nothing happened. He saw me. He looked at my face. We made an appointment." "Didn't he impress you? He usually does." "His appearance is impressive. I wasn't with him long enough to make a character assessment. He seemed competent. Have you ordered?" "Do I ever before you arrive? But I've concocted an inspired menu for both of us. I know what you like. I've been more imaginative than usual about the wine." Studying the wine list, she saw that he had been imaginative also about the cost. They had hardly started on their first course when he introduced what was for him the purpose of the meeting. He said, "I'm looking for some capital. Not much, a few grand. It's a first-rate investment opportunity. Small risk, well, none really, and a guaranteed return. Jeremy estimates about 10% per annum. I wondered if you'd be interested." He described Jeremy Coxon as his business partner. Rhoda doubted whether he had ever been more than that. She had only met him once, and had found him garrulous but harmless, and not without sense. If he had any influence over Robin, it was probably for the good. She said, "I'm always interested in a no-risk investment with a guaranteed return of 10%. I'm surprised you're not oversubscribed. What is it, this business you're involved in with Jeremy?" "The same as I told you about when we had dinner in September. Well, things have moved on since then, but you remember the basic idea. It's really mine, not Jeremy's, but we worked on it together." "You mentioned that you and Jeremy Coxon were thinking of setting up some classes on etiquette for the newly rich who are socially insecure. Somehow I can't see you as a teacher, or indeed as an expert on etiquette." "I mug it up from books. It's surprisingly easy, and Jeremy is the expert, so he has no trouble." "Couldn't your social incompetents get it from books themselves?" "I suppose they could, but they like the human touch. We give them confidence. That's what they're paying for. Rhoda, we've identified a real market opportunity. A lot of young people, well, young men mainly, and not only the rich, worry that they don't know what to wear for particular occasions, what to do if they're taking a girl out to a restaurant for the first time. They're unsure about how to behave in company, how to impress the boss. Jeremy has this house in Maida Vale, which he bought with the money a rich aunt left him, so we're using it at present. We have to be discreet, of course. Jeremy isn't sure it can legitimately be used for business. We live in fear of the neighbours. One of the ground floor rooms is set up as a restaurant, and we use play acting. After a bit, when they've got confidence, we take the clients to a genuine restaurant. Not this place, but others not too down market, which give us special rates. The clients pay, of course. We're doing pretty well, and the business is growing, but we need another house, or at least a flat. Jeremy is fed up with giving up virtually his ground floor and having these odd characters turning up when he wants to entertain his friends. And then there's the office. He's had to adapt one of the bedrooms for that. He's getting 3/4 of the profits because of the house, but I know he feels it's time I paid him my share. Obviously, we can't use my place. You know what the flat's like. Hardly the ambience we're looking for. Anyway, I may not be there for long. The landlord's becoming very disobliging about the rent. Once we get a separate address, we'll be forging ahead. Well, what do you think, Rhoda? Interested? Interested in hearing about it. Not interested in parting with any money. But it could succeed. It's more reasonable than most of your previous enthusiasms. Anyway, good luck. So, the answer's no. The answer's no. She added on impulse, You must wait for my will. I prefer to dispose of my charity after death. It's easier to contemplate parting with money when you'll have no further use of it yourself. She had left him £20,000 in her will, not sufficient to finance one of his more eccentric enthusiasms, but enough to ensure that relief at being left anything would survive disappointment at the amount. It gave her pleasure to watch his face. She felt a small regret, too close to shame to be comfortable, that she had mischievously provoked and was enjoying his first flush of surprise and pleasure, the gleam of greed in his eyes, and then the swift descent into realism. Why had she bothered merely to confirm once again what she already knew about him? He said, You've definitely decided on Cheverell Manor, not one of Chandler-Powell's private beds at St. Angela's? I prefer to be out of London, where there's a greater chance of peace and privacy. I'm making a preliminary overnight stay on the 27th. Apparently that's on offer. He likes his patients to be familiar with the place before he operates. He likes the money, too. So do you, Robin, so don't be censorious. Keeping his eyes on his plate, he said, I'm thinking of visiting the manor while you're in residence. I thought you'd welcome a gossip. Convalescence is madly boring. No, Robin, I won't welcome a gossip. I booked into the manor specifically to ensure I'd be left alone. I imagine the staff there will see to it that I'm undisturbed. Isn't that the whole purpose of the place? That's rather grudging of you, considering I recommended the manor to you. Would you be going there if it weren't for me? As you're not a doctor, and have never had cosmetic surgery, I'm not sure what your recommendation would be worth. You have mentioned the manor occasionally, but that's all. I had already heard of George Chandler-Powell. As he's recognised as one of the 6 best plastic surgeons in England, probably in Europe, and cosmetic surgery is becoming as fashionable as health farms, that's hardly surprising. I looked him up, compared his record, took expert advice, and chose him. But you haven't told me what your connection is with Cheverell Manor. I'd better know, in case I mention casually that I know you and am met with stony stares and relegation to the worst bedroom. That could happen. I'm not exactly their favourite visitor. I don't actually stay in the house. That would be going a bit far for both parties. They've got a cottage for visitors, Rose Cottage, and I book in there. I have to pay too, which I think is a bit much. They don't even send over the food. I don't usually get a vacancy in summer, but they can hardly claim the cottage isn't free in December. You said you were some kind of relation. Not of Chandler-Powell. His surgical assistant, Marcus Westall, is my cousin. He assists with the operations and looks after the patients when the great George is in London. Marcus lives there with his sister, Candace, in the other cottage. She doesn't have anything to do with the patients. She helps in the office. I'm their only living relation. You'd have thought that would mean something to them. And it doesn't. I'd better tell you some family history, if it won't bore you. It goes back a long way. I'll try to make it brief. It's about money, of course. It usually is. It's a sad, sad story about a poor orphan boy who's thrown penniless on the world. It's a pity to wrench your heart with it now. I wouldn't like salt tears to fall into your delicious dressed crab. I'll take the risk. It's as well to know something about the place before I go. I wondered what lay behind this invitation to lunch. If you want to go prepared, you've come to the right person. Well worth the cost of a good meal. He spoke without rancour, but his smile was amused. She reminded herself that it was never prudent to underestimate him. He had never before spoken to her about his family history or his past. For a man so ready to communicate the minutiae of his daily existence, his small triumphs and more common failures in love and business, recounted usually with humour, he was remarkably unforthcoming about his early life. Rhoda suspected that his childhood might have been deeply unhappy, and that this early trauma, from which no one totally recovers, could be at the root of his insecurity. Since she had no intention of responding to confidences with a reciprocal candour, his was a life she had had no compulsion to explore. But there were things about Cheverell Manor which it would be useful to know in advance. She would come to the manor as a patient, and for her this implied vulnerability and a certain physical and emotional subservience. To arrive unbriefed was to put oneself at a disadvantage from the start. She said, "Tell me about your cousins." "They're comfortably off, at least by my standards, and about to be very rich by anyone's standards. Their father, my Uncle Peregrine, died 9 months ago and left them about 8 million between them. He inherited from his father, Theodore, who died only a few weeks before him. The family fortune came from him. You've probably heard of T.R. Westall's Latin Primer and First Steps in Learning Greek, or something like that anyway. I didn't come across them myself. I wasn't at that kind of school. Anyway, textbooks, if they become standard, hallowed by long use, are amazingly good earners, never out of print, and the old man was good with money. He had the knack of making it grow." Rhoda said, "I'm surprised there's so much for your cousins to inherit, with 2 deaths so close together, father and grandfather. The death duties must have been horrendous." "Old grandfather Theodore had thought of that. I told you he was clever with money. He took out some form of insurance before his last illness started. Anyway, the money's there. They'll get it as soon as probate is granted." "And you'd like a part of it?" "Frankly, I think I deserve a part of it." Theodore Westall had 2 children, Peregrine and Sophie. Sophie was my mother. Her marriage to Keith Boyton was never popular with her father. In fact, I believe he tried to stop it. He thought Keith was a gold-digging, indolent nonentity who was only after the family money. And to be honest, he probably wasn't far wrong. Poor Mummy died when I was 7. I was brought up, well, it was more like being dragged around by my dad. Anyway, in the end, he gave up and dumped me into that do-the-boys hall of a boarding school. An improvement on Dickens, but not much. A charity paid the fees, such as they were. It was no school for a pretty boy, particularly one with the label "Charity Child" hung round his neck. He was grasping his wine-glass as if it were a grenade, his knuckles white. For a moment Rhoda feared that it would shatter in his hand. Then he loosened his grip, smiled at her, and raised the glass to his lips. He said, "From the time of Mummy's marriage, the Boytons were cut off from the family. The Westalls never forgot, and they never forgive." "Where is he now, your father?" "Frankly, Rhoda, I haven't the slightest idea. He emigrated to Australia when I won my scholarship to drama school. We haven't been in touch since. He may be married, or dead, or both for all I know. We were never what you'd call close, and he didn't even support us. Poor Mummy learnt to type and went out to earn a pittance in a typing pool. An odd expression, typing pool. I don't think they have them now. Poor Mummy's was particularly muddy." "I thought you said you were an orphan." "Possibly I am. Anyway, if my father's not dead, he's hardly present." Not even a postcard for 8 years. If he isn't dead, he'll be getting on. He was 15 years older than my mother, so that makes him over 60. So he's unlikely to appear demanding a little financial help from the legacy. Well, he wouldn't get it if he did. I haven't seen the will, but when I rang the family solicitor, just out of interest, you understand, he told me he wouldn't give me a copy of it. He said I could get a copy when probate had been granted. I don't think I'll bother. The Westalls would leave money to a cat's home before they left a penny to a Boyton. My claim is on the grounds of justice, not legality. I'm their cousin. I've kept in touch. They've got more than enough cash to spare, and they'll be very rich once probate is granted. It wouldn't hurt them to show a little generosity now. That's why I visit. I like to remind them that I exist. Uncle Peregrine only survived 35 days after Grandfather. I bet old Theodore hung on as long as he could just in the hope of outliving his son. I don't know what would have happened if Uncle Peregrine had died first, but whatever the legal complications, nothing would have come to me. Rhoda said, "Your cousins must have been anxious, though. There's a clause in all wills saying that the legatee has to survive 28 days after the death of the testator, if he is to inherit. I imagine they took good care to keep their father alive. That is, if he did survive for those vital 8 days. Perhaps they popped him into a freezer and produced him nice and fresh on the appropriate day. That's the plot of a book by a detective novelist, Cyril Hare. I think it's called Untimely Death, but it may have been published originally under a different name. I can't remember much about it. I read it years ago. He was an elegant writer." He was silent, and she saw that he poured the wine as if his thoughts were elsewhere. She thought, with amusement and some concern, "My God, is he really taking this nonsense seriously?" If so, and he started pursuing it, the accusation was likely to finish him with his cousins. She could think of few allegations more likely to close Rose Cottage and Cheverell Manor to him forever than an accusation of fraud. The novel had come unexpectedly to mind, and she had spoken without thinking. That he should take her words seriously was bizarre. He said, as if shaking it off, "The idea is daft, of course." "Of course it is. What do you envisage? Candace and Marcus Westall turning up at the hospital while their father is in extremis, insisting on taking him home, and popping him into a convenient freezer the moment he dies, then thawing him out 8 days later. They wouldn't need to go to hospital. Candace nursed him at home for the last 2 years. The two old men, Grandfather Theodore and Uncle Peregrine, were in the same nursing home outside Bournemouth, but were such a trial to the nursing staff that the management said one of them would have to go. Peregrine demanded to be taken in by Candace, and there he stayed to the last, looked after by a doddery local GP. I never saw him during those last 2 years. He refused all visitors. It could have worked." She said, "Not really. Tell me about the other people at the manor, apart from your cousins. The main ones, anyway. Whom shall we meet?" "Well, there's the great George himself, naturally. Then there's the queen bee of the nursing services, Sister Flavia Holland. Very sexy, if uniforms turn you on. I wouldn't worry you with the other nursing staff. Most of them come in by car from Wareham, Bournemouth or Poole. The anaesthetist was an NHS consultant who took as much as he could stomach from the health service and retired to an agreeable little cottage on the Purbeck coast. A part-time job at the manor suits him very well. And then, more interestingly, there's Helena Haviland, née Cressit. She's called the General Administrator, which covers practically everything from housekeeping to keeping an eye on the books. She came to the manor after her divorce 6 years ago. The intriguing thing about Helena is her name. Her father, Sir Nicholas Cressit, sold the manor to George after the Lloyds debacle. He was in a wrong syndicate and lost everything. When George advertised the job of General Administrator, Helena Cressit applied and got it. Anyone more sensitive than George wouldn't have taken her on, but she knew the house intimately, and I gather she's made herself indispensable, which is clever of her. She disapproves of me. How unreasonable of her. Yes, isn't it? But then I think she disapproves of practically everyone. There's a certain amount of family hauteur there. After all, her family owned the manor for nearly 400 years. Oh, and I should mention the two cooks, Dean and Kim Bostock. George must have filched them from somewhere rather good. I'm told the food is excellent, but I've never been invited to taste it. Then there's Mrs. Frensham, Helena's old governess, who's in charge of the office. She's the widow of a C of E priest, and looks the part. So it's rather like having an uncomfortable public conscience on two legs, stalking the place to remind one of one's sins. And then there's a strange girl they've picked up from somewhere, Sharon Bateman, who's a kind of runner, doing unspecified jobs in the kitchen and for Miss Cressid. She mooches around carrying trays. That's about all as far as you'll be concerned. How do you know all this, Robin? By keeping eyes and ears open when I'm drinking with the locals in the village pub, the Cressid Arms. I'm the only one who does. Not that they're given to gossiping with strangers. Contrary to common belief, villagers don't. But I pick up a few unconsidered trifles. The Cressid family in the late 17th century had a fiendish row with the local parson and no longer went to church. The village sided with the parson, and the feud continued down the centuries, as they often do. George Chandler-Powell has done nothing to heal it. Actually, it suits him. The patients go there for privacy, and he doesn't want a lot of chat about them in the village. A couple of village women come in as part of the house-cleaning team, but most of the staff come from further afield. And then there's old Mogg, Mr. Mogworthy. He worked as a gardener handyman for the Cressids, and George has kept him on. He's a mine of information, if you know how to get it out of him. I don't believe it. Believe what? I don't believe that name. It's totally fictitious. Nobody can be called Mogworthy. He is. He tells me there was a parson of that name at Holy Trinity Church, Bradpole, in the late 15th century. Mogworthy claims to be descended from him. He could hardly be. If the first Mogworthy was a priest, he would be a Roman Catholic celibate. Well, descended from the same family. Anyway, there he is. He used to live in the cottage which Marcus and Candace now occupy, but George wanted the cottage and kicked him out. He's now with his aged sister in the village. Yes, Mogg's a mine of information. Dorset is full of legends, most of them horrific, and Mogg is the expert. Actually, he wasn't born in the county. All his forebears were, but his dad moved to Lambeth before Mogg was born. Get him to tell you about the Cheverell stones. I've never heard of them. Oh, you will if Mogg's around, and you can hardly miss them. It's a Neolithic circle in a field next to the manor. The story is rather horrible. Tell me. No, I'll leave it to Mogg or Sharon. Mogg says she's obsessed with the stones. The waiter was serving their main courses, and Robin was silent, contemplating the food with gratified approval. She sensed he was losing interest in Cheverell Manor. The talk became desultory, his mind obviously elsewhere, until they were drinking their coffee. Then he turned his eyes on her, and she was struck again by the depth and clarity of their almost inhuman blueness. The power of his concentrated gaze was unnerving. Stretching his hand across the table, he said, "Rhoda, come back to the flat this afternoon. Now, please. It's important. We need to talk." "We have been talking. Mostly about you and the manor, not about us. Isn't Jeremy expecting you? Shouldn't you be instructing your clients on how to cope with terrifying waiters and corked wine? The ones I teach mostly come in the evening. Please, Rhoda." She bent to pick up her bag. "I'm sorry, Robin, but it's not possible. I've a lot to get through before I go to the manor." "It is possible. It's always possible." "You mean you don't want to come?" "It's possible, but at the moment it isn't convenient. Let's talk after the operation." "That might be too late." "Too late for what?" "For a lot of things. Can't you see that I'm terrified that you might be planning to chuck me? You're making a big change, aren't you? Perhaps you're thinking of getting rid of more than your scar." It was the first time in the 6 years of their relationship that they had ever spoken the word. A taboo, never acknowledged between them, had been broken. Getting up from the table, the bill paid, she tried to keep the note of outrage from her voice. Without looking at him, she said, "I'm sorry, Robin, we'll talk after the operation. I'll be taking a cab back to the city. Is there anywhere that you would like to be dropped?" That was usual. He never travelled by underground. The word, she realised, had been unfortunate. He shook his head, but didn't reply, and followed her in silence to the door. Outside, turning to take their different ways, he suddenly said, "When I say goodbye, I always fear that I may not see that person again. When my mother went to work, I used to watch from the window. I was terrified that she might never come home. Do you ever feel that?" "Not unless the person I'm parting from is over 90 and frail, or suffering from a terminal illness. I'm neither." But as they finally parted, she paused, and for the first time turned to watch his retreating back until he was out of sight. She had no dread of the operation, no premonition of death. Mr. Chandler-Powell had said that there was always some risk in a general anaesthetic, but in expert hands that could be discounted. Yet, as he disappeared and she turned away, she shared for a moment Robin's irrational fear. Chapter 5. By 2 o'clock on Tuesday the 27th of November, Rhoda was ready to leave for her first visit to Cheverell Manor. Her outstanding assignments had been completed and delivered on time, as they always were. She was never able to leave home, even for a single night, without rigorous cleaning, tidying, emptying of bins, locking up of papers in her study, and a final check of internal doors and windows. Whatever place she called home had to be immaculate before she left, as if this punctiliousness could guarantee that she would return safely. She had been sent instructions for the drive to Dorset, with the brochure about the manor, but as always with an unfamiliar route, she listed the route on a card to be placed on the dashboard. The morning had been fitfully sunny, but despite her late start, getting out of London had been slow, and by the time, nearly 2 hours later, she left the M3 and had joined the Ringwood Road, darkness was already falling, and with it came heavy squalls of rain, which within seconds became a downpour. The windscreen wipers, jerking like living things, were powerless to cope with the flood. She could see nothing ahead but the shine of her headlights on rippling water, which was fast becoming a small torrent. She saw few other car lights. It was hopeless to try to drive on, and she peered out through a wall of rain, looking for a grass verge which might offer firm standing. Within minutes she was able to drive cautiously onto a few yards of level ground, fronting a heavy farm gate. At least here there would be no risk of a hidden ditch, or soft wheel-sucking mud. She turned off the engine, and listened to the rain battering the roof like a hail of bullets. Under the assault, the BMW held a cloistered metallic peace, which intensified the tumult outside. She knew that beyond the cropped, invisible hedgerows lay some of the most beautiful countryside in England, but now she felt immured in an immensity both alien and potentially unfriendly. She had switched off her mobile phone, as always with relief. No one in the world knew where she was or could reach her. No cars passed, and peering through the windscreen she saw only the wall of water, and beyond it, trembling smudges of light which marked the distant houses. Usually she welcomed silence, and was able to discipline her imagination. She contemplated the coming operation without fear, while recognizing that she had some rational cause for anxiety. To be given a general anaesthetic was never without risk. But now she was aware of an unease which went deeper than worry about either this preliminary visit or the impending surgery. It was, she realized, too close to superstition to be comfortable, as if some reality formerly unknown to her, or thrust out of consciousness, was gradually making its presence felt and demanding to be recognized. It was useless to listen to music above the competing tumult of the storm, so she slid back her seat and closed her eyes. Memories, some old, some more recent, flooded into her mind unresisted. She relived once again the day in May 6 months ago, which had brought her to this journey, this stretch of deserted road. Her mother's letter had arrived with a delivery of boring post, circulars, notifications of meetings she had no intention of attending, bills. Letters from her mother were even rarer than their brief telephone conversations, and she took up the envelope, more square and thicker than the ones her mother normally used, with a slight foreboding that something could be wrong. Illness, problems with the bungalow, her presence needed. But it was a wedding invitation. The card, printed in ornate script, surrounded by pictures of wedding bells, announced that Mrs. Ivy Gradwyn and Mr. Ronald Brown hoped that their friends would join them to celebrate their wedding. The date, time, and name of the church were given, and a hotel at which guests would be welcome at the reception. A note in our mother's handwriting said, "Do come if you can, Rhoda. I don't know whether I've mentioned Ronald in my letters. He's a widower, and his wife was a great friend of mine. He's looking forward to meeting you." She remembered her emotions, surprise followed by relief, of which she was slightly ashamed, that this marriage could remove a part of her responsibility for her mother, might lessen her guilt over her infrequent letters and telephone calls, and even rarer meetings. They met as polite but wary strangers, still inhibited by the things they couldn't say, the memories they took care not to provoke. She couldn't remember hearing about Ronald, and had no desire to meet him, but this was an invitation she had an obligation to accept. And now she consciously relived that portentous day, which had promised only boredom, dutifully endured, but which had led her to this rain-lashed moment, and to all that lay ahead. She had set off in good time, but a lorry had overturned, shedding its load on the motorway, and when she arrived outside the church, a gaunt Victorian Gothic building, she heard the reedy, uncertain singing of what must be the last hymn. She waited in the car a little way down the street, until the congregation, mainly middle-aged or elderly, had emerged. A car with white ribbons had drawn up, but she was too distant to see her mother or the bridegroom. She followed the car, with others leaving the church, to the hotel, which was some 4 miles further down the coast, a much turreted Edwardian building, flanked by bungalows and backed by a golf course. A profusion of dark beams on the facade suggested that the architect had intended mock Tudor, but had been seduced by hubris to add a central cupola and a Palladian front door. The reception hall had an air of long-faded grandeur. Curtains of red damask hung in ornate pleats, and the carpet looked grimed as with decades of dust. She joined the stream of fellow guests, who, a little uncertainly, were moving to a room at the rear, which proclaimed its function by a board and printed notice, "Function room available for private parties." For a moment she paused in the doorway, irresolute, then entered and saw her mother at once. She was standing with her bridegroom, surrounded by a little group of chattering women. Rhoda's entrance was almost unnoticed, but she edged through them and saw her mother's face breaking into a tentative smile. It had been 4 years since they had met, but she looked younger and happier, and after a few seconds kissed Rhoda on the right cheek, a little hesitantly, then turned to the man at her side. He was old, at least 70, Rhoda judged, rather shorter than her mother, with a soft, round-cheeked, pleasant but anxious face. He seemed a little confused, and our mother had to repeat Rhoda's name twice before he smiled and held out his hand. There were general introductions. The guests resolutely ignored the cigar. A few scampering children gazed at it boldly, then ran off shouting through the French windows to play outside. Rhoda remembered snatches of conversation. "Your mother speaks of you so often." "She's very proud of you." "It's good of you to come so far." "Lovely day for it, isn't it? Nice to see her so happy." The food and the service were better than she had expected. The cloth on the long table was immaculate. The cups and plates shone, and her first bite confirmed that the ham in the sandwiches was fresh off the bone. 3 middle-aged women dressed as parlour-maids served them with a disarming cheerfulness. Strong tea was poured from an immense pot, and after a certain amount of whispering between the bride and groom, a variety of drinks was brought in from the bar. The conversation, which had so far been as hushed as if they had recently attended a funeral, became more lively, and glasses, some containing liquids of a highly ominous hue, were raised. After much anxious consultation between her mother and the barman, champagne flutes were brought in with some ceremony. There was to be a toast. The proceedings were in the hands of the vicar, who had conducted the service, a red-haired young man who, divested of his cassock, now wore a dog collar with grey trousers and a sports jacket. He gently patted the air, as if to subdue a hubbub, and made a brief speech. Ronald, apparently, was the church organist, and there was some laboured humour about pulling out all the stops, and the two of them living in harmony to their lives' end, interspersed with small harmless jokes, now unremembered, which had been greeted by the braver of the guests with embarrassed laughter. There was a crush at the table, so, plate in hand, she moved over to the window, grateful for the moment when the guests, obviously hungry for the food, were unlikely to accost her. She watched them with a pleasurable mixture of critical observation and sardonic amusement, the men in their best suits, some now a little stretched over rounded stomachs and broadening backs, the women, who had obviously made efforts and had seen an opportunity for a new outfit. Most, like her mother, were wearing floral summer dresses with matching jackets, their straw hats in pastel colours sitting incongruously on newly set hair. They could, she thought, have looked much the same in the 1930s and 40s. She was discomforted by a new and unwelcome emotion, compounded of pity and anger. She thought, I don't belong here. I'm not happy with them, nor they with me. Their embarrassed mutual politeness can't bridge the gap between us. But this is where I came from. These are my people, the upper working class merging into the middle class, that amorphous, unregarded group who fought the country's wars, paid their taxes, clung to what remained of their traditions. They had lived to see their simple patriotism derided, their morality despised, their savings devalued. They caused no trouble. Millions of pounds of public money wasn't regularly siphoned into their neighbourhoods in the hope of bribing, cajoling, or coercing them into civil virtue. If they protested that their cities had become alien, their children taught in overcrowded schools where 90% of the children spoke no English, they were lectured about the cardinal sin of racism by those more expensively and comfortably circumstanced. Unprotected by accountants, they were the milch cows of the rapacious revenue. No lucrative industry of social concern and psychological analysis had grown up to analyse and condone their inadequacies on the grounds of deprivation or poverty. Perhaps she should write about them before she finally relinquished journalism, but she knew that with more interesting and lucrative challenges ahead, she never would. They had no place in her plans for her future, just as they had no place in her life. Her last memory was of standing alone with her mother in the women's cloakroom, gazing at their two profiles in a long mirror above a vase of artificial flowers. Her mother said, "Ronald likes you, I could see that. I'm glad you could come." "So am I. I liked him too. I hope you'll both be very happy." "I'm sure we shall. We've known each other for 4 years now. His wife sang in the choir. Lovely alto voice. Unusual in a woman, really. We've always got on, Ron and I. He's so kind." Her voice was complacent. Gazing critically into the mirror, she adjusted her hat. Rhoda said, "Yes, he looks kind." "Oh, he is. He's no trouble. And I know that this is what Rita would have wanted. She more or less hinted at it to me before she died. Ron has never been good at being alone. And we shall be all right. For money, I mean. He's going to sell his house and move into the bungalow with me. That seems sensible now that he's 70. So that standing order you have, the £500 a month, you don't have to go on with that, Rhoda. I should leave it as it is. That is, unless Ronald isn't happy about it. It isn't that. A little bit extra always comes in useful. I just thought you might need it yourself." She turned and touched Rhoda's left cheek, a touch so soft that Rhoda was only conscious of the fingers shaking in a gentle tremble against the scar. She closed her eyes, willing herself not to flinch, but she didn't draw back. Her mother said, "He wasn't a bad man, Rhoda. It was the drink. You oughtn't to blame him.
It was an illness, and he loved you, really. That money he sent you after you left home, it wasn't easy finding it. He spent nothing on himself.
Rhoda thought, except on drink, but she didn't speak the words. She had never thanked her father for that weekly £5, had never spoken to him after she left home. Her mother's voice seemed to come out of a silence.
Remember those walks in the park?
She remembered the walks in the suburban park when it seemed always autumn, the straight gravelled paths, the rectangular or round flower beds, thick with the discordant colours of dahlias, a flower she hated, walking beside her father, neither speaking. Her mother said, "He was all right when he wasn't drinking."
I don't remember him when he wasn't drinking.
Had she spoken those words or only thought them?
It wasn't easy for him working for the council. I know he was lucky to get that job after he'd been sacked from the law firm, but it was beneath him. He was clever, Rhoda. That's where you get your brains. He won a scholarship to university, and he came in first.
You mean he got a first?
I think that's what he said. Anyway, it means he was clever. That's why he was so proud when you got into the grammar school. I never knew he'd been to university. He never told me. Well, he wouldn't, would he? He thought you weren't interested. He wasn't one for talking, not about himself.
None of them had been. Those outbursts of violence, the impotent rage, the shame, had done for them all. The important things had been unsayable. And looking into her mother's face, she asked herself, how could she begin now? She thought her mother was right. It couldn't have been easy for her father to find that £5 note week after week. It had come with a few words, sometimes in shaky handwriting, which simply said, "With love from father." She had taken the money because she needed it, and had thrown away the paper. With the casual cruelty of an adolescent, she had judged him unworthy to offer her his love, which she had always known was a more difficult gift than money. Perhaps the truth was that she hadn't been worthy to receive it. For over 30 years she had nursed her contempt, her resentment, and yes, her hatred. But that muddy Essex stream, that lonely death, had put him out of her power forever. It was herself she had harmed, and to recognize this might be the beginning of healing. Her mother said, "It's never too late to find someone to love. You're a handsome woman, Rhoda. You should do something about that scar." Words she had never expected to hear. Words which no one since Miss Farrell had dared to speak. She remembered little of what happened afterwards, only her own reply, spoken quietly and without emphasis. "I shall get rid of it." She must fitfully have dozed. Now she woke into full consciousness with a start to find that the rain had passed. Darkness had fallen. Glancing at the dashboard, she saw that it was 4:55. She had been on the road for nearly 3 hours. In the unexpected quiet, the noise of the engine as she bumped cautiously from the verge jarred the silent air. The rest of the journey was easy. The turns of the road came where expected, and her headlights on the signposts lit up reassuring names. Sooner than expected she saw the name Stoke Cheverell, and turned right for the final mile. The village street was deserted. Lights shone behind drawn curtains, and only the corner shop, with its bright crowded window, through which 2 or 3 late shoppers could be dimly seen, showed signs of life. And now there was the sign she was looking for, Cheverell Manor. The great iron gates stood open. She was expected. She drove down the short avenue, which widened into a half-circle, and the house was before her. There had been a picture of Cheverell Manor in the brochure, handed to her after her first consultation, but it was only a pale-coloured similitude of the reality. In her headlight she saw the outline of the house, seeming larger than she had expected, a dark mass against the darker sky. It stretched each side of a large central gable, with 2 windows above. These showed a pale light, but most were blank, except for 4 large mullioned windows to the left of the door, which were brightly lit. As she drove carefully and parked under the trees, the door opened, and a strong light streamed out over the gravel. Switching off the engine, she got out and opened the back door for her overnight case. The cold damp air a welcome release after the drive. A male figure appeared in the doorway and moved towards her. Although the rain had stopped, he was wearing a plastic mackintosh with a hood that reached over his head like a baby's bonnet, giving him the look of a malevolent child. He walked firmly, and his voice was strong, but she could see that he was no longer young. He took the case firmly from her and said, "If you give me the key, madam, I'll park the car for you. Miss Cressit doesn't like to see cars parked outside. They're expecting you." She handed over the key and followed him into the house. The unease, the slight sense of disorientation she had felt sitting alone in the storm, was still with her. Drained of emotion, she felt only a mild relief at having arrived, and as she passed into the wide hall with its central staircase, she was aware of a need to be again solitary, relieved of the necessity of shaking hands, of a formal welcome, when all she wanted was the silence of her own home, and later the familiar comfort of her bed. The entrance hall was impressive, as she had expected it to be, but it was not welcoming. Her suitcase was placed at the foot of the stairs, and then, opening a door to the left, the man announced loudly, "Miss Gradwyn, Miss Cressit," and picking up her suitcase, made for the stairs. She entered the room and found herself in a great hall which brought back pictures seen perhaps in childhood, or on visits to other country houses. After the darkness outside, it was full of light and colour. High above, the arched timbers were blackened with age. Linen fold panelling covered the lower part of the walls, and above it a row of portraits, Tudor, Regency, Victorian faces, celebrated with varying talents, some, she suspected, owing their place more to family piety than artistic merit. Facing her was a stone fireplace with a coat of arms, also in stone, above it. A wood fire was crackling in the grate, the dancing flames casting ghouls over the three figures who rose to meet her. They had obviously been sitting having tea, the two linen-covered armchairs set at right angles to the fire, the only modern furniture in the room. Between them a low table held a tray with the remains of the meal. The welcoming party consisted of a man and two women, although the word welcome was hardly appropriate, since she felt like an intruder, inconveniently late for tea, and awaited without enthusiasm. The taller of the two women made the introduction. She said, "I'm Helena Cressit. We have spoken. I'm glad you've got here safely. We've had a bad storm, but sometimes they're very local. You may have escaped it. May I introduce Flavia Holland, the theatre sister, and Marcus Westall, who will assist Mr. Chandler-Powell with your operation." They shook hands. Faces creased into smiles. Rhoda's impression of new people was always immediate and strong, a visual image implanted on her mind, never to be totally erased, bringing with it a perception of basic character, which time and closer acquaintanceship might, as she knew, be shown to be perversely and sometimes dangerously misleading, but which rarely was. Now, tired, her perception a little dulled, she saw them almost as stereotypes. Helena Cressit in a well-tailored trouser suit with a turtleneck jumper, which avoided looking too smart for wearing in the country, while proclaiming that it hadn't been bought off the peg. No makeup except for lipstick. Fine pale hair, with a hint of auburn, framing high, prominent cheekbones. A nose a little too long for beauty. A face one might describe as handsome, but certainly not pretty. Remarkable grey eyes regarded her with more curiosity than formal kindliness. Rhoda thought, ex-head girl, now headmistress, or more probably, principal of an Oxbridge college. Her handshake was firm, the new girl being welcomed with circumspection, all judgment deferred. Sister Holland was less formally dressed in jeans, a black jumper, and a suede jerkin, comfort clothes, proclaiming that she had been released from the impersonal uniform of her job and was now off duty. She was dark-haired, with a bold face that conveyed a confident sexuality. Her glance, from bright, large, pupilled eyes, so dark that they were almost black, took in the scar, as if mentally assessing how much trouble could be expected from this new patient. Mr. Westall was surprising. He was slightly built, with a high forehead and a sensitive face, the face of a poet or academic rather than a surgeon. She felt none of the power or confidence which had so strongly emanated from Mr. Chandler-Powell. His smile was warmer than those of the women, but his hand, despite the warmth of the fire, was cold. Helena Cressit said, "You must be ready for tea, or perhaps for something stronger. Would you like it here or in your own sitting room? Either way, I'll take you there now so that you can settle in." Rhoda said that she would prefer to have tea in her room. They mounted the broad, uncarpeted stairs together and passed down a corridor lined with maps and what looked like earlier pictures of the house. Rhoda's suitcase had been placed outside a door midway down the patient's corridor. Picking it up, Miss Cressit opened the door and stood aside as Rhoda entered. The 2 rooms allocated to her were shown to her by Miss Cressit rather, she thought, as a hotelier might briefly indicate the conveniences of a hotel suite, a routine too often undertaken to be more than a duty. Rhoda saw that the sitting room was both agreeable in its proportions and beautifully furnished, obviously in period furniture. Most of it looked Georgian. There was a mahogany bureau, with a desk large enough for comfortable writing. The only modern furniture were the 2 armchairs before the fireplace and a tall angled reading lamp beside one of them. To the left of the fire there was a modern television on a stand with a DVD player on a shelf beneath it, an incongruous but presumably necessary addition to a room which was both distinctive and welcoming. They moved next door. Here was the same elegance, with any suggestion of a sick room rigorously excluded. Miss Cressit placed Rhoda's suitcase on a folding stand, then walking over to the window, drew the curtain. She said, "At present it's too dark to see anything, but you'll be able to in the morning. We'll meet again then. Now, if you have everything you want, I'll send up the tea and the menu for breakfast tomorrow. If you prefer to come down rather than have it in your room, dinner is served in the dining room at 8 o'clock, but we meet in the library at 7:30 for a pre-dinner drink. If you'd like to join us, ring my number. All the extensions are on the card by the telephone, and someone will come up to escort you down." And then she was gone. But for now Rhoda had seen enough of Cheverell Manor, and hadn't the energy to engage in the to and fro of dinner conversation. She would request dinner in her room and have an early night. Gradually she took possession of a room to which she already knew she would return in just over 2 weeks' time, without foreboding or apprehension. Chapter 6. It was 6:40 on the same Tuesday before George Chandler-Powell had finished his list of private patients at St. Angela's Hospital. Pulling off his operating gown, he felt paradoxically both exhausted and restless. He had started early and worked without a break, which was unusual but necessary if he were to get through his London list of private patients before leaving for his customary Christmas holiday in New York. Since his early childhood, Christmas had become a horror to him, and he never spent it in England. His ex-wife, now married to an American financier, well able to maintain her in the state both she and he regarded as reasonable for a very beautiful woman, held strong views about the necessity of all divorces being what she described as civilized. Chandler-Powell suspected that the word applied solely to the generosity or otherwise of the financial settlement, but with the USA fortune secured, she had been able to substitute the public appearance of generosity for the more mundane satisfaction of monetary gain. They liked seeing each other once a year, and he enjoyed New York, and a program of civilized entertainment Selina and her husband organized for him. He never stayed longer than a week before flying to Rome, where he stayed in the same pensione outside the city he had first visited when at Oxford, was quietly welcomed and saw no one. But the annual visit to New York had become a habit, and one which at present he saw no reason to break. He was not due to arrive at the Manor until Wednesday night for the first operating session on Thursday morning, but 2 NHS wards had that morning been closed because of infection, and the next day's list had had to be postponed. Now, back in his Barbican flat, and looking out at the lights of the city, the wait seemed interminable. He needed to get out of London, to sit in the great hall at the Manor before a wood fire, to walk in the lime avenue, to breathe a less cluttered air, with the taste of wood smoke, earth and mulched leaves on the unencumbered breeze. He flung what he needed for the next few days into a grip with the careless exhilaration of a schoolboy released for the holidays, and, too impatient to wait for the lift, ran down the stairs to the garage and his waiting Mercedes. There was the usual problem getting free of the city, but once on the motorway, the pleasure and relief of movement took over, as it invariably did when he drove alone at night, and disconnected thoughts of the past, like a series of brown and fading photographs, came untroubling to mind. He slotted a CD of Bach's Violin Concerto in D minor into the player, and, with his hands lightly on the wheel, let the music and the memories merge in a contemplative calm. On his 15th birthday, he had come to conclusions about 3 matters, which from childhood had increasingly exercised his thoughts. He decided that God didn't exist, that he didn't love his parents, and that he would become a surgeon. The first required no action on his part, merely the acceptance that since neither help nor comfort could be expected from a supernatural being, his life was subject, like any other, to time and chance, and that it was up to him to take such control as he could. The second required little more of him, and when, with some embarrassment, and on his mother's part some shame, they broke the news to him that they were thinking of divorce, he expressed regret. That seemed only proper, while subtly encouraging them to end a marriage that was obviously producing unhappiness for all 3 of them. The school holidays would be a great deal more pleasant if not disrupted by sullen silences or rancorous outbursts. When they were killed in a road accident, while on a holiday planned in the hope of a reconciling fresh start, there had been several such, he was visited for a moment by a fear that there might be a power as strong as the one he had rejected, but more ruthless and possessed of a certain sardonic humour, before telling himself that it was folly to abandon a benign suspicion in favour of one less accommodating, possibly even malign. His third conclusion remained as an ambition. He would rely on the ascertainable facts of science and concentrate on becoming a surgeon. His parents had left him little but their debts. That hardly mattered. He had always spent most of his summer holidays with his widowed grandfather in Bournemouth, and now this became his home. As far as he was capable of strong human affection, it was Herbert Chandler-Powell that he loved. He would have been fond of him even had the old man been poor, but was glad that he was rich. He had made a fortune by a talent for designing elegant and original cardboard boxes. It became prestigious for a company to deliver its goods in a Chandler-Powell container, for presents to be wrapped in a box with a distinctive CP colophon. Herbert discovered and promoted new young designers, and some of the boxes, issued in limited numbers, became collector's items. His firm needed no advertisement beyond the goods they produced. When he was 65 and George was 10, he sold the business to his largest competitor and retired with his millions. It was he who paid for George's expensive education, saw him through Oxford, required nothing in return but his grandson's company in the holidays from school and university, and later for 3 or 4 visits a year. For George, these requirements had never been an imposition. Walking or driving together, he would listen to his grandfather's voice, reciting stories of his depressed childhood, commercial triumphs, the Oxford years. Before George himself went up to Oxford, his grandfather had been more specific. Now that remembered voice, strong and authoritative, broke through the high, trembling beauty of the violins. "I was a grammar school boy, you see, there on a county scholarship. Difficult for you to understand. Things may be different now, although I doubt it. Not that different. I wasn't mocked or despised or made to feel different. I just was different. I never felt I belonged there, and of course I didn't. I knew from the first that I had no right to be there, that something in the air of those quads rejected me. I wasn't the only one to feel that, of course. There were boys not from grammar schools, but from the less prestigious public schools, places they tried not to mention. I could see it. They were the ones avid to be admitted to that golden group of the privileged upper class. I used to imagine them, edging their way with brains and talent into the Boar's Hill academic dinner parties, performing like court jesters at the country weekend parties, offering their pathetic verses, their wit and their cleverness to buy their way in. I hadn't any talent except intelligence. I despised them, but I knew what they respected, all of them. Money, my boy, that's what mattered. Breeding was important, but breeding with money was better, and I made money. It will come to you in time, what's left after a rapacious government has extracted its loot. Make good use of it. Herbert's hobby was visiting stately homes open to the public, motoring to them by carefully devised circuitous routes with the aid of unreliable maps, driving his immaculate Rolls-Royce, as upright as the Victorian general he resembled. He travelled magisterially down country roads and little used lanes, George at his side, reading aloud from the guidebook. He thought it strange that a man so responsive to Georgian elegance and Tudor solidity should live in a penthouse in Bournemouth, even if the sea view was spectacular. In time, he came to understand why. His grandfather, approaching old age, had simplified his life. He was looked after by a generously paid cook, housekeeper and general cleaner who came in by the day, did their work efficiently and quietly, and left. His furniture was expensive but minimal. He neither collected nor coveted the artifacts which were his enthusiasm. He could admire without wanting to possess. George, from an early age, knew himself to be a possessor. And the first time they visited Cheverell Manor, he knew that this was the house he wanted. It lay before him in the mellow sunshine of an early autumn day, when the shadows were beginning to lengthen, and trees, lawns, and stone took on a richer intensity of colour from the dying sun, so that there seemed only a moment in which everything, the house, gardens, the great wrought-iron gates, were held in a calm, almost unearthly perfection of light, form and colours, which caught at his heart. At the end of their visit, turning to take a last look, he said, "I want to buy that house." "Well, one day, George, perhaps you will." "But people don't sell houses like that. I wouldn't." "Most don't. Some may have to." "But why, grandfather?" "The money runs out. They can't afford to maintain it. The heir makes millions in the city and has no interest in his heritage. Or the heir may be killed in a war. The landed class have a propensity for getting themselves killed in wars. Or the house is lost through folly. Women, gambling, drink, drugs, speculation, extravagance, you never know." And in the end it had been the owner's misfortune that had gained George the house. Sir Nicholas Cressit was ruined in the 1990s Lloyd's disaster. George only knew that the house was coming on the market by alighting upon an article in a financial broadsheet about the Lloyd's names who had suffered the most, and Cressit was prominent among them. He couldn't remember now who had written it. Some woman with a name for investigative journalism. It had not been a kind article, focusing more on folly and greed than on ill luck. He had moved quickly and acquired the manor, driving a hard bargain, knowing exactly what possessions he wanted included in the sale. The best pictures had been reserved for auction, but he wasn't greedy for those. It was the contents which had caught his eye as a boy on that first visit that he was determined to collect, among them a Queen Anne armchair. He had been moving a little ahead of his grandfather into the dining-room, and had seen the chair. He was sitting on it when a girl, a plain, serious child, who looked no more than 6 years old, wearing jodhpurs and an open-neck shirt, came up and said aggressively, "You're not allowed to sit on that chair." "Then you ought to have a cord round it." "There should be a cord. There usually is." "Well, there isn't now." After 5 seconds of silent staring, George stood up. Without speaking, she lugged the chair with surprising ease over the wide cord separating the dining-room from the narrow strip available for visitors to walk, and sat firmly down, her legs dangling, then stared fixedly at him, as if challenging him to object. She said, "What's your name?" "George. What's yours?" "Helena. I live here. You're not supposed to cross over the white cords." I didn't. The chair was on this side. The encounter was too boring to be lengthened, the child too young and too plain to excite interest. He had shrugged his shoulders and moved away. And now the chair was in his study. and Helena Haviland, née Cressit, was his housekeeper, and if she remembered that first childhood encounter, she never mentioned it, and nor did he. He had used the whole of his grandfather's legacy to purchase the manor, and had planned to maintain it by converting the West Wing into a private clinic, spending from Monday to Wednesday each week in London, operating on his NHS patients and those in his private beds at St Angela's, and returning to Stoke Cheverell on Wednesday nights. The work of adapting the wing was done sensitively, the changes minimal. The wing was a 20th century restoration, following an earlier replacement in the 18th century, and no other original part of the manor had been touched. Staffing the clinic had never been a problem. He knew whom he wanted, and was prepared to pay over the odds to get them. But staffing the operating suite had proved easier than staffing the manor. The months while he awaited planning consent and when the work was in progress presented no problem. He camped in the manor, often with the house to himself, looked after by an elderly cook, the only member of the Cressit staff apart from the gardener, Mogworthy, who stayed on. He looked back now on that year as one of the most contented and happiest that he had ever known. He rejoiced in his possession, moving daily in the silence from the great hall to the library, from the long gallery to his rooms in the east wing, with a quiet, undiminished triumph. He knew that the manor couldn't hope to rival the magnificent great hall or the gardens of Athelhampton, the breathtaking beauty of the setting of Encombe, or the nobility and history of Wolverton. Dorset was rich in great houses, but this was his place, and he wanted no other. The problems began after the clinic had opened and the first patients arrived. He advertised for a housekeeper, but, as acquaintances in similar need had prophesied, none proved satisfactory. The old servants from the village whose forebears had worked for the Cressits were not seduced from old loyalties by the high wages offered by the interloper. He had thought that his secretary in London would have time to cope with the bills and bookkeeping. She hadn't. He had hoped that Mogworthy, the gardener, now relieved by an expensive firm who came in weekly to cope with the heavy work, would condescend to help more in the house. He wouldn't. But the second advertisement for a housekeeper, this time differently placed and worded, had produced Helena. She had, he remembered, interviewed him rather than he her. She said that she was recently divorced, independent, with a flat in London, but wanted something to do while she considered her future. It would be interesting to return, even temporarily, to the manor. She had returned 6 years ago, and was still there. Occasionally he wondered how he would manage when she decided to leave, which she would probably do as unfussily and determinedly as she had arrived. But he was too busy. There were problems, some of his own making with the theatre sister, Flavia Holland, and with his assistant surgeon, Marcus Westhall. And, although by nature a planner, he had never seen sense in anticipating a crisis. Helena had recruited her old governess, Letitia Frensham, as a bookkeeper. She was presumably either a widow or divorced or separated, but he made no inquiry. The accounts were meticulously kept. In the office, order was produced out of chaos. Mogworthy ceased his irritating threats to resign and became accommodating. Part-time staff from the village became mysteriously available. Helena said that no good cook would tolerate the kitchen, and ungrudgingly he provided the money required for its upgrading. Fires were lit, flowers and greenery found for the rooms in use, even in the winter. The manor became alive. When he drew up at the locked gates and got out of the Mercedes to open them, he saw that the avenue to the house was in darkness. But as he drove past the east wing to park, lights came on, and he was greeted at the open front door by the cook, Dean Bostock. He was wearing checked blue trousers and his short white jacket, as was usual when he expected to serve dinner. He said, "Miss Cressit and Mrs. Frensham went out for dinner, sir. They said to tell you they were visiting some friends in Weymouth. Your room is ready, sir. Mogworthy has lit the fire in the library as well as in the great hall. We thought, being alone, you might prefer to have dinner served there. Shall I bring in the drink, sir?" They moved through the great hall. Chandler-Powell tore off his jacket, and, opening the library door, threw it and his evening paper on a chair. "Yes, whiskey, please, Dean. I'll have it now." "And dinner in half an hour?" "Yes, that'll be fine." "You won't be going out before dinner, sir?" There was a note of anxiety in Dean's voice. Recognizing the cause, Chandler-Powell said, "So what is it you and Kimberly have cooked between you?" "We thought cheese soufflé, sir, and a beef stroganoff." "I see. The first requires me to be sitting waiting for it, and the second is quickly cooked. No, I shan't be going out, Dean." The dinner, as usual, was excellent. He wondered why he should so look forward to his meals when the manor was at its quietest. During his operating days, when he ate with the medical and nursing staff, he hardly noticed what was on his plate. After dinner, he sat and read for half an hour beside the library fire. Then, fetching his jacket and a torch, went out by the door in the west wing, unlocking and unbolting it, and then walked in the star-pricked darkness down the lime avenue to the pale circle of the Cheverell stones. A low wall, more landmark than barrier, separated the manor garden from the stone circle, and he hauled himself over without difficulty. As usual after dark, the circle of 12 stones seemed to become paler, more mysterious and more impressive, even to take on a faint gleam from the moonlight or stars. Seeing them in daylight, they were clumps of ordinary stone, as commonplace as any large boulder seen on a hillside, uneven in size and oddly shaped. Their only distinction, the highly coloured lichen creeping in the crevices. A note on the door of the hut beside the parking space instructed visitors that the stones were not to be stood on or damaged, and explained that the lichen was both old and interesting, and should not be touched. To Chandler-Powell, approaching the circle, even the tallest central stone, standing as an evil omen in its ring of dead grass, induced little emotion. He thought briefly of the long-dead woman bound to this stone in 1654, and burnt alive as a witch. And for what? An over-sharp tongue? Delusions? Mental eccentricity? To satisfy a private vengeance? The need for a scapegoat in times of sickness, or the failure of a harvest? Or perhaps as a sacrifice to propitiate a malignant, unnamed god? He felt only a vague, unfocused pity, not strong enough to cause even a vestige of distress. She was only one of millions who down the ages had been the innocent victims of the ignorance and cruelty of mankind. He saw enough pain in his world. He had no need to stimulate pity. He had intended to lengthen his walk beyond the circle, but decided that this should be the limit of his exercise, and sitting on the lowest stone, gazed along the avenue to the west wing of the manor, now in darkness. He sat absolutely still, listening intently to the noises of the night, the small scuffling in the high grasses on the fringe of the stones, a distant scream as some predator found its prey, the susurration of the drying leaves as a breeze suddenly gusted. The anxieties, petty irritations, and rigours of the long day fell away. Here, in no alien place, he sat, so motionless that even his breathing seemed no more than an unheard, softly rhythmic affirmation of life. Time passed. Glancing at his watch, he saw that he had been sitting there for 3/4 of an hour. He became aware that he was getting chilled, that the hardness of the stone was becoming uncomfortable. Easing his cramped legs, he scaled the wall and entered the lime walk. Suddenly a light appeared in the middle window of the patient's floor. The window was opened, and a woman's head appeared. She stood motionless, looking out into the night. Instinctively he stopped walking and stared at her, both so motionless that for a moment he could believe that she could see him, and that some communication was passing between them. He remembered whom she was, Rhoda Gradwyn, and that she was at the manor for her preliminary stay. Despite his meticulous note-taking and examination of patients before operating, few of them remained in mind. He could have described accurately the scar on her face, but remembered little else about her except for one sentence. She had come to get rid of the disfigurement because she no longer had need of it. He had asked for no explanation, and she had offered none. And in just over 2 weeks she would be rid of it, and how she would cope with its absence would not be his concern. He turned to walk back to the house, and as he did, a hand half closed the window. The curtains were partly drawn, and a few minutes later the light in the room went out, and the west wing was in darkness. Chapter 7. Dean Bostock always felt a lift of the heart when Mr. Chandler-Powell phoned to say that he would be arriving unexpectedly early in the week and would be at the Manor in time for dinner. This was a meal Dean enjoyed cooking, particularly when the boss had time and peace to enjoy and praise. Mr. Chandler-Powell brought with him something of the energy and excitement of the capital, its smells, its lights, the sense of being at the heart of things. Arriving, he would almost bound through the great hall, strip off his jacket, and toss the London evening paper onto a library chair, as if released from a temporary bondage. But even the paper, which Dean would later retrieve to read at leisure, was for him a reminder of where essentially he, Dean, belonged. He had been born and brought up in Balham. London was his place. Kim was country-born, coming to the capital from Sussex to begin her training at the cookery school, where he had been a second-year student. And within 2 weeks of their first meeting, he had known that he loved her. That was how he had always thought of it. He hadn't fallen in love. He wasn't in love. He loved. This was for life, his life and hers. And now, for the first time since their marriage, he knew that she was happier than she'd ever been. How could he miss London while Kim rejoiced in her Dorset life? She, who was so nervous of new people and new places, felt no fear in the dark winter nights. The total blackness of starless nights disorientated and frightened him. Nights made more terrifying by the half-human shrieks of animals in the jaws of their predators. This beautiful and apparently peaceful countryside was full of pain. He missed the lights, the night sky, bruised by the grey, purple and blues of the city's ceaseless life, the changing pattern of traffic lights, light spilling from pubs and shops over glittering rain-washed pavements, life, movement, noise, London. He liked his job at the Manor, but it didn't satisfy him. It made so few demands on his skill. Mr. Chandler-Powell was discriminating about food, but on his operating days meals were never lingered over. Dean knew he would have complained soon enough had the meal been below standard, but he took its excellence for granted, ate it quickly, and was gone. The Westalls usually took meals in their cottage, where Miss Westall had been caring for their elderly father until his death in February, and Miss Cressit usually ate in her own apartment. But she was the only one who spent time in the kitchen talking to Kim and him, discussing menus, thanking him for special efforts made. The visitors were fussy, but usually not hungry, and the non-resident staff who ate the midday meal at the Manor praised him perfunctorily, ate quickly, and returned to work. It was all so different from his dream of his own restaurant, his menus, his customers, the ambience which he and Kim would create. Occasionally, lying beside her wakeful, he would horrify himself with half-expressed hopes that somehow the clinic would fail, that Mr. Chandler-Powell would find it too exhausting and not lucrative enough to work in both London and Dorset, that he and Kim would have to look for another job. And perhaps Mr. Chandler-Powell or Miss Cressit would help them to gain a footing. But they couldn't return to work in the hectic kitchen of a London restaurant. Kim would never be suited to that life. He remembered still with horror that awful day on which he had been sacked. Mr. Carlos had called him into the cupboard-sized sanctum at the rear of the kitchen, which he dignified by the name of office, and had squeezed its ample buttocks into the carved desk chair inherited from his grandfather. It was never a good sign. Here was Carlos, imbued with genetic authority. A year previously he had announced that he had been born again. It had been a regeneration profoundly uncomfortable for the staff, and there had been general relief when, within 9 months, the old Adam had mercifully reasserted himself, and the kitchen was no longer a swear-free zone. But one relic of the new birth remained. No word stronger than bloody was permitted, and now Carlos himself had made free use of it. "It's no bloody use, Dean. Kimberly's got to go. Frankly, I can't afford her. No restaurant could. Talk about bloody slow. Try to hurry her and she looks at you like a whipped puppy. Gets nervous and 9 times out of 10 spoils the whole bloody dish. And she affects the rest of you. Nicky and Winston are forever helping her to plate up. Most of the time, you've only got half your bloody mind on what you're supposed to be doing. I'm running a restaurant, not a bloody kindergarten. Kim's a good cook, Mr. Carlos. Of course she's a good cook. She wouldn't be here if she wasn't. She can go on being a good cook, but not here. Why not encourage her to stay at home? Get her pregnant. Then you can go home to a decent meal you haven't had to cook yourself, and she'll be happier. I've seen it time and time again. How could Carlos know that home was a bed-sitting room in Paddington, that this and the job were part of a carefully worked-out plan, the putting aside each week of Kim's wages, the two of them working together, then, when the capital was sufficient, finding the restaurant. His restaurant. Their restaurant. And when they were established and she could be spared from the kitchen, there would be the baby she so longed for. She was only 23. They had plenty of time. The news having been broken, Carlos had settled himself back, prepared to be magnanimous. No point in Kimberly working out her notice. She may as well pack it in this week. I'll pay her a month's salary in lieu. You'll stay on, of course. You've got the makings of a bloody good chef. You've got the skills, the imagination. You're not afraid of hard work. You could go far. But another year of Kimberly in the kitchen and I'll be bloody bankrupt. Dean had found his voice, a cracked vibrato with its shaming note of entreaty. We've always planned to work together. I don't know that Kim would like to take a job on her own. She wouldn't last a bloody week on her own. Sorry, Dean, but there it is. You might find a place to take the two of you, but not in London. Some small town in the country, maybe. She's a pretty lass, nice manners. Baking a few scones, homemade cakes, afternoon teas, nicely served with doilies, that kind of thing. That wouldn't stress her. The note of contempt in his voice had been like a slap across the face. Dean wished he wasn't standing there unsupported, vulnerable, diminished. That there was a chair back, something solid that he could grip to help control this surging tumult of anger, resentment and despair. But Carlos was right. That summons to the office hadn't been unexpected. He had been dreading it for months. He made one more appeal. He said, I'd like to stay on, at least until we find somewhere to go. Suits me. Haven't I told you you've got the makings of a bloody good chef? Of course he would stay on. The restaurant plan might be fading, but they had to eat. Kim had left at the end of the week, and it was 2 weeks later to the day that they saw the advertisement for a married couple, cook and assistant cook, at Cheverell Manor. The day of the interview had been a Tuesday in mid-June of the previous year. They had been instructed to take a train from Waterloo to Wareham, where they would be met. Looking back, it seemed to Dean that they had travelled in a trance, being borne onwards, with no consent of will, through a verdant and magical landscape, to a distant and unimaginable future. Looking at Kim's profile against the rise and fall of the telegraph wires, and later the green fields and hedges beyond, he longed for this extraordinary day to end well. He hadn't prayed since childhood, but found himself silently reciting the same desperate petition. Please, God, make it all right. Please don't let her be disappointed. Turning to him as they approached Wareham, she said, You've got the references safe, darling. She had asked about them every hour. At Wareham, a Range Rover was waiting in the forecourt with a stocky elderly man at the wheel. He didn't get out, but beckoned them over. He said, You'll be the boss, Stocks, I'm thinking. My name's Tom Mogworthy. No luggage? No, there wouldn't be, would there? You'll not be staying. Climb in the back, then. It wasn't, thought Dean, a propitious welcome, but that hardly mattered when the air smelled so sweet and they were being driven through such beauty. It was a perfect summer day, the sky azure and cloudless. Through the open windows of the Range Rover, a cooling breeze fell on their faces. Not strong enough even to stir the delicate branches of the trees or rustle the grasses. The trees were in full leaf, still with the freshness of spring, their branches not yet stagnant with the dusty heaviness of August. It was Kim who, after 10 minutes of a silent drive, leaned forward and said, Do you work at Cheverell Manor, Mr. Mogworthy? I've been there for just on 45 years. Started as a boy in the grounds, clipping the knot garden. Still do. Sir Francis was the owner then, and after him Sir Nicholas. You'll be working for Mr. Chandler-Powell now, if the women take you on. Won't he be interviewing us? Asked Dean. He'll be in London. He operates there on Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Miss Cressit and Sister Holland will be interviewing you. Mr. Chandler-Powell doesn't bother himself with domestic matters. Satisfy the women and you're in. If not, pack your bags and you're out. It had not been a promising beginning, and on first sight even the beauty of the manor, standing silent and silvery in the summer sun, was more intimidating than reassuring. Mogworthy left them at the front door, merely pointing at the bell, then returned to the Range Rover and drove it round the east wing of the house. Resolutely Dean tugged on the iron bell pull. They heard no sound, but within half a minute the door opened and they saw a young woman. She had shoulder-length blonde hair, which Dean thought looked none too clean, heavily applied lipstick, and wore jeans beneath a coloured apron. He put her down as someone from the village who helped out, a first impression which proved right. She regarded them with some distaste for a moment, and then said, "I'm Maisie. Miss Cressit said I'm to give you tea in the great hall." Now, recalling the arrival, Dean was surprised that he had become so used to the magnificence of the great hall. He could understand now how people who owned such a house could get used to its beauty, could move confidently down its corridors and through its rooms, hardly noticing the pictures and artifacts, the richness which surrounded them. He smiled, remembering how, after asking if they could wash their hands, they had been led through the hall to a room at the back, which was obviously a lavatory and washroom. Maisie had disappeared, and he waited outside while Kim went in first. 3 minutes later she was out, eyes wide with surprise, saying in a whisper, "It's so strange, the lavatory bowl is painted inside. It's all blue, with flowers and foliage, and the seat is huge, it's mahogany, and there's no proper flash at all. You have to pull on a chain like you do in my grand's loo. The wallpaper's lovely, though, and there are lots of towels. I didn't know which to use. Expensive soap, too. Hurry up, darling. I don't want to be left alone. Do you suppose the loo is as old as the house? It must be." "No," he said, wanting to demonstrate superior knowledge. "There wouldn't have been any lavatories when this house was built. Not like that, anyway. It sounds more Victorian. Early 19th century, I'd say." He spoke with a confidence he didn't feel, determined not to let the manor intimidate him. It was to him Kim looked for reassurance and support. He mustn't show that he needed them himself. Returning to the hallway, they found Maisie at the door of the great hall. She said, "Your tea's in here. I'll come back in a quarter of an hour and take you to the office." At first the great hall overpowered them, and they moved forward like children beneath the huge rafters, under the gaze, or so it seemed, of Elizabethan gentlemen in doublet and hose, and young soldiers arrogantly posed with their steeds. Bemused by the size and grandeur, it was only later that he noticed details. Now he was aware of the great tapestry on the right wall, and beneath it a long oak table holding a huge vase of flowers. The tea was waiting for them, set out on a low table before the fireplace. They saw an elegant tea service, a plate of sandwiches, scones with jam and butter, and a fruit cake. They were both thirsty. Kim poured the tea with shaking fingers, while Dean, having already had a surfeit of sandwiches on the train, took a scone and anointed it generously with butter and jam. After a bite he said, "The jam's homemade, the scone isn't. That's bad." Kim said, "The cake's bought too. Rather good, though, but it makes me wonder when the last cook left. I don't think we'd want to give them bought cake. And that girl who opened the door, she must be a temp. I can't see them taking on someone like that." They found themselves whispering to each other like conspirators. Maisie returned promptly. Still unsmiling, she said rather pompously, "Will you follow me, please?" and led them through the square entrance hall to the opposite door, opened it and said, "The Bostocks are here, Miss Cressit. I've given them tea," and disappeared. The room was small, oak-panelled, and obviously highly functional. The large desk in contrast to the linen fold panelling, and the row of smaller pictures above it. 3 women were seated at the desk, and motioned them to the chairs set ready. The taller one said, "My name is Helena Cressit, and this is Sister Holland and Mrs. Frensham. Did you have a comfortable journey?" Dean said, "Very comfortable, thank you." "Good.
You'll need to see your accommodation and the kitchen before you make up your mind, but first we would like to explain about the job. In some ways it's very different from the usual work of a cook. Mr. Chandler-Powell operates in London from Monday to Wednesday. That means that the beginning of each week will be comparatively easy for you. His assistant, Mr. Marcus Westall, lives in one of the cottages with his sister and his father, and I usually cook for myself in my flat here, although I may from time to time have a small dinner party and ask you to cook for me. The second half of the week will be very busy. The anaesthetist and all the additional nursing and ancillary staff will be here, either overnight or returning to their homes at the end of the day. They have something when they arrive, a cooked lunch, and a meal which one could describe as high tea before they leave. Sister Holland will also be in residence, as of course will Mr. Chandler-Powell and the patients. Mr. Chandler-Powell sometimes leaves the manor as early as 5:30 to see his London patients. He's usually back by 1 and requires a good luncheon, which he likes served in his own sitting room. Because of his need sometimes to return for part of a day to London, his meals can be erratic, but they are always important. I shall discuss the menus with you in advance. Sister is responsible for all the patient's needs, so I'll ask her now to describe what she expects. Sister Holland said, "The patients are required to fast before an anaesthetic, and usually eat little until the first day after the operation, depending on its severity and what has been done. When they are well enough to eat, they tend to be demanding and fastidious. Some will be on diets, and the dietitian or I will supervise this. Patients usually eat in their rooms, and nothing should be served to them without my approval." She turned to Kimberly. "Usually one of my nursing staff will take the food up to the patient's wing, but you may be required to serve tea or occasional drinks. You do understand that even these require approval?" "Yes, sister, I understand. Apart from the patient's food, you will take your instructions from Miss Cressit, or if she isn't here, from her deputy, Mrs. Frensham. And now Mrs. Frensham has some questions for you." Mrs. Frensham was a tall, elderly and angular lady with steel-grey hair curled into a bun, but her eyes were kind, and Dean felt more at home with her than with the much younger, dark-haired, and he thought, rather sexy Sister Holland, or Miss Cressit with her extraordinary pale and distinctive face. He supposed some people might find her attractive, but no one could say she was pretty. Mrs. Frensham's questions were chiefly directed at Kim, and were not difficult. What biscuits would she serve with coffee in the morning, and how would she make them? Kim, immediately at ease, described her own recipe for thin spiced biscuits with currants. And how would she make profiteroles? Again, Kim had no difficulty. Dean was asked which of 3 named wines he would serve with duck à l'orange, vichyssoise, and roast sirloin of beef, and what meals he would suggest serving for a very hot summer day or in the difficult days after Christmas. He gave replies which were obviously regarded as satisfactory. It had not been a difficult test, and he could sense Kim relaxing. It was Mrs. Frensham who took them to the kitchen, and afterwards turned to Kim and said, "Do you think you could be happy here, Mrs. Bostock?" Dean decided then that he liked Mrs. Frensham. And Kim was happy. For her, getting this job had been a miraculous deliverance. He remembered that mixture of awe and delight with which she had moved about the large gleaming kitchen. Then, as if in a dream, through the rooms beyond it, the sitting-room, the bedroom, and the luxurious bathroom which would be theirs, touching the furniture in incredulous wonder, running to look out of every window. Finally they had gone into the garden, and she had flung out her arms to the sunlit view, then taken his hand like a child, and gazed at him with shining eyes. "It's wonderful. I can't believe it. No rent to pay, and we get our keep. We'll be able to save both our wages." For her, it had been a new beginning, filled with hope, bright with pictures of them working together, becoming indispensable, the pram on the lawn, their child running about the garden, watched from the kitchen windows. For him, looking into her eyes, he knew that it had been the beginning of the death of a dream. Chapter 8. Rhoda woke, as always, not to a slow rise to full consciousness, but to an instant wakefulness, senses alert to the new day. She lay quietly for a few minutes, relishing the warmth and comfort of the bed. Before sleep she had partly drawn the curtains,
and now a narrow band of pale light showed that she had slept longer than expected, certainly longer than was usual, and that a wintry dawn was breaking. She had slept well, but now the need for hot tea was imperative. She rang the number listed on the bedside table and heard a male voice. "Good morning, Miss Gradwyn. Dean Bostock speaking from the kitchen. Is there anything we can bring you?" "Tea, please. Indian. Large pot, milk but no sugar." "Would you like to order breakfast now?" "Yes, but bring it, please, in half an hour. Fresh pressed orange juice, 1 poached egg on white toast, then wholemeal toast and marmalade. I'll have it in my room." The poached egg was a test. If it came perfectly cooked, the toast lightly buttered and neither hard nor soggy, she could depend on good food when she returned for her operation and a longer stay. She would return, and to this room. Putting on her dressing gown, she went to the window and saw the landscape of wooded valleys and hills. A mist lay over the valley, so that the rounded hilltops looked like islands in a pale silver sea. It had been a clear and cold night. The grass on the narrow stretch of lawn under her windows was pale and stiffened by frost, but already the misty sun was beginning to green and soften it. On the high twigs of a leaf-denuded oak, 3 rooks were perched, unusually silent and motionless, like carefully placed black portents. Below stretched a lime avenue which led to a low stone wall, and beyond it a small circle of stones. At first only the tops of the stones were visible, but as she watched, the mist rose, and the circle became complete. At this distance, and with the ring partly obscured by the wall, she could see only that the stones were of different sizes, crude misshapen lumps around a central taller stone. They must, she thought, be prehistoric. As she gazed, her ears caught the soft closing of the sitting-room door. Tea had arrived. Still gazing, she saw in the far distance a narrow strip of silver light, and with a lifting of the heart realized that it must be the sea. Reluctant to leave the view, she stood for a few seconds before turning, and saw, with a small shock of surprise, that a young woman had entered, noiselessly, and was standing silently regarding her. She was a slight figure, wearing a blue checked dress with a shapeless fawn cardigan over it, which proclaimed an ambiguous status. She was obviously not a nurse, yet had none of the assurance of a servant, the confidence born of a recognized and familiar job. Rhoda thought she was probably older than she looked, but the uniform, particularly the ill-fitting cardigan, diminished her into childhood. She had a pale face, and straight brown hair drawn to one side in a long patterned slide. Her mouth was small, the top lip a perfect bow, so full that it looked swollen, but the bottom thinner. Her eyes were pale blue, and a little protuberant under straight brows. They were watchful, almost wary, even a little judgmental in their unblinking scrutiny. She said, in a voice which was more town than country, an ordinary voice, with a hint of deference, which Rhoda thought deceptive. "I've brought your morning tea, madam. I'm Sharon Bateman, and I help in the kitchen. The tray's outside. Do you want it in here?" "Yes, in a moment. Is the tea freshly made?" "Yes, madam. I brought it up immediately." Rhoda was tempted to say the word madam was inappropriate, but let it pass. She said, "Then leave it for a couple of minutes to brew. I've been looking at the stone circle. I've been told about it, but didn't realize that it was so close to the manor. Presumably it's prehistoric." "Yes, madam. The Cheverell stones. They're quite famous. Miss Cresset says they're over 3,000 years old. She says stone circles are rare in Dorset." Rhoda said, "Last night when I was opening the curtain I saw a light flickering. Looked like a torch. It came from that direction. Perhaps someone was walking among the stones. Presumably the circle attracts a lot of visitors." "Not that many, madam. I don't think most people know they're here. The villagers keep away. It was probably Mr. Chandler-Powell. He's fond of walking in the grounds at night. We didn't expect him, but he arrived last night. No one from the village goes to the stones after dark. They're scared of seeing the ghost of Mary Keat walking and watching." "Who is Mary Keat?" "The stones are haunted. She was tied to the middle stone and burnt there in 1654. It's different from all the other stones, taller and darker. She was condemned as a witch. It's usually old women who got burnt as witches, but she was only 20. You can still see the brown patch where the fire was. No grass ever grows in the middle of the stones." Rhoda said, No doubt because people over the centuries have ensured that it doesn't. Probably by pouring on something to kill the grass. Surely you don't believe that nonsense? They say that her screams could be heard as far as the church. She cursed the village as she burnt, and afterwards nearly all the children died. You can see the remains of some of the gravestones in the churchyard, although the names are too faint now to be read. Mogg says that on the date she was burnt, you can still hear her screams. On a windy night, presumably. The conversation was becoming tiresome, but Rhoda felt it difficult to put a stop to it. The child, she looked little more, and was probably not much older than Mary Keat had been, was obviously morbidly obsessed with the burning. She said, "The village children died of childhood infections, tuberculosis perhaps, or a fever. Before she was condemned, they blamed Mary Keat for the illnesses, and after she was burnt, they blamed her for the deaths." "So you don't believe that the spirits of the dead can come back to visit us?" "The dead don't return to visit us either as spirits, whatever that means, or in any other form. But the dead are here. Mary Keat isn't at rest. The portrait's in this house. Those faces, they haven't left the manor. I know they don't want me here." She didn't sound hysterical or even particularly worried. It was a statement of fact. Rhoda said, "That's ridiculous. They're dead. They're beyond thought. I have an old portrait in the house where I live, a Tudor gentleman. Sometimes I try to imagine what he would be thinking if he could see me living and working there. But the emotion is mine, not his. Even if I persuaded myself that I could communicate with him, he wouldn't speak to me. Mary Keat is dead. She can't come back." She paused and said authoritatively, "I'll have my tea now." The tray was brought in, delicate china, a teapot of the same pattern, the matching milk jug. Sharon said, "I need to ask you, madam, about lunch, whether you want it served here or in the patient's sitting room. That's in the long gallery below. There's a menu for you to choose." She took a paper from her cardigan pocket and handed it over. There were two choices. Rhoda said, "Tell the chef I'll have the consommé, the scallops on green parsnips, and spinach with duchesse potatoes, followed by the lemon sorbet. And I'd like a glass of chilled white wine. A Chablis would be fine. I'll have it in my sitting room at 1 o'clock. Sharon left the room. Drinking her tea, Rhoda contemplated what she recognized as confused emotions. She had never seen the girl before, nor heard of her, and hers was a face she would not easily have forgotten. And yet she was, if not familiar, at least an uneasy reminder of some past emotion, not keenly felt at the time, but still lodged in some recess of memory. And the brief encounter had reinforced a feeling that the house held more than the secrets enshrined in paintings or elevated into folklore. It would be interesting to do a little exploring, to indulge once more that lifelong passion to discover the truth about people as individuals or in their working relationships, the things they revealed about themselves, the carefully constructed carapaces they presented to the world. It was a curiosity she had now determined to discipline, a mental energy she planned to harness to a different purpose. This might well be her last investigation, if one could call it that. It was unlikely to be her last curiosity. And she realized that it was already losing its power, that it was no longer a compulsion. Perhaps when she had rid herself of the scar it would have gone for good, or remained as no more than a useful adjunct to research. But she would like to know more about the inhabitants of Cheverell Manor, and if indeed there were interesting truths to be discovered. Sharon, with her obvious need to chat, might well be the one most likely to reveal them. She had booked in only until after lunch, but half a day would be inadequate even to explore the village and the manor grounds, particularly as she had an appointment with Sister Holland to look at the operating theatre and recovery suite. The early mist presaged a fine day, and it would be good to walk in the gardens and perhaps beyond. She liked the place, the house, this room. She would ask if she could stay until the following afternoon. And in 2 weeks' time she would return for her operation, and her new, untried life would begin. Chapter 9. The chapel at the manor stood some 80 yards from the east wing, half obscured by a circle of speckled laurel bushes. Its early history and the date when it was built were unrecorded, but it was certainly older than the manor, a single plain rectangular cell with a stone altar under the eastern window. There was no means of lighting except by candles, and a cardboard box of these was on a chair to the left of the door, together with an assortment of candlesticks, many wooden, which looked like discards from ancient kitchens and the bedrooms of Victorian servants. Since no matches were provided, the casual, improvident visitor had to make his devotions, if any, without benefit of their light. The cross on the stone altar was crudely carved, perhaps by some estate carpenter, either in obedience to orders or under some private compulsion of piety or religious affirmation. It could hardly have been on the order of some long-dead Cressid, who would surely have chosen silver or a more important carving. Except for the cross, the altar was bare. No doubt its earlier furnishings had changed with the great upheavals of the Reformation, once elaborately festooned, later completely unadorned. The cross was directly in Marcus Westhall's sightline, and sometimes, for long periods of silence, he would fix his gaze on it, as if expecting from it some mysterious power, an aid to resolution, a grace which he realized would always be withheld. Under this symbol, battles had been fought. The great seismic upheavals of state and church had changed the face of Europe. Men and women had been tortured, burnt, and murdered. It had been carried with its message of love and forgiveness into the darkest hells of human imagining. For him it served as an aid to concentration, the focus of the thoughts which crept and rose and whirled in his mind like brown, brittle leaves in a gusting wind. He had entered quietly, and seating himself as usual on the back wooden bench, gazed fixedly at the cross, but not in prayer, since he had no idea how to begin praying, or with whom precisely he would be attempting to communicate. He sometimes wondered what it would be like to find that secret door said to be open to the lightest touch, and to feel this burden of guilt and indecision fall from his shoulders. But he knew that one dimension of human experience was as closed to him as was music to the tone deaf. Letty Frensham could have found it. Early on Sunday mornings he would see her cycling past Stone Cottage, woolen-capped, her angular figure pushing against the slight incline to the road, summoned by unheard church bells to some distant village church, unnamed by her and never spoken of. He had never seen her in the chapel. If she came, it must be at times when he was with George in the theatre. He thought that he wouldn't have minded if they had shared this sanctuary, if she had sometimes quietly entered to sit in companionable silence beside him. He knew nothing about her, except that she had once been Helena Cresset's governess, and he had no idea why she should have returned to the manor after all these years. But in her quietness and calm good sense, she seemed to him like a still pool, in a house where he sensed that turbulent undercurrents ran deep, not least in his own troubled mind. Of the rest of the manor, only Mogg attended the village church, and was indeed a stalwart of the choir. Marcus suspected that Mogg's still powerful baritone at evensong was his way of voicing an allegiance, at least partial, to the village against the manor, and to the old dispensation against the new. He would serve the interloper while Miss Cresset was in charge, and the money was good, but Mr. Chandler-Powell could buy only a carefully rationed part of his loyalty. Apart from the altar cross, the only sign that this cell was in some sense set apart was a bronze commemorative tablet set in the wall beside the door. To the memory of Constance Ursula, 1896 to 1928, wife of Sir Charles Cresset, Bart, who found peace in this place. But stronger still in earth and air, and in the sea the man of prayer, and far beneath the tide, and in the seat to faith assigned, where ask is have, where seek is find, where knock is open wide. Commemorated as wife, but not a beloved wife, and dead at 32. A brief marriage, then. He had traced the verse, so different from the usual pieties, to a poem by the 18th century poet Christopher Smart, but made no inquiries about Constance Ursula. Like the rest of the household, he was inhibited from speaking to Helena about her family, but he found the bronze a discordant intrusion. The chapel should be simply stone and wood. No other place at the manor held such peace, not even the library, where sometimes he sat alone. Always there was the fear that solitude would be interrupted, that the door would be opened to the dreaded words so familiar from his childhood. "Oh, here you are, Marcus, we've been looking for you." But no one had ever looked for him in the chapel. It was strange that this stone cell should be so peaceful. Even the altar was a reminder of conflict. In the uncertain days of the Reformation, there had been theological disputes between the local priest, who adhered to the old religion, and the then Sir Francis Cresset, who was inclined to the new ways of thought and worship. Needing an altar for his chapel, he had sent the male members of the household at night to steal the one from the lady chapel, a sacrilege which had caused the rift between church and manor for generations. Then, during the Civil War, the manor had been briefly occupied by parliamentary troops, after a successful local skirmish, and the royalist dead had been laid out on this stone floor. Marcus put thoughts and memories from him, and concentrated on his own dilemma. He had to make a decision, and make it now, whether to remain at the manor or to go with a surgical team to Africa. He knew what his sister wanted, what he had come to see as a solution for all his problems, but was this desertion a running away from more than his job? He had heard the mixture of anger and entreaty in his lover's voice. Eric, who worked as a theatre nurse at St. Angela's, had wanted him to join a gay march. The quarrel was not unexpected. It wasn't the first time that conflict had arisen. He remembered his words. "I don't see the point of it. If I were heterosexual, you wouldn't expect me to go marching down the high street to proclaim that I was straight. Why do we need to do it? Isn't the whole point that we have a perfect right to be what we are? We don't need to justify it, or advertise it, or proclaim it to the world. I don't see why my sexuality should be of interest to anyone except you." He tried to forget the bitterness of the quarrel that followed. Eric's broken voice at the end, his face smeared with tears, the face of a child. "It's nothing to do with being private. You're running away. You're ashamed of what you are, of what I am. And it's the same with the job. You stay with Chandler-Powell, wasting your skill on a bunch of vain, extravagant rich women obsessed with their looks, when you could be working full-time up here in London. You'd find a job, of course you'd find a job." "Not so easily now, and I'm not proposing to waste my talent. I'm going to Africa. To get away from me." "No, Eric, to get away from myself." "You'll never do that. Never. Never." Eric's tears, the slamming of the door, were the final memory. He had been staring at the altar so intently that the cross seemed to blur and become a moving fuzz. He shut his eyes and breathed the damp, cold smell of the place, felt the hardwood of the bench against his back. He remembered the last major operation he had assisted at in St. Angela's, an elderly NHS patient whose face had been savaged by a dog. She was already sick, and given her prognosis, there must have been only a year of life at most to save. But with what patience, what skill George had put together over long hours, a face that could bear the unkind scrutiny of the world. Nothing was ever neglected, nothing hurried or forced. What right had George to waste that commitment and skill, even for 3 days a week, on wealthy women who disliked the shape of nose, or mouth, or breast, and who wanted the world to know that they could afford him? What was so important to him that he could spare time on work a lesser surgeon could do, and do as well? But to leave him now would still be a betrayal of a man he revered. Not to leave him would be a betrayal of himself and of Candace, the sister who, loving him, knew that he had to break free, and urged him to have the courage to act. She herself had never lacked courage. He had slept at Stone Cottage, and spent enough time there during his father's last illness to have gained some idea of what she had to bear during those 2 years. And now she was left with her job ended, no other in sight, and the prospect of his leaving for Africa. It was what she wanted for him, had worked for and encouraged. But he knew it would leave her lonely. He was planning to desert the 2 people who loved him, Candace and Eric, and George Chandler-Powell, the man he most admired. His life was a mess. Some part of his nature, timid, indolent, lacking in confidence, had led him into this pattern of indecision, of leaving things to sort themselves out, as if he put his faith in a benevolent providence which would operate on his behalf if left alone. In the 3 years he had spent at the manor, how much of that was loyalty, gratitude, the satisfaction of learning from a man at the top of his profession, not wanting to let him down? All those had played a part, but essentially he had stayed because it was easier than facing up to the decision to leave. But he would face up to it now. He would break away, and not only physically. In Africa, he could make a difference, more profound, more lasting than anything he had done at the manor. He had to do something new, and if this were running away, he would be running away to people who desperately needed his skills, to wide-eyed children with appalling and untreated hare lips, to the victims of leprosy, who needed to be accepted and made whole, to the scarred, the disfigured, and the rejects. He needed to smell a stronger air. If he didn't face Chandler-Powell now, he would never have the courage to act. He got up stiffly and walked like an old man to the door. Then, after pausing a moment, stepped with resolution towards the manor, like a soldier going into battle. Chapter 10. Marcus found George Chandler-Powell in the operating suite. He was alone and occupied in counting a new delivery of instruments, examining each carefully, turning it over in his hand, and replacing it in its tray with a kind of reverence. This was a job for an operating department assistant, and Joe Maskell would arrive at 7 o'clock next morning to prepare for the first operation of the day. Marcus knew that checking the instruments didn't mean that Chandler-Powell had little confidence in Joe. He employed no one whom he couldn't trust. But here he was at home with his two passions, his work and his house, and now he was like a child picking over his favourite toys. Marcus said, "I wanted to have a word with you if you've got time." Even to his own ears his voice sounded unnatural, oddly pitched. Chandler-Powell didn't look up. "That depends on what you mean by a word. A word or a serious talk?" "I suppose a serious talk." "Then I'll finish here, and we'll go to the office." For Marcus there was something intimidating in the suggestion. It was too reminiscent of boyhood summonses to his father's study. He wished he could speak now, get it over with. But he waited until the last drawer was shut, and George Chandler-Powell led the way out of the door into the garden, through the back of the house and the hall, to the office. Letty Frensham was seated at the computer, but as they entered, she muttered a low apology and quietly left. Chandler-Powell sat down at the desk, motioned Marcus to a chair, and sat waiting. Marcus tried to convince himself that the silence wasn't a carefully controlled impatience. Since it seemed unlikely that George would speak first, Marcus said, "I've come to a decision about Africa. I wanted to let you know that I've finally made up my mind to join Mr. Greenfield's team. I'd be grateful if you could release me in 3 months' time." Chandler-Powell said, "I take it you've been to London and spoken to Mr. Greenfield. No doubt he pointed out some of the problems, your future career among them." "Yes, he did all that. Matthew Greenfield is one of the best plastic surgeons in Europe, probably among the 6 best in the world. He's also a brilliant teacher. We can take his qualifications for granted, FRCS, FRCS Blast, Master of Surgery. He goes to Africa to teach and to set up a centre of excellence. That's what Africans want, to learn how to cope for themselves, not to have white people going in to take over. I wasn't thinking of taking over, just of helping. There's so much to be done. Mr. Greenfield thinks I could be useful. Of course he does. He wouldn't otherwise want to waste his time or yours. But what exactly do you think you're offering? You're an FRCS and a competent surgeon, but you're not qualified to teach, nor even to cope unaided with the most complicated cases. And even a year in Africa will interfere seriously with your career. That is, if you see yourself as having one. It hasn't been helpful to you staying here, and I pointed that out when you first came. This new MMC, modernising medical careers, makes training schemes far more rigid. Housemen have become foundation-year doctors, and we all know what a mess the government have made there. Senior house officers are out. Registrars are specialist surgical trainees. And God knows how long all this will last before they think of something else. More forms to fill in, more bureaucracy, more interference with people trying to get on with their jobs. But one thing's certain, if you want to make a career in surgery, you need to be on the training scheme, and that's become pretty inflexible. It might be possible to get you back on stream, and I will try to help, but it won't if you're gadding off to Africa. And it's not as if you're going from religious motives. I wouldn't sympathize if you were, but I could understand. Well, if not understand, accept. There are people like that. But I've never thought of you as particularly devout. No, I don't think I could claim to be. Well, what are you claiming? Universal beneficence? Or post-colonial guilt? I understand that's still popular. George, there's useful work for me to do. I'm not claiming anything except this strong conviction that Africa would be right for me. I can't stay here indefinitely. You said that yourself. I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking you to consider carefully which way you want your future career to go. That is, if you want a career in surgery. But I'm not going to waste breath trying to persuade you if you've made up your mind. I suggest you think it over. And for the present, I'll take it that I shall need a replacement for you in 3 months' time. I know it will be inconvenient for you, and I'm sorry about that. And I know what I owe you. I am grateful. I'll always be grateful. I don't think you need to bleat on about gratitude. That's never an agreeable word between colleagues. We'll take it that you'll leave in 3 months' time. I hope you find in Africa whatever it is you're looking for. Or is it a case of finding relief from whatever it is you're running away from? And now, if that's all, I'd like the use of my office. There was one other thing, and Marcus steeled himself to say it. Words had been spoken which had destroyed a relationship. Nothing could be worse. He said, "It's about a patient, Rhoda Gradwyn. She's here now." "I know that. And she'll be back again in 2 weeks for her operation. Unless she takes a dislike to the manor and opts for a bed at St. Angela's. Wouldn't that be more convenient? For her, or for me? I was wondering whether you really want to encourage investigative journalists at the manor. And if one comes, others may follow. And I can imagine what Gradwyn will write. Rich women spending a fortune because they're dissatisfied with how they look. Valuable surgeon skills which could be better used. She'll find something to criticize. That's her job. Patients rely on our discretion and expect an absolute confidentiality. I mean, isn't that what this place is about? Not altogether. And I don't intend to distinguish between patients on any grounds other than medical need. And frankly, I wouldn't lift a finger to muzzle the popular press. When you consider the machinations and deviousness of governments, we need some organization strong enough to shout occasionally. I used to believe that I lived in a free country. Now I have to accept that I don't. But at least we have a free press. And I'm willing to put up with a certain amount of vulgarity, popularization, sentimentality, and even misrepresentation to ensure it remains free. I suppose Candace has been getting at you. You'd hardly have thought this up on your own. If she has personal reasons for her antagonism to Miss Gradwyn, she need have nothing to do with her. She's not required to. The patients are not her concern. She doesn't need to see her either now or when she returns. I don't select my patients to oblige your sister. And now, if you've nothing else to say, I'm sure both of us have work to do. I know I have." He got up and stood at the door. Without another word, Marcus walked past him, brushing George's sleeve, and left. He felt like an incompetent servant, discharged in disgrace. This was the mentor he had revered, almost worshipped, for years. Now, with horror, he knew that what he felt was close to hatred. A thought, almost a hope, disloyal and shameful, took hold of his mind. Perhaps the West Wing, the whole enterprise, would be forced to close if there were a disaster, a fire, infection, a scandal. If the supply of wealthy patients dried up, how could Chandler-Powell carry on? He tried to shut his mind against the most shameful imaginings, but they were unstoppable. Even, to his disgust, the most shameful and terrible of all the death of a patient. Chapter 11. Chandler-Powell waited until Marcus's footsteps had faded, then left the manor to see Candace Westall. He hadn't intended to spend this Wednesday becoming embroiled in arguments with either Marcus or his sister, but now that a decision had been made, it would be as well to see what Candace had in mind. It was going to be a nuisance if she too had decided to leave, but presumably, now that her father was dead, she would want to return to her university post for the next term. Even if that wasn't the plan, her job at the manor, taking over from Helena when Helena was in London and helping out in the office, was hardly a career. He disliked interfering in the domestic management of the manor, but if Candace now intended to leave, the sooner he knew, the better. He walked up the lane to Stone Cottage in the fitful winter sunshine, and approaching, saw that there was a dirty sports car parked outside Rose Cottage. So the Westhall's cousin, Robin Boyton, had arrived. He remembered that Helena had said something about his visit with a marked lack of enthusiasm, which he suspected was shared by both the Westhalls. Boyton tended to book the cottage at short notice, but as it was vacant, Helena obviously had found it difficult to refuse him. He was always interested in how different Stone Cottage had looked since Candace and her father had arrived some 2.5 years previously. She was an assiduous gardener. Chandler-Powell suspected that it had been one legitimate excuse for getting away from Peregrine Westhall's bedside. He had only visited the old man twice before his death, but he knew, as he suspected did the whole village, that he was a selfish, demanding and unrewarding patient to care for. And now that he was dead and Marcus about to leave England, no doubt Candace, released from what must have been servitude, would have her own plans for the future. She was raking the back lawn, wearing her old tweed jacket, corduroy trousers and boots which she kept for gardening. Her strong dark hair, covered by a woolen cap, pulled down to her ears. It emphasized the stark resemblance to her father, the dominant nose, the deep-set eyes under straight bushy brows, the length and thinness of the lips, a forceful, uncompromising face, which, with the hair concealed, looked androgynous. How oddly the Westhall genes had fallen, so that it was Marcus, not she, in whom the old man's features were softened into an almost feminine gentleness. Seeing him, she propped the rake against a tree trunk and came to meet him. She said, "Good morning, George. I think I know why you've come. I was just going to break for coffee. Come in, will you?" She led him through the side door, the one commonly used, into the old pantry, which, with its stone walls and floor, looked more like an outhouse, a convenient dump for worn-out equipment, dominated by a Welsh dresser, hung with a miscellany of mugs and cups, bundles of keys, and a variety of plates and dishes. They moved to the adjoining small kitchen. It was meticulously tidy, but Chandler-Powell told himself that it was time something was done to enlarge and modernize the place, and wondered that Candace, reputed to be a good cook, hadn't complained about it. She switched on a coffee percolator and took down 2 mugs from the cupboard, and they stood in silence until the coffee was ready. She had collected a jug of milk from the refrigerator, and they passed into the sitting room. Seated opposite her at a square table, he thought again how little had been done to the cottage. Most of the furniture was hers, taken from store, some pieces enviable, others too large for the space. 3 walls were lined with wooden bookshelves, brought to the cottage by Peregrine Westhall as part of his library, when the old man had moved from his nursing home. The library had been bequeathed by him to his old school, and the books thought worth preserving had been collected, leaving the walls honeycombed with empty spaces on which the unwanted volumes fell against each other, sad symbols of rejection. The whole room had an air of impermanence and loss. Only the cushioned settle at right angles to the fireplace gave promise of comfort. He said, without preamble, "Marcus has just given me the news that he's leaving for Africa in 3 months. I'm wondering how far you influenced that not very intelligent plan. You're not suggesting that my brother isn't capable of making his own decisions about his life? He can make them. Whether he feels free to carry them out is something else. Obviously you influenced him. It would be surprising if you hadn't. You're older by 8 years. With your mother an invalid for most of his childhood, it's not surprising that he listens to you. Didn't you more or less bring him up?"
You seem to know a great deal about my family. If I did influence him, it's been to encourage him. It's time he left. I can see it's inconvenient for you, George, and he's sorry about that. We both are. But you'll find someone else. You've known about this possibility for a year now. You must have a replacement in mind.
She was right, he had. A retired surgeon in his own field, highly competent, if not brilliant, who would be glad to assist for 3 days a week. He said, "That isn't what concerns me. What does Marcus propose? To stay in Africa permanently? That hardly seems feasible. To work there for a year or two and then come home? To what? He needs to think very clearly about what he wants to do with his life." Candace said,
"So do we all. He has thought. He's convinced this is something he has to do. And now that probate has been granted for Father's will, the money's there. He won't be a burden in Africa. He won't go empty-handed. You surely understand one thing, the need to do what every instinct of your body tells you is ordained for you. Haven't you lived your life like that? Don't we all at some time or another make a decision which we know is absolutely right? The assurance that some enterprise, some change is imperative. And even if it fails, to resist it will be a greater failure. I suppose some people would see that as a call from God.
In Marcus's case, it seems to me more like an excuse for running away.
But there's a time for that too, for escape. Marcus needs to get away from this place, from the job, from the manor, from you."
"From me?" It was a quietly spoken response, without anger, as if this was a suggestion he needed to think over. His face gave nothing away.
She said, "From your success, your brilliance, your reputation, your charisma. He has to be his own man."
I wasn't aware that I was stopping him from being his own man, whatever that means.
No, you aren't aware. That's why he has to go, and I have to help him.
You'll miss him?
Yes, George, I'll miss him.
He said, anxious not to sound intrusively curious, but needing to know, "Will you want to stay on here for a time? If you do, I know Helena will be glad of help. Someone has to take over when she makes her trips to London. But I suppose you'll want to get back to the university."
"No, George, that isn't possible. They've decided to shut down the classics department. Not enough applicants. And they've offered me a part-time job in one of the new departments they're setting up. Comparative religion, or British studies, whatever that may mean. As I'm not competent to teach either, I shan't be returning. I'm happy to stay on here for at least 6 months after Marcus leaves. In 9 months I should have made up my mind what I'm going to do. But with Marcus gone, I can't justify continuing to live here rent-free. If you'll accept some rent, I'd be grateful to have this place until I've settled where I'll go."
"That won't be necessary. I'd rather not establish any kind of tenancy here, but if you could stay on for 9 months or so, that would be fine, if Helena's happy about it."
She said, "I'll ask her, of course. I'd like to make some changes. While Father was alive, he so hated any fuss or noise, particularly workmen coming in, that there was no point in doing anything. But the kitchen is depressing and too small. If you're going to use this cottage for staff or visitors after I've left, I think you'll have to do something about it. The sensible thing would be to make the old pantry into a kitchen and enlarge the sitting room."
Chandler-Powell had no wish now to discuss the state of the kitchen. He said, "Well, have a word with Helena about it. And you'd better speak to Letty about the cost of redecorating the cottage. It needs doing. I think we could manage some renovations." He had finished his coffee and discovered what he needed to know. But before he could get up, she said, "There's one other thing. You've got Rhoda Gradwyn here, and I understand she's coming back in 2 weeks for her operation. You've got private beds at St. Angela's. London's more appropriate for her anyway. If she stays here, she'll get bored, and that's when women like her become most dangerous. And she is dangerous." So he had been right. Candace was at the back of this obsession with Rhoda Gradwyn. He said, "Dangerous in what way? Dangerous to whom?" "If I knew that, I'd be less worried. You must know something of her reputation. That is, if you read anything other than the surgical journals. She's an investigative journalist, one of the worst kind. She sniffs out gossip like a pig with truffles. She makes it her job to discover things about other people which give them distress, or pain, or worse, and would titillate the great British public if they became known. She sells secrets for money." He said, "Isn't that a gross exaggeration? And even if it's true, it wouldn't justify me in refusing to treat her where she chooses. Why the concern? She's unlikely to find anything here to whet her appetite."
"Can you be sure of that? She'll find something."
"And what excuse would I give for telling her she can't return?"
"You wouldn't need to antagonize her. Simply say that there's been a double booking, and you find you haven't a bed."
It was difficult to control his irritation. This was an unforgivable intrusion, interfering with the management of his patients. He said, "Candace, what's all this about? You're usually rational. This seems close to paranoia." She led the way through to the kitchen and began washing the 2 mugs and emptying the percolator. After a moment's silence, she said,
"I sometimes wonder about that myself. I admit it does sound far-fetched and irrational. Anyway, I've no right to interfere. But I don't think patients who come here for privacy would be delighted to find themselves in the company of a notorious journalist. But you needn't worry. I shan't see her, either now or when she returns. I'm not proposing to take a kitchen knife to her. Frankly, she's not worth it." She saw him to the door. He said, "I see Robin Boyton is back. I think Helena did mention that he'd booked in. What's he here for? Do you know?" He said because Rhoda Gradwyn is here. Apparently they're friends, and he thinks she might like company. "For a stay of 1 night? Does he plan to book into Rose Cottage when she returns? If he does, he won't see her. And he won't see her now. She made it plain that she's coming here for absolute privacy, and that's what I'll ensure she gets." Closing the garden gate behind him, he wondered what all that had been about. There must be some strong personal reason for an antipathy which seemed otherwise unreasonable. Was she perhaps focusing on Gradwyn the 2 years of frustration tied to a cantankerous, unloving old man and the prospect of losing her job? And now there was Marcus's plan to go to Africa. She might support his decision, but she could hardly welcome it. But, striding purposefully back to the manor, he put Candace Westall and her troubles out of mind and concentrated on his own. He would find a replacement for Marcus, and if Flavia decided it was time to leave, he would cope with that too. She was getting restless. There had been signs which even he, busy as he was, had noticed. Perhaps it was time the affair ended. Now, with the Christmas break coming and the work slowing down, he should steel himself to end it. Back at the manor, he decided to speak to Mogworthy, who would probably be working in the garden, taking advantage of an uncertain period of winter sun. There were bulbs to be planted, and it was time he showed an interest in Helena and Mog's plans for the spring. He passed through the north door leading to the terrace and the knot garden. Mogworthy was nowhere in sight, but he saw 2 figures walking side by side towards the gap in the far beech hedge which led to the rose garden. The shorter was Sharon. Her companion he recognized as Rhoda Gradwyn. So Sharon was showing her the garden, a task usually undertaken at a visitor's request by Helena or Letty. He stood watching them, an odd couple, as they passed out of sight, walking in intimacy, obviously talking, Sharon looking up at her companion. For some reason the sight disconcerted him. Marcus and Candace's forebodings had irritated rather than worried him, but now for the first time he felt a twinge of anxiety, a sense that something uncontrollable and possibly dangerous had entered his domain. The thought was too irrational, even superstitious, to be seriously examined, and he thrust it aside. But it was odd that Candace, highly intelligent and usually so rational, had this obsession with Rhoda Gradwyn. Did she perhaps know something about the woman that he didn't? Something she was unwilling to reveal? He decided not to look for Mogworthy, and, re-entering the manor, he closed the door firmly behind him. Chapter 12. Helena knew that Chandler-Powell had gone to Stone Cottage, and was unsurprised when, 20 minutes after his return, Candace arrived in the office. Without preamble, she said, "There's something I wanted to discuss with you. 2 things, actually. Rhoda Gradwyn. I saw her arriving yesterday. At least, I saw a BMW being driven past, and I assumed it was hers. When is she leaving? She isn't. At least not today. She's booked in for a second night. And you agreed? I could hardly refuse, not without an explanation, and there wasn't one. The room was vacant. I phoned George, and he didn't seem worried. He wouldn't be. An extra day's income and at no trouble to him. Helena said, and no trouble for us either. She spoke without resentment. For her, George Chandler-Powell was behaving reasonably, but she would find a time to have a word with him about these one-nighters. Was it really necessary to have to take a preliminary look at the facilities? She didn't want the manor degenerating into a bed-and-breakfast hotel. On second thoughts, perhaps it would be wiser not to raise the matter. He had always been adamant that patients should be given the opportunity to see in advance where their operation was to take place. He would see any interference with his clinical judgment as intolerable. Their relationship had never been clearly defined, but both knew how they stood. He never interfered with her domestic running of the manor. She took no part in the clinic. Candace said, and she's coming back? I presume so, in just over 2 weeks' time. There was a silence. Helena said, why do you feel so strongly about it? She's a patient, much like the others. She's booked in for a week's convalescence after surgery, but I doubt whether she'll stay the course. Not in December. She'll probably want to get back to town. Whether she does or not, I can't see her being more of a nuisance than the other patients. Probably less. It depends on what you mean by a nuisance. She's an investigative journalist. She'll always be on the lookout for a story. And if she wants material for a new article, she'll find it. Even if she does no more than write a diatribe about the vanity and silliness of some of our patients. After all, they're guaranteed secrecy as well as security. I don't see how you can hope for secrecy with an investigative journalist in residence, particularly this one. Helena said, with only herself and Mrs. Skeffington in residence, she's hardly likely to encounter more than one example of vanity and silliness to write about. She thought, but it's more than that. Why should she worry whether the clinic flourishes or fails once her brother has gone? She said, but with you it's personal, isn't it? It has to be. Candace turned away. Helena regretted the sudden impulse which had prompted the question. The two of them worked well together, respected each other, at least professionally. Now wasn't the time to start exploring those private areas which she knew, like her own, were barred by a keep-out notice. There was silence. Then Helena said, you said there were 2 things. I've asked George if I can stay on here for another 6 months, perhaps as long as a year. I would continue to help with the accounts and in the office generally, if you think I could be useful. Obviously, once Marcus has left, I'd pay a proper rent. I don't want to stay on if you're not happy about it. I ought to mention that I shan't be here for 3 days next week. I'm flying to Toronto to arrange some kind of pension for Grace Holmes, the nurse who helped me with Father. So Marcus was going. It was about time he made up his mind. His loss would be a major inconvenience for George, but no doubt he'd find a substitute. Helena said, we wouldn't find it easy to do without you. I'd be grateful if you could stay on, at least for a time. I know that Letty will feel the same. So you've finished with the university? The university has finished with me. There are not enough students to justify a classics department. I saw it coming, of course. They closed the physics department last year to enlarge forensic science, and now the classics department is to close, and theology will become comparative religion. When that's judged to be too difficult, and with our intake it undoubtedly will be, then no doubt comparative religion will become religion and media studies, or religion and forensic sciences. The government, which proclaims a target of 50% of young people going to university, and at the same time ensures that 40% are uneducated when they leave secondary school, lives in a fantasy world. But don't let me get onto the subject of higher education. I've become a bore about it. So, Helena thought, she's lost her job, is losing her brother, and is now facing 6 months stuck in this cottage with no clear idea of her future. Looking at Candace's profile,
She felt an onrush of pity. The emotion was transitory, but surprising. She couldn't imagine letting herself drift into Candace's situation. It was that dreadful, domineering old man, dying so slowly for 2 years, who had caused the mischief. Why hadn't Candace broken free of him? She had nursed him as conscientiously as might a Victorian daughter, but there had been no love. It hadn't needed any perception to see that. She herself had kept away from the cottage as much as possible, as indeed did most of the staff, but the truth of what was going on was known, by gossip, innuendo, and by what they saw and heard. He had always despised his daughter, destroyed her confidence as a woman and a scholar. Why, with her ability, hadn't she applied for a job at a prestigious university, instead of one near the bottom of the pecking order? Had that old tyrant made it clear to her that she deserved nothing better? And he had needed more care than she could reasonably provide, even with the help of the district nurse. Why hadn't she put him in a nursing home? He hadn't been happy in the one at Bournemouth, where his father had been nursed, but there were other nursing homes, and there was no lack of family money. The old man was rumoured to have been left close on £8 million by his father, who predeceased him by only a few weeks. Now that probate had been granted, Marcus and Candace were wealthy. 5 minutes later, Candace had left. Helena thought over their conversation. There was something she had not told Candace. She couldn't imagine that it was particularly important, but it might have proved an added source of irritation. It would hardly have lightened Candace's mood to be told that Robin Boyton had also booked himself in at Rose Cottage for the day before Miss Gradwyn's operation and the week of her convalescence. Chapter 13. By 8 o'clock on Friday the 14th of December, the operation on Rhoda Gradwyn satisfactorily completed. George Chandler-Powell was alone in his private sitting room in the East Wing. It was a solitude he often sought at the end of an operating day, and although there had been only one patient, dealing with her scar had been more complicated and time-consuming than he had expected. At 7, Kimberly had brought him a light supper, and by 8 o'clock evidence of the meal had been removed, and the small dining table folded away. He could be confident of 2 hours of solitude. He had seen his patient and checked on her progress at 7 o'clock, and would do so again at 10. Immediately after the operation, Marcus had left to spend the night in London, and now, knowing Miss Gradwyn to be in the experienced hands of Flavia, and with himself on call, George Chandler-Powell turned his mind to private pleasures. Not least among them was the decanter of Chateau Pavie on a small table before the fire. He prodded the burning logs into greater life, checked they were carefully aligned, and settled into his favourite chair. Dean had decanted the wine, and Chandler-Powell judged that in another half-hour it would be right for drinking. Some of the best pictures, bought when he purchased the manor, hung in the great hall and the library, but here were his favourites. They included 6 watercolours, bequeathed to him by a grateful patient. The bequest had been totally unexpected, and it had taken some time for him to remember her name. He was grateful that she had obviously shared his prejudice against foreign ruins and alien landscapes, and all 6 showed English scenes. 3 views of cathedrals: Albert Goodwin's watercolour of Canterbury, a Peter de Wint of Gloucester, and Girtin's Lincoln. On the opposite wall he had hung Robert Hill's painting of a view in Kent, and 2 seascapes, one by Copley Fielding, and Turner's study for his watercolour of the arrival of the English packet at Calais, which was his favourite. He let his eyes rest on the Regency bookcase, with the books he most often promised himself to reread, some childhood favourites, others from his grandfather's library. But now, as often at the end of the day, he was too tired to summon energy for the symbiotic satisfaction of literature, and turned to music. Tonight a particular pleasure awaited him. A new recording of Handel's Semele, conducted by Christian Kernin, with his favourite mezzo-soprano, Hilary Summers. Glorious sensual music, as joyous as a comic opera. He was putting the first CD into the player when there was a knock on the door. He felt an irritation close to anger. Very few people disturbed him in his private sitting room, and fewer knocked. Before he could answer, the door opened, and Flavia came in, shutting the door sharply behind her and leaning against it. Apart from her cap, she was still in uniform, and his first words were instinctive. "Miss Gradwyn, is she all right?"
"Of course she's all right. If she weren't, would I be here?" At 6:15 she said she was hungry and ordered supper, consommé, scrambled egg and smoked salmon, followed by lemon mousse, if you're interested. She managed to get most of it down and seemed to enjoy it. I've left Nurse Fraser in charge until I return. Then she'll be off duty and will drive back to Wareham. Anyway, I'm not here to discuss Miss Gradwyn."
Nurse Fraser was one of his part-time staff. He said, "If it's not urgent, can't it wait until tomorrow?"
"No, George, it can't. Not until tomorrow, nor the day after, nor the day after that. Not until any day when you condescend to find time to listen."
He said, "Will it take much time?"
"More time than you are usually willing to give."
He could guess what was coming. Well, the future of their affair had to be settled sooner or later, and with his evening already ruined, it might as well be now. Her outbursts of resentment had become more common of late, but had never before occurred while they were at the manor. He said, "I'll get my jacket. We'll walk under the limes."
"In the dark? And the wind's rising. Can't we talk here?"
But he was already fetching his jacket. Returning and putting it on, he patted the pocket for his keys. He said, "We'll talk outside. I suspect that the discussion will be disagreeable, and I'd prefer a disagreeable conversation to take place outside this room. You'd better get a coat. I'll see you at the door." There was no need to specify which door. Only that on the ground floor of the west wing led directly to the terrace and to the lime walk. She was waiting for him, coated and with a woolen scarf tied over her head. The door was locked but unbolted, and he locked it behind them. They walked for a minute in silence, which Chandler-Powell had no intention of breaking. Still annoyed at the loss of his evening, he was disinclined to be helpful. Flavia had asked for this meeting. If she had anything to say, let her say it. It wasn't until they had reached the end of the lime walk, and after a few seconds of indecision had turned back, that she stopped walking and faced him. He couldn't see her face clearly, but her body was rigid, and there was a harshness and a resolution in her voice that he had never heard before.
"We can't go on as we are. We have to make a decision. I'm asking you to marry me."
So it had come, the moment he had dreaded. But it was meant to be his decision, not hers. He wondered why he hadn't seen it coming, then realized that the demand, even in its brutal explicitness, wasn't totally unexpected. He had chosen to ignore the hints, the moodiness, the sense of a grievance unexpressed, amounting almost to rancour. He said calmly, "I'm afraid that isn't possible, Flavia."
"Of course it's possible. You're divorced. I'm single."
"I mean that it wasn't something I've ever considered. From the beginning, our relationship was never on that footing."
"What footing exactly did you think it was on?" "I'm speaking of when we first became lovers. 8 years ago, in case you've forgotten. On what footing was it then?"
"I suppose sexual attraction, respect, affection. I know I felt all those things. I never said I loved you. I never mentioned marriage. I wasn't looking for marriage. One failure is enough."
"No, you were always honest or careful. And you couldn't even give me fidelity, could you? An attractive man, a distinguished surgeon, divorced, eligible. Do you think I don't know how often you've relied on me? On my ruthlessness, if you like, to get rid of those avaricious little gold diggers who were trying to get their claws into you? And I'm not talking about a casual affair. For me, it was never that. I'm talking about 8 years of commitment. Tell me, when we're apart, do I ever enter your mind? Do you ever picture me, except gowned and masked in the theatre, anticipating your every need, knowing what you like and what you don't like, what music you want played while you work, available when wanted, discreetly on the margin of your life? Not so very different from being in bed, is it? But at least in the operating theatre there was no easy substitute."
His voice was calm, but he knew with some shame that Flavia wouldn't miss the clear note of insincerity. "Flavia, I'm sorry. I'm sure I've been thoughtless and unintentionally unkind. I had no idea you felt like this.
I'm not asking for pity. Spare me that. I'm not even asking for love. You haven't got it to give. I'm asking for justice. I want marriage, the status of being a wife, the hope of children. I'm 36. I don't want to work until I retire. And what then? Using my retirement lump sum to buy a cottage in the country, hoping the villagers will accept me? Or a one-bedded flat in London, when I'll never be able to afford a decent address? I have no siblings. I've neglected friends to be with you, to be available when you have time for me.
He said, I never asked you to sacrifice your life for me. That is, if you say it's a sacrifice. But now she went on as if he hadn't spoken.
In 8 years we've never had a holiday together, in this country or abroad. How often have we been to a show, a film, dined in a restaurant, except one where there'll be no risk of meeting someone you know? I want these ordinary, companionable things that other people enjoy.
He said again, and with some sincerity, I'm sorry, obviously I've been selfish and unthinking. I think in time you'll be able to look back on these 8 years more positively. And it isn't too late. You're very attractive, and you're still young. It's sensible to recognize when a stage of life has come to an end, when it's time to move on. And now, even in the darkness, he thought he could see her contempt.
You mean to throw me over?
Not that. To move on. Isn't that what you've been saying, what this talk is all about?
And you won't marry me? You won't change your mind?
No, Flavia. I won't change my mind. She said,
It's the manor, isn't it? It isn't another woman who's come between us. It's this house. You've never made love to me here, ever, have you? You don't want me here. Not permanently. Not as your wife.
Flavia, that's ridiculous. I'm not looking for a chatelaine.
If you lived in London, in the Barbican flat, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We could be happy there. But here at the manor, I don't belong. I can see it in your eyes. Everything about this place is against me. And don't think that the people here don't know that we're lovers. Helena, Letty, the Bostocks, even Mogg. They're probably wondering when you're going to chuck me. And if you do, I'll have to endure the humiliation of their pity. I'm asking you again, will you marry me?
No, Flavia. I'm sorry, but I won't. We wouldn't be happy. And I'm not going to risk a second failure. You have to accept that this is the end. And suddenly, to his horror, she was crying. She grasped his jacket and leaned against him, and he could hear the great gasping sobs, feel the pulse of her body against him, the soft wool of her scarf brushing his cheek, sense the familiar smell of her breath. Taking her by the shoulders, he said, Flavia, don't cry. This is a liberation. I'm setting you free. She drew apart, making a pathetic attempt at dignity. Controlling her sobs, she said, It'll look odd if I disappear suddenly. And there's Mrs. Skeffington to be operated on tomorrow. Miss Gradwyn here to be cared for. So I'll stay until you leave for the Christmas break. But when you return, I won't be here. But promise me one thing. I've never asked for anything, have I? Your presents on birthdays and Christmases were chosen by your secretary or posted from a shop. I always knew that. Come to me tonight. Come to my room. It'll be for the first and last time, I promise. Come late, about 11. It can't end like this. And now he was desperate to get rid of her. He said, Of course I'll come. She murmured a thank you, and, turning, began walking quickly back towards the house. From time to time she half stumbled, and he had to resist the urge to catch her up, to find some final word which could assuage her. But there was none. He knew that already he was turning his mind to find a replacement as theatre sister. He knew, too, that he had been seduced into a disastrous promise, but it was one he had to keep. He waited until her figure became faint, then merged into the darkness. And still he waited. Looking up at the west wing, he saw the faint blur of two lights, one in Mrs. Skeffington's room, one next door in Rhoda Gradwyn's. So her bedside lamp must be on, and she was not yet settled for sleep. He thought back to that night just over 2 weeks ago when he had sat on the stones and watched her face at the window. He wondered what it was about this particular patient that had so caught his imagination. Perhaps it was that enigmatic, still unexplained response when, in his Harley Street consulting room, he had asked her why she had waited so long to get rid of her scar. "Because I no longer have need of it." Chapter 14. 4 hours earlier, Rhoda Gradwyn had slowly drifted back to consciousness. The first object she saw on opening her eyes was a small circle. It hung suspended in air immediately in front of her, like a floating full moon. Her mind, puzzled but transfixed, tried to make sense of it. It couldn't, she thought, be the moon. It was too solid and unmoving. And then the circle became clear, and she saw that it was a wall clock with a wooden frame and a narrow inner rim of brass. Although the hands and numerals were becoming clearer, she couldn't read the time. Deciding that it didn't matter, she quickly gave up the attempt. She became aware that she was lying on a bed in an unfamiliar room, and that other people were with her, moving like pale shadows on silent feet. And then she remembered. She was to have her scar removed, and they must have prepared her for the operation. She wondered when it would take place. And then she became aware that something had happened to the left side of her face. She felt a soreness and an aching heaviness, like a thick plaster. It was partly obscuring the edge of her mouth and dragging at the corner of her left eye. Tentatively she raised her hand, uncertain whether she had the power to move, and carefully touched her face. The left cheek was no longer there. Her exploring fingers found only a solid mass, a little rough to the touch, and crisscrossed with something that felt like tape. Someone was gently lowering her arm. A reassuring, familiar voice said, "I shouldn't touch the dressing for a time." And then she knew that she was in the recovery room, and the two figures taking shape by her bed must be Mr. Chandler-Powell and Sister Holland. She looked up and tried to form words from her impeded mouth. "How did it go? Are you pleased?" The words were a croak, but Mr. Chandler-Powell seemed to understand. She heard his voice, calm, authoritative, reassuring. "Very well. I hope that in a little time you will be pleased too. Now you must rest here for a while, and then Sister will wheel you up to your room." She lay unmoving as objects solidified round her. How many hours, she wondered, had the operation taken? 1 hour? 2? 3? However long, time had been lost to her in a semblance of death. It must be as like death as any human imagining could be. A total annihilation of time. She pondered the difference between this temporary death and sleep. To wake after sleeping, even a deep sleep, was always to be aware that time had passed. The mind grasped at the tatters of waking dreams before they faded beyond recall. She tried to test memory by reliving the previous day. She was sitting in a rain-lashed car, then arriving at the manor, entering the great hall for the first time, unpacking her room, talking to Sharon. But that surely had all been on her first visit, over 2 weeks ago. The recent past began to come back. Yesterday had been different. A pleasant, uncomplicated drive. The winter sunlight interspersed with brief and sudden showers. And this time she had brought with her to the manor some patiently acquired knowledge which she could make use of or could let go. Now, in sleepy contentment, she thought she would let it go, as she was letting go of her own past. It couldn't be relived. None of it could be changed. It had done its worst, but its power would soon be over. Closing her eyes and drifting into sleep, she thought of the peaceful night ahead and of the morning, which she would never live to see. Chapter 15. 7 hours later, back in her bedroom, Rhoda stirred into drowsy wakefulness. She lay for a few seconds, motionless in that brief confusion which attends the sudden awakening from sleep. She was aware of the comfort of the bed, and the weight of her head against the raised pillows, of the smell of the air, different from that in her London bedroom, fresh but faintly pungent, more autumnal than wintry. a smell of earth and grass borne to her on the erratic wind. The darkness was absolute. Before finally accepting Sister Holland's advice that she should settle herself for the night, she had asked for the curtains to be pulled back, and the lattice window slightly opened. Even in winter she disliked sleeping without fresh air. But perhaps it had been unwise. Gazing fixedly at the window, she could see that the room was darker than the night outside, and that high constellations were patterning the faintly luminous sky. The wind was gusting more strongly, and she could hear its hiss in the chimney, and feel its breath on her right cheek. Perhaps she should stir herself from this unwonted lassitude and get up to close the window. The effort seemed beyond her. She had declined the offer of a sedative, and found it strange, but not worrying, that she should feel this heaviness, this urge to stay where she was, cocooned in warmth and comfort, awaiting the soft boom of the next gust of wind, her eyes fixed on that narrow oblong of starlight. She felt no pain, and putting up her left hand, gently touched the padded dressing and the adhesive tape which secured it. She was used now to the weight and stiffness of the dressing, and would find herself touching it with something like a caress, as if it were becoming as much a part of her as the imagined wound which it covered. And now, in a lull in the wind, she heard a sound so faint that only the stillness of the room could have made it audible. She sensed rather than heard a presence moving round the sitting-room. At first, in her sleepy half-consciousness, she felt no fear, only a vague curiosity. It must be early morning. Perhaps it was 7 o'clock and the arrival of her tea. And now there was another sound, no more than a gentle squeak, but unmistakable. Someone was closing the bedroom door. Curiosity gave way to the first cold clutch of unease. No one spoke. No light was turned on. She tried to call out in a cracked voice made ineffectual by the obstructive dressing. Who are you? What are you doing? Who is it?" There was no reply, and now she knew with certainty that this was no friendly visitor, that she was in the presence of someone or something whose purpose was malignant. As she lay rigid, the pale figure, white-clad and masked, was at her bedside. Arms moved above her head in a ritual gesture, like an obscene parody of a benediction. With an effort she tried to struggle up. The bedclothes seemed suddenly to weigh her down, and stretched out a hand for the bell-pull and the lamp. The bell-pull wasn't there. Her hand found the light switch and clicked it on, but there was no light. Someone must have hooked the bell-pull out of reach and taken the bulb from the lamp. She didn't cry out. All those early years of self-control against betraying fear, against finding relief in shouting and yelling, had inhibited her power to scream. And she knew screaming would be ineffective. The dressing made even speech difficult. She struggled to get out of bed, but found herself unable to move. In the darkness she could vaguely make out the whiteness of the figure, the covered head, the masked face. A hand was passing across the pane of the half-open window, but it was not a human hand. No blood had ever flowed in those boneless veins. The hand, so pinkly white that it might have been severed from the arm, was moving slowly through space on its mysterious purpose. Soundlessly it closed the window latch, and with a gesture delicate and elegant in its controlled motion, it slowly drew the curtain across the window. The darkness in the room intensified. No longer just the shutting out of light, but an occluding thickening of the air which made it difficult to breathe. She told herself that it must be a hallucination, conjured from her half-sleeping state, and for one blessed moment she gazed at it, all terror past, waiting for the vision to fade into the surrounding darkness. And then all hope faded. The figure was at the bedside, looking down on her. She could discern nothing but a white, formless shape. The eyes looking into hers might be merciless, but all she could make out was a black slit. She heard words, quietly spoken, but she could make no sense of them. With an effort she raised her head from the pillow and tried to croak out a protest. Immediately time was suspended, and in her vortex of terror she was aware only of smell, the faintest smell of starched linen. Out of the darkness, leaning over her, was her father's face. Not as she had remembered him for over 30 years, but the face she had briefly known in early childhood, young, happy, bending over her bed. She lifted her arm to touch the dressing, but the arm was too weighty and fell back. She tried to speak, to move. She wanted to say, "Look at me, I've got rid of it." Her limbs felt encased in iron, but now she managed, trembling, to lift her right hand and touch the dressing over the scar. She knew that this was death, and with the knowledge came an unsought peace, a letting go. And then the strong hand, skinless and inhuman, closed round her throat, forcing her head back against the pillows, and the apparition flung its weight forward. She wouldn't shut her eyes in the face of death, nor did she struggle. The darkness of the room closed in on her, and became the final blackness in which all feeling ceased. Chapter 16. At 12 minutes past 7, in the kitchen, Kimberly was becoming anxious. She had been told by Sister Holland that Miss Gradwyn had asked for her early morning tea tray to be brought up at 7 o'clock. That was earlier than the first morning she had been at the manor. But 7 o'clock was the time Sister had told Kim to be ready to make it, and she had set the tray by 6:45 and placed the teapot on top of the Aga to warm. And now it was 12 minutes after 7, and no ring. Kim knew that Dean needed her help with the breakfast, which was proving unexpectedly aggravating. Mr. Chandler-Powell had asked for his to be served in his apartment, which was unusual, and Miss Cressit, who usually prepared what she wanted in her own small kitchen and rarely ate a cooked breakfast, had rung to say that she would join the household in the dining room at 7:30, and had been unusually fussy about the required crispness of the bacon and the freshness of the egg. As if, thought Kim, any egg served at the manor would be other than free-range and fresh, and Miss Cressit knew that as well as she. An added irritation was the non-appearance of Sharon, whose duty it was to lay the breakfast table and turn on the hot plates. Kim was reluctant to go upstairs and rouse her, in case Miss Gradwyn rang her bell. Fretting once again over the exact alignment of the cup, saucer and milk jug on the tray, she turned to Dean, her face puckered with anxiety. "Perhaps I ought to take it up. Sister said 7. Perhaps she meant that I needn't wait for the ring, that Miss Gradwyn would expect it promptly at 7. Her face, looking like that of a troubled child, induced, as always, Dean's love and pity, tinged with irritation. He moved to the telephone. "Sister, this is Dean. Miss Gradwyn hasn't rung for her tea. Shall we wait, or do you want Kim to make it now and take it up?" The call took less than a minute. Replacing the receiver, Dean said, "You're to take it up. Sister says to knock on her door before you go in. She'll take it in to Miss Gradwyn." "I suppose she'll have the Darjeeling as she did before, and the biscuits. Sister didn't say any different." Dean, busy at the Aga frying eggs, said shortly, "If she doesn't want the biscuits, she'll leave them." The kettle boiled quickly, and within minutes the tea was made. Dean, as usual, came to the lift with her, and holding the door open, pressed the button, so that she had both hands free to carry the tray. Emerging from the lift, Kim saw Sister Holland coming out of her sitting room. She expected the tray to be taken from her, but instead, Sister, after a cursory glance, opened the door to Miss Gradwyn's suite, obviously expecting Kim to follow. Perhaps, Kim thought, that wasn't surprising. It wasn't Sister's job to carry early morning tea to the patients. She was carrying her torch, so it wouldn't in any case have been easy. The sitting room was in darkness. Sister switched on the light, and they moved to the bedroom door, which Sister opened slowly and quietly. This room, too, was in darkness, and there was no sound, not even the soft noises of someone breathing. Miss Gradwyn must be sleeping soundly. Kim thought it was an eerie silence, like entering an empty room. She wasn't usually conscious of the weight of the tray, but now it seemed to grow heavier by the second. She stayed in the open doorway, holding it. If Miss Gradwyn was sleeping late, she would have to make another pot later. No good leaving this to get overstewed and cold. Sister said, her voice unworried, "If she's still asleep, there's no point in waking her. I'll just check that she's all right." She moved to the bed and swept the pale moon of her torch over the supine figure, then switched it to a powerful beam. Then she switched it off, and in the darkness Kim heard her high, urgent voice, which didn't sound like Sister's. She said, "Get back, Kim. Don't come in. Don't look. Don't look." But Kim had looked, and for those disorientating seconds before the torchlight went out, she had seen the bizarre image of death. Dark hair sprawled on the pillow, the clenched fists raised like those of a boxer, the one open eye, and the livid mottled neck. It wasn't Miss Gradwyn's head. It was nobody's head. A bright red, severed head, a dummy which had nothing to do with anything living. She heard the crash of falling china on the carpet, and, stumbling to an easy chair in the sitting-room, she leaned over and was violently sick. The stink of her vomit rose to her nostrils, and her last thought before she fainted was a new horror. What would Miss Cressit say about the ruined chair? When she came round, she was lying on the bed in her and Dean's bedroom. Dean was there, and behind him Mr. Chandler-Powell and Sister Holland. She lay for a moment with her eyes closed, and heard Sister's voice, and Mr. Chandler-Powell's reply. "Didn't you realize, George, that she was pregnant?" "How the hell should I? I'm not an obstetrician." So they knew. She wouldn't have to break the news. All she cared about was the baby. She heard Dean's voice. "You've been asleep after you fainted. Mr. Chandler-Powell carried you here, and you were given a sedative. It's nearly lunchtime." Mr. Chandler-Powell came forward, and she could feel his cool hands on her pulse. "How do you feel, Kimberly?" "I'm all right. Better, thank you." She sat up quite vigorously and looked at Sister. "Sister, will the baby be all right?" Sister Holland said, "Don't worry, the baby will be fine. You could have your lunch in here if you prefer, and Dean will stay with you. Miss Cressit, Mrs. Frensham and I will cope in the dining room." Kim said, "No, I'm all right, really. I'll be better working. I want to get back to the kitchen. I want to be with Dean." Mr. Chandler-Powell said, "Good girl. We must all get on with our usual routine as far as we can. But there's no hurry. Take things gently. Chief Inspector Whetstone has been here, but apparently he's expecting a special squad from the Metropolitan Police. In the meantime, I've asked everyone not to discuss what happened last night. Do you understand, Kim?" "Yes, sir, I understand. Miss Gradwyn was murdered, wasn't she?" "I expect we shall know more when the London squad arrive. If she was, they'll find out who was responsible. Try not to be frightened, Kimberly. You're among friends, as you and Dean always have been, and we shall look after you." Kim muttered her thanks. And now they were gone, and, sliding out of bed, she moved into the comfort of Dean's strong arms. Book 2. The 15th of December. London, Dorset. Chapter 1. At 10:30 on that Saturday morning, Commander Adam Dalgliesh and Emma Lavenham had an appointment to meet her father. To meet a future father-in-law for the first time, especially with the purpose of informing him that one is shortly to marry his daughter, is seldom an enterprise undertaken without some misgivings. Dalgliesh, with a vague recollection of similar fictional encounters, had somehow envisaged that, as the suppliant, he was expected to see Professor Lavenham on his own, but was easily persuaded by Emma that they should visit her father together. "Otherwise, darling, he'll keep asking what my views are. After all, he's never yet seen you, and I've hardly mentioned your name. If I'm not there, I won't be sure he's taken it in. He does have a tendency to vagueness, although I'm never sure how much of that is genuine." "Are his vague moods frequent?" "They are when I'm with him. There's nothing wrong with his brain. He does rather like to tease." Dalgliesh thought that vagueness and teasing would be the least of his problems with his prospective father-in-law. He had noticed that men of distinction in old age were given to exaggerating the eccentricities of youth and the middle years, as if these self-defining quirks of personality were a defence against the draining away of physical and mental powers, the amorphous flattening of the self in its last years. He was uncertain what Emma and her father felt for each other, but surely there must have been love, in memory at least, and affection. Emma had told him that her younger sister, playful, biddable, and prettier than she, and killed in childhood by a speeding car, had been his favourite child, but she had spoken without a note of criticism and no resentment. Resentment was not an emotion he associated with Emma, but however difficult the relationship, she would want this meeting between father and lover to be a success. It was his job to ensure that it was, and that it didn't remain an embarrassment or a lasting disquietude in her memory. All that Dalgliesh knew of Emma's childhood had been told in those desultory snatches of conversation in which each explored with tentative footsteps the hinterland of the other's past. On his retirement, Professor Lavenham had rejected Oxford in favour of London and lived in a spacious flat in one of Marylebone's Edwardian blocks, dignified, as most of them were, by the description mansions. The block was not too distant from Paddington Station, with its regular train service to Oxford, where the professor was a frequent, and his daughter suspected, occasionally too frequent, diner at his college's high table. An ex-college servant and his wife, who had moved to Camden Town to live with a widowed daughter, came in daily to do the necessary cleaning, and returned later to cook the professor's dinner. He had been over 40 at the time of his marriage, and although now just over 70, was perfectly competent to look after himself, at least in essentials. But the Sawyers had convinced themselves, with some conniving on his part, that they were devotedly caring for a helpless and distinguished old gentleman. Only the final adjective was appropriate. The view of his former colleagues visiting Calverton Mansions was that Henry Lavenham had done very well for himself. Dalgliesh and Emma took a taxi to the Mansions, arriving as arranged with the professor at 10:30. The block had recently been repainted, the brickwork an unfortunate colour, which Dalgliesh thought could most accurately be described as fillet steak. The commodious lift, mirror-panelled and smelling strongly of furniture polish, took them up to the 3rd floor. The door to number 27 was opened so promptly that Dalgliesh suspected that their host had been watching for their cab from his windows. The man facing him was almost as tall as he, with a strong-boned, handsome face under a thatch of steel-grey, undisciplined hair. He was supported by a stick, but his shoulders were only slightly bent, and the dark eyes, the only resemblance to his daughter, had lost their lustre, but regarded Dalgliesh with a look that was surprisingly keen. He was slippered and informally dressed, but looked immaculate. He said, "Come in, come in," with an impatience which implied that they were lingering at the door. They were led into a large front room with a bay window. It was obviously a library. Indeed, given the fact that every wall was a mosaic of book spines and that the desk-top and practically all other surfaces were heaped with journals and paperbacks, there was room for no other function than reading. An upright chair facing the desk had been cleared by piling the papers beneath it, giving it, in Dalglish's eyes, a naked and somehow ominous singularity. Professor Lavenham, having pulled out his chair from the desk and seated himself, motioned Dalgliesh to take the empty chair. The dark eyes, under brows now grey, but disconcertingly shaped like Emma's, stared at Dalgliesh over half-moon spectacles. Emma walked over to the window. Dalgliesh suspected that she was preparing to enjoy herself. After all, her father couldn't forbid the marriage. She would like his approval, but had no intention of being influenced by either approbation or dissent. But it was right that they should be there. Dalgliesh had an uneasy awareness that he should have come earlier. The start was not propitious. "Commander Dalgliesh, I hope I have your rank correctly?" "Yes, thank you." "I thought that was what Emma told me. I have guessed why you are making what, for a busy man like yourself, must be a somewhat inconveniently timed visit. I feel bound to tell you that you are not down on my list of eligible young men. However, I am quite ready to enter your name, should your answers be what an affectionate father requires." So they were to be indebted to Oscar Wilde for the dialogue of this personal inquisition. Dalgliesh felt grateful. The professor might well have dredged from his obviously still lively memory some recondite passage from drama or fiction, probably in Latin. As it was, he thought he could keep his end up. He said nothing. Professor Lavenham went on, "I think it is usual to inquire whether you have an income sufficient to keep my daughter in the manner to which she has become accustomed. Emma has supported herself since she got her Ph.D., apart from irregular and occasional generous subventions from myself, probably meant to compensate for previous delinquencies as a father. Should I take it you have sufficient money for the two of you to live comfortably?" "I have my salary as commander of the Metropolitan Police, and my aunt left me her considerable fortune." In land or in investments?
In investments.
That is satisfactory. What between the duties expected of one during one's lifetime and the duties exacted from one after one's death, land has ceased to be either a profit or a pleasure. It gives one position and prevents one from keeping it up. That's all that can be said about land. You have a house?
I have a flat overlooking the Thames at Queen Hithe, with a lease of over 100 years. I have no house, not even on the unfashionable side of Belgrave Square.
Then I suggest you acquire one. A girl with a simple, unspoilt nature like Emma could hardly be expected to reside in a flat at Queen Hithe, overlooking the Thames, even with a lease of over 100 years.
Emma said,
"I love the flat, Papa."
The remark was ignored. The Professor had obviously decided that the effort to continue the tease was disproportionate to the pleasure it gave him. He said,
"Well, that seems satisfactory. And now I believe it is customary to offer you both a drink. Personally, I dislike champagne, and white wine disagrees with me. But there is a bottle of Burgundy on the kitchen table. 10:40 in the morning is hardly an appropriate time to begin imbibing, so I suggest you take it with you. I don't suppose you'll be staying long, or," he said hopefully, "you could have coffee. Mrs. Sawyer tells me she has left everything ready."
Emma said firmly,
"We like the wine, Papa. Then perhaps you could see to it."
They went together into the kitchen. It seemed discourteous to shut the door, so both managed to restrain an impulse to erupt into laughter. The wine was a bottle of Clos de Baise. Dalgliesh said, "This is an impressive bottle."
"Because he liked you.
I wonder if a bottle of Plonk is waiting in his desk drawer in case he didn't. I wouldn't put it past him." They returned to the library, Dalgliesh carrying the bottle. He said, "Thank you, sir. We'll save this for a special occasion, which we hope will be when you're able to join us."
Maybe. I don't often dine out, except in college. Perhaps when the weather improves. The Sawyers don't like my venturing out on cold nights."
Emma said, "We hope you'll come to the wedding, Papa. It will be in the spring, probably May, in the college chapel. I'll let you know as soon as we have a date."
"Certainly I'll come, if I'm well enough. I regard it as my duty. I gather by referring to the Book of Common Prayer, not my customary reading, that I shall be expected to take some non-verbal and ill-defined part in the proceedings. That certainly was the case with my own father-in-law at our wedding, also in the college chapel. He rushed your poor mother up the aisle as if afraid that I might change my mind if kept waiting. Should my participation be required, I hope to do better. But perhaps you will reject the idea of a daughter being formally handed over to the possession of another. I expect you are anxious to be on your way, Commander. Mrs. Sawyer said that she might arrive this morning with some things I need. She will be sorry to have missed you."
At the door, Emma moved up to her father and kissed him on both cheeks. Suddenly he clutched her, and Dalgliesh saw his knuckles whiten. The grasp was so strong that it looked as if the old man needed support. In the seconds when they were clasped together, Dalglish's mobile phone rang. Not in any previous summons had its low but distinctive peal seemed more inappropriate. Releasing his hold on Emma, her father said irritably, "I have a particular abhorrence of mobile telephones. Couldn't you have switched that thing off?" "Not this one, sir. Will you excuse me?" He moved towards the kitchen. The Professor called, "You had better close the door. As you've probably discovered, my hearing is still acute." Geoffrey Harkness, Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, was experienced in conveying information concisely and in terms designed to inhibit question or discussion. Now, within 6 months of retirement, he relied on well-tested stratagems for ensuring that his professional life moved gently to its final celebrations without major disruption, public embarrassment, or disaster. Dalgliesh knew that Harkness had his retirement job as security advisor to a large international corporation comfortably settled, and at 3 times his present salary. Good luck to him. Between him and Dalgliesh there was respect, sometimes grudging on Harkness's part,
but not friendship. His voice now sounded as it often did, abrupt, impatient, but with its urgency controlled.
"A case for the squad, Adam. The address is Cheverell Manor in Dorset, some 10 miles west of Poole. It's run by a surgeon, George Chandler-Powell, as something between a clinic and a nursing home. Anyway, he operates on rich patients who want cosmetic surgery. One of them is dead, a Rhoda Gradwyn, apparently strangled."
Dalgliesh asked the obvious question. It wasn't the first time he had had to ask it, and it was never well received. Why the squad? Can't the local force take it on?
"They could take it on, but we've been asked for you. Don't ask me why. It's come from number 10, not here. Look, Adam, you know how things are between us and Downing Street at present. It's not the time to start making difficulties. The squad was set up to investigate cases of particular sensitivity, and number 10 takes the view that this case falls into that category. The Chief Constable, Raymond Whitestaff, I think you know him, is reasonably happy about it, and he'll provide the soccos and the photographer, if you're happy with that. It will save time and money. It hardly warrants a helicopter, but it's urgent, of course."
It always is. What about the pathologist? I'd like Kynaston.
"He's already on a case, but Edith Glenister is free. You had her for the Coombe Island murder, remember?"
I'm hardly likely to forget. I suppose the force can provide the incident room and some backup.
"They've got a cottage free some 100 yards or so from the manor. It used to be the house of the village constable, but they didn't replace him when he retired, and at present it's empty, awaiting sale. There's a B&B further down the road, so I suppose Miskin and Benton Smith can make themselves comfortable there. There'll be Chief Inspector Keith Whetstone from the local force to meet you at the scene. They're not removing the body until you and Doc Glenister arrive. Do you want me to do anything more this end?"
Dalgliesh said, "No. I'll get on to Inspector Miskin and Sergeant Benton Smith. But it will save time if someone could speak to my secretary. There are meetings on Monday which I'll have to miss, and Tuesdays had better be cancelled. After that, I'll be in touch." Harkness said,
"Right, I'll see to it. Good luck,"
and replaced the receiver. He returned to the library. Professor Lavenham said, "Not bad news, I hope. Your parents are well?" "Both have died, sir." "That was an official call. I'm afraid that I shall have to leave urgently." "Then I mustn't keep you." They were being hastened to the door with what seemed unnecessary speed. Dalgliesh feared that the professor might comment that to lose one parent may be regarded as a misfortune, but to lose both looked very like carelessness, but it was apparent that there were some remarks that even his future father-in-law balked at. They walked swiftly to the car. Dalgliesh knew that Emma, whatever her plans, wouldn't expect him to go out of his way to drop her. He needed to get to his office without a minute's delay. He didn't need to express his disappointment. Emma understood both its depth and its inevitability. As they walked together, he asked about her plans for the next 2 days. Would she stay in London or return to Cambridge? "Clara and Annie have said that if our plans come unstuck, they'd love me to stay for the weekend. I'll give them a ring." Clara was Emma's best friend, and Dalgliesh understood what she valued in her: honesty, intelligence, and a sturdy common sense. He had met Clara, and now they were at ease with each other, but the early days of his love for Emma hadn't been easy. Clara had made it plain that she considered him too old, too absorbed in his job and his poetry to make a serious commitment to any woman, and simply not good enough for Emma. Dalgliesh agreed with the last indictment, a self-incrimination which didn't make it any more agreeable to hear it from another, particularly not from Clara. Emma must lose nothing by her love for him. Clara and Emma had known each other from their schooldays, had gone in the same year to the same Cambridge college, and though subsequently taking very different paths, had never lost touch. It was on the face of it a surprising friendship, commonly explained by the attraction of opposites. Emma, heterosexual with her disturbing heart-stirring beauty, which Dalgliesh knew could be more a burden than the envied and unmixed blessing of popular imagination. Clara, short with a round, cheerful face, bright-eyed behind large spectacles, and with the stumpy walk of a ploughman. That she was attractive to men was to Dalgliesh one more example of the mystery of sexual appeal. He had sometimes wondered whether Clara's first response to him had been activated by jealousy or regret. Both seemed unlikely. Clara was so obviously happy with her partner the frail, gentle-faced Annie, who, Dalgliesh suspected, was tougher than she looked. It was Annie who made their Putney flat a place where no one entered without, in Jane Austen's words, the sanguine expectation of happiness. After achieving a first in mathematics, Clara had begun working in the city, where she was a highly successful fund manager. Colleagues came and went, but Clara was retained. Emma had told him that she planned to leave the job in 3 years' time, when she and Annie would use the considerable capital accrued to begin a very different life. In the meantime, much of what she earned was spent on good causes, close to Annie's heart. 3 months earlier, Emma and he had attended the ceremony of Clara and Annie's civil partnership, a quietly satisfying celebration at which only Clara's parents, Annie's widowed father, and a few close friends had been guests. Afterwards there had been a lunch cooked by Annie in the flat. After the second course was finished, Clara and Dalgliesh together carried plates into the kitchen to bring in the pudding. It was then she had turned to him, with a resolution which suggested that she had been waiting for this opportunity. "It must seem perverse in us to tie a legal knot when you heteros are scrambling in thousands to divorce, or living together without benefit of marriage. We were perfectly happy as we were, but we needed to ensure that each is the other's recognised next of kin. If Annie is ever in hospital, I need to be there. And then there's the property. If I die first, it must go untaxed to Annie. I expect she'll spend most of it on lame ducks, but that's up to her. It won't be wasted. Annie is very wise. People think that our partnership lasts because I'm the stronger and Annie needs me. Actually, the reverse is true, and you're one of the rare people who've seen that from the start. Thank you for being with us today." Dalgliesh knew those last gruffly spoken words had been the confirmation of an acceptance which, once given, would be unassailable. He was glad that whatever the unknown faces, problems and challenges that lay ahead for him in the next few days, Emma's weekend would be lively in his imagination, and for her would be happy. Chapter 2. For Detective Inspector Kate Miskin, her flat on the north bank of the Thames, downstream from Wapping, was a celebration of achievement in the only form which, for her, had any hope of permanence, solidified in steel, bricks, and wood. She had known, when first taking possession of the flat, that it was too expensive for her, and the first few years of paying the mortgage had meant sacrifices. She had made them willingly. She had never lost that first excitement of walking through rooms full of light, of waking and falling asleep to the changing but never-ending pulsation of the Thames. Hers was the top-floor corner flat, with 2 balconies giving wide views upstream and to the opposite bank. Except in the worst weather, she could stand silently contemplating the changing moods of the river, the mystic power of T.S. Eliot's brown god, the turbulence of the inrushing tide, the glittering stretch of pale blue under hot summer skies, and after dark the black viscous skin slashed with light. She watched for the familiar vessels as if they were returning friends, the launches of the Port of London Authority and the River Police, the dredgers, the load-laden barges. In the summer, the pleasure boats and the small cruise ships, and most exciting of all, the tall sailing ships, their young crews lining the rails as they moved with majestic slowness upstream, to pass under the great raised arms of Tower Bridge into the Pool of London. The flat could not be more different from those claustrophobic rooms on the 7th floor of Ellison Fairweather Buildings, where she had been brought up by her grandmother. From the smell, the vandalized lifts, the overturned rubbish bins, the screaming voices, the ever-constant awareness of danger. As a small child she had walked frightened and wary-eyed in an urban jungle. Her childhood had been defined for her by the words of her grandmother to a neighbour, overheard when she was 7 and never forgotten. If her ma had to have an illegitimate kid, at least she could have stayed alive to look after it, not dumped it on me. She never knew the father, or if she did she wasn't saying. In adolescence she had taught herself to forgive her grandmother. Tired, overworked, poor, she was coping unaided with a burden she hadn't expected and didn't want. What remained with Kate, and always would, was the knowledge that never to have known either parent was to live life with some essential part of you missing, a hole in the psyche which could never be filled. But she had her flat, a job she loved and was good at, and until 6 months ago there had been Piers Tarrant. They had been so close to love, although neither of them ever spoke the word, but she knew how much he had enhanced her life. He had left the Special Investigation Squad to join the Met's anti-terrorist branch, and although much of his present work was secret, they could relive the old days when they had been colleagues. They used the same language. He understood the ambiguities of policing as no civilian ever could. She had always found him sexually attractive, but, while they were colleagues, knew that an affair would be disastrous. A.D. was intolerant of anything which could damage the effectiveness of the squad, and one, or probably both of them, would have been reallocated. But it seemed to her that the years of working alongside each other, the shared danger, disappointments, exhaustion and successes, even at times the rivalry for A.D.'s approbation, had so bound them together that when they became lovers, it was a natural and happy confirmation of something which had always existed. But 6 months ago she had ended the affair, and she couldn't regret her decision. For her it was insupportable to have a partner who was unfaithful. She had never expected permanence in any relationship. Nothing in her childhood and youth had ever promised that. But what for him had been a bagatelle had for her been betrayal. She had sent him away, and she had heard and seen nothing of him since. Looking back, she told herself that from the start she had been naive. After all, she had known his reputation. The break had happened when at the last moment she had decided to attend Sean McBride's farewell party. It threatened to be the usual boozy affair, and she had long outgrown farewell parties. But she had worked with Sean for a short time when she was a detective constable, and he had been a good boss, helpful, and without the then all-too-common prejudice against female officers. She would put in an appearance to wish him good luck. Fighting her way through the crowd, she had seen Piers at the centre of a raucous group. The blonde who was winding herself round him was so scantily dressed that the men had difficulty in deciding whether to focus on her crotch or her breasts. There had been no doubt of their relationship. This had been a trophy lay, and they were both happy to demonstrate it. He had seen Kate through the gap in the close-packed, jostling crowd. Their eyes had briefly met, but before he had time to break through and approach her, she had left. Early the next morning he had arrived, and the break had been formalized. Much of what they had said was now forgotten, but disconnected snatches still echoed in her mind like a mantra. "Look, Kate, it's unimportant. It didn't mean anything. She doesn't mean anything." "I know. That's what I object to." "You're asking a lot of me, Kate." "I'm not asking anything of you. If that's how you want to live, that's your affair. I'm simply telling you that I don't want to have sex with a man who's sleeping with other women. That may sound unfashionable in a world where a one-night stand means another score on your truncheon, but that's how I am, and I can't change. So for us it's the end. It's a good thing neither of us is in love. We'll be spared the usual tedium of tears and recriminations. I could give her up. And the next one, and the one after that. You haven't begun to understand. I'm not offering sex as a good conduct prize. I don't want explanations, excuses, promises. It's the end." And it had been the end. For 6 months he had disappeared completely from her life. She told herself she was getting used to being without him, but it hadn't been easy. She missed more than the mutual fulfilment of their love-making, the laughter, the drinks in their favourite riverside pubs, the stress-free companionship, the meals in her flat which they cooked together. All had released in her a light-hearted confidence in life which she had never before known. She wanted to talk to him about the future. There was no one else in whom she could confide. The next case might well be her last. It was certain that the Special Investigation Squad wouldn't continue in its present form. Commander Dalgliesh had so far managed to thwart official plans to rationalize the Maverick staffing, define its functions in contemporary jargon devised to obscure rather than illumine, and incorporate the squad in some more orthodox bureaucratic structure. The SIS had survived because of its undoubted success, relative cheapness, not in some eyes a convenient virtue, and because it was headed by one of the country's most distinguished detectives. The rumour mill of the Met ground incessantly, and more often than not produced a kernel of wheat among the chaff. The present rumours had all come to her ears. Dalgliesh, deploring the politicisation of the Met and much else, himself wanted to retire. AD had no intention of retiring, and would shortly take over a special interforce department concerned with detective training. Approaches had been made to him from 2 university departments of criminology. Someone in the city wanted him for an unspecified job at a salary 4 times that at present enjoyed by the Commissioner. Kate and Benton had countered all questions with silence. It had required no self-discipline. They knew nothing, but were confident that when AD had made his choice, they would be among the first to be told. The chief, for whom she had worked since she became a detective sergeant, would be marrying his Emma in a few months. After the years together, he and she would no longer be part of the same team. She would get her promised promotion to Detective Chief Inspector, perhaps within weeks, and could hope to rise even higher. The future might be lonely, but if it were, she had her job, the only one she had ever wanted, the one which had given her all she now possessed. And she knew better than most that there were worse fates than loneliness. The call came at 10:50. She wasn't due in the office until 1:30, and was about to leave the flat to deal with the routine chores which always took hours out of her free half-day. A visit to the supermarket to buy food, a watch that was being mended to collect, some clothes to be taken to the dry cleaners. The call came on her dedicated mobile, and she knew whose voice she would hear. She listened closely. It was, as she had expected, a murder case. The victim, Rhoda Gradwyn, an investigative journalist, found dead in her bed at 7:30, apparently strangled, after an operation at a private clinic in Dorset. He gave the address as Cheverell Manor, Stoke Cheverell. No explanation of why the squad were taking over, but apparently number 10 was involved. They were to travel by car, either hers or Benton's, and the team would aim to arrive together. She said, "Yes, sir, I'll ring Benton now and meet him at his flat. I think we'll take his car. Mine's due for a service. I have my murder bag, and I know he has his." "Right. I need to call in at the yard, Kate, and I'll meet you at Shepherd's Bush. I hope by the time you get there. I'll give you further details as far as I know them when we meet." She ended the call, then rang Benton, and within 20 minutes had changed into the tweed trousers and jacket she wore for a country case. Her grip, with other clothes she might need, was always packed and ready. Swiftly she checked windows and power plugs, and, picking up her murder bag, turned the keys in the 2 security locks, and was on her way. Chapter 3. Kate's call to Sergeant Francis Benton Smith came while he was shopping in the Notting Hill Farmers' Market. His day had been carefully planned, and he was in the excellent spirits of a man who could look forward to a well-earned rest day, which presaged more energetic pleasure than rest. He had promised to cook lunch for his parents in the kitchen of their South Kensington home, would later spend the afternoon in bed with Beverly in his Shepherd's Bush flat, and planned to end a perfect mixture of filial duty and pleasure by taking her to see the new film at the Curzon. The day would also be for him a private celebration of his recent reinstatement as Beverly's boyfriend. The ubiquitous word slightly irritated him, but it seemed inappropriate to describe her as his lover, which to his mind suggested a greater degree of commitment. Beverly was an actor. She insisted that she should not be described as an actress, and was making a career for herself on television. She had from the start made it clear where her priority lay. She liked variety in her boyfriends, but was as intolerant of promiscuity as any fundamentalist preacher. Her sex life was a strictly time-enforced procession of single affairs, few, as she was considerate enough to inform Benton, with any hope of lasting for more than 6 months. Despite the slenderness of her neat, tough little body, she loved food, and he knew that part of his attraction had been the meals, either in carefully chosen restaurants, which he could ill afford, or, as she preferred, cooked by him at home. This lunch, to which she had been invited, was planned in part to remind her what she had been missing. He had met her parents once, and only briefly, and was surprised that this solidly fleshed couple, conventional, well-dressed, and physically unremarkable, should have produced such an exotic child. He loved to look at her. The pale oval face, dark hair cut in a fringe over slightly slanted eyes, which gave her a faintly oriental attraction. She came from a background as privileged as his, and despite her efforts had never succeeded in losing all evidence of a good general education. But the despised bourgeois values and appurtenances had been rejected in the service of her art, and in speech and appearance she had become Abby, the wayward daughter of a publican in a television soap set in a Suffolk village. When they had first come together, her acting prospects had been bright. There were then plans for an affair with a church organist, a pregnancy, and an illegal operation, and general mayhem in the village. But there had been complaints from viewers that this country idyll was beginning to compete with EastEnders, and the rumour now was that Abby was to be redeemed. There was even a suggestion of a faithful marriage and virtuous motherhood. As Beverley complained, it was a disaster. Already her agent was putting out feelers to capitalise on her present notoriety while it lasted. Francis, he was only Benton to his colleagues at the Met, had no doubt that the lunch would be a success. His parents were always curious to learn about the mysterious worlds to which they had no access, and Beverley would be happy to provide a spirited rendering of the latest plot, probably with dialogue. His own appearance was, he felt, as misleading as Beverley's. His father was English, his mother Indian, and he had inherited her beauty, but none of the deep attachment to her country, which she had never lost, and which her husband shared. They had married when she was 18, and he 12 years older. They had been passionately in love, and remained in love, and their annual visits to India were the highlight of their year. Throughout boyhood he had accompanied them, but always with a sense of being an alien, ill at ease, unable to participate in a world to which his father, who seemed happier, more light-hearted in India than in England, readily adapted himself in speech, dress, and food. He had felt, too, from early childhood, that his parents' love was too all-consuming to admit of a third person, even an only child. He knew he was loved, but in the company of his father, a retired headmaster, had always felt more like a promising and valued sixth former than a son. Their benign non-interference was disconcerting. When he was 16, listening to the complaints of a school friend about his parents, the ridiculous rule about coming home before midnight, the warnings about drugs, heavy drinking, AIDS, their insistence that homework should take precedence over pleasure, niggling complaints about hairstyle, clothes, and the state of his room, which after all was supposed to be private, had made Francis feel that his parents' tolerance amounted to an uninterest which was close to emotional neglect. This was not what parenting was supposed to be. His father's response to his choice of career had been one that he suspected had been used before. There are only two important things about one's choice of job: that it should promote the happiness and well-being of others and give satisfaction to you. The police service fulfills the first, and I hope that it will fulfill the second. He had almost had to stop himself from saying, "Thank you, sir." But he knew that he loved his parents, and was sometimes quietly aware that the distancing was not all on their side, and that he saw them too seldom. This lunch was to be some small atonement for neglect. The call came on his dedicated mobile at 10:55, while he was adding to his selection of organic vegetables, and was Kate's voice. "We have a case. The apparent murder of a patient at a private clinic in Stoke Cheverell in Dorset. It's in a manor house." "That makes a change, Ma'am, but why the squad? Why not Dorset Constabulary?" Her voice sounded impatient. This was no time for chattering. "Heaven knows. They're being coy about it as usual, but I gather it's something to do with number 10. I'll give you all the information I have when we're on the way. I suggest we take your car, and Commander Dalgliesh wants us to arrive at the manor at the same time. He'll have his jag. I'll be with you as soon as I can. I'll leave my car in your garage and he'll join us there. I take it you've got your murder kit, and bring your camera. It could be useful. Where are you now?" "At Notting Hill, Ma'am. With luck, I'll be back at the flat in under 10 minutes. "Good. You may as well pick up some sandwiches or wraps and something to drink. AD won't want us to arrive hungry." As Kate rang off, Benton reflected that he already knew that. He had only 2 calls to make, one to his parents and one to Beverly. His mother took the call and, wasting no time, quickly expressed her regrets and rang off. Beverly didn't answer her mobile, which he felt was just as well. He left a simple message that their plans would have to be cancelled and said he would call later. It took him only minutes to buy the sandwiches and drink. Running from the market to Holland Park Avenue, he saw that a number 94 bus was just slowing at the stop, and sprinting, managed to leap in before the doors closed. Already his plans for the day were forgotten, and he was looking ahead to the more demanding task of enhancing his reputation with the squad. It worried him, but only slightly, that this exhilaration, the sense that the immediate future was full of excitement and challenge, depended on an unknown body stiffening in a Dorset manor house, on grief, anguish, and fear. He admitted, and not without a small spasm of conscience, that it would be disappointing to arrive in Dorset to find that, after all, this was only a commonplace murder, and that the perpetrator had already been identified and arrested. It had never yet happened, and he knew that it was unlikely. The squad was never called into a commonplace murder. Standing at the bus doors, he waited impatiently for them to open, then sprinted to his block of flats. Stabbing the lift button, he stood breathless, listening for its descent. It was then that he realized, without in the least caring, that he had left his bag of carefully selected organic vegetables in the bus. Chapter 4. It was 1:30, 6 hours after the finding of the body, but for Dean and Kimberly Bostock, waiting in the kitchen until someone arrived to tell them what to do, the morning seemed unending. This was their domain, the place where they were at home, in control, never harassed, knowing that they were valued, even if the words weren't often spoken, confident in their professional skills, and above all, together. But now they drifted from table to stove like disorganized amateurs, abandoned in an unfamiliar and intimidating environment. Like automata, they had slipped the cords of their cook's aprons over their heads and put on their white caps, but little work had been done. At 9:30, at Miss Cressett's request, Dean had taken croissants, jam and marmalade, and a large jug of coffee into the library, but removing the plates later, found that little had been eaten, although the coffee jug was empty, and the demand for it seemed unending. Sister Holland regularly appeared to bear off another thermos. Dean was beginning to feel that he was imprisoned in his own kitchen. They could sense that the house was locked in an eerie silence. Even the wind had dropped, its dying gusts like despairing sighs. Kim was ashamed of her faint. Mr. Chandler-Powell had been very kind to her, and had said that she wasn't to return to work until she felt ready. But she was glad to be back where she belonged, with Dean in the kitchen. Mr. Chandler-Powell had been grey-faced, and looked much older, and somehow different. He reminded Kim of how her dad had looked when he came home after his operation, as if strength, and something more vital than strength, something that made him uniquely her dad, had drained out of him. Everyone had been kind to her, but she felt that the sympathy had been carefully voiced as if any words could be dangerous. If a murder had happened at home in her village, how different it would have been. The cries of outrage and horror, the comforting arms round her, the whole street pouring into the house to see, hear, and lament, a jumble of voices questioning and speculating. The people at the manor weren't like that. Mr. Chandler-Powell, Mr. Westhall and his sister, and Miss Cressett didn't show their feelings, at least not in public. They must have feelings. Everyone did. Kim knew she cried too easily, but surely they cried sometimes, although it seemed an indecent assumption even to imagine it. Sister Holland's eyes had been red and swollen. Perhaps she had cried. Was it because she had lost a patient? But didn't nurses get used to that? She wished she knew what was happening outside the kitchen, which, despite its size, had become claustrophobic. Dean had told her that Mr. Chandler-Powell had spoken to everyone in the library. He had said that the patient's wing and the lift were out of bounds, but that people should carry on normally as far as possible. The police would want to question everyone, but in the meantime he stressed that they should avoid talking among themselves about Miss Gradwyn's death. But Kim knew that they would be discussing it, not in groups, but in pairs. The Westhalls, who had returned to Stone Cottage, Miss Cressit with Mrs. Frensham, and surely Mr. Chandler-Powell with Sister. Mogg would probably keep silent. He could if it paid him, and she couldn't imagine anyone discussing Miss Gradwyn with Sharon. She and Dean certainly wouldn't if she came into the kitchen. But she and Dean had talked, quietly, as if that could somehow make their words innocuous. And now Kim couldn't resist again going over the same ground.
Suppose the police ask me exactly what happened when I took up Mrs. Skeffington's tea, every single detail. Must I tell them?
Dean was trying to be patient. She heard it in his voice. Kim, we've settled that. Yes, you tell them. If they ask a direct question, we have to answer. And tell the truth. Otherwise we're in trouble. But what happened isn't important. You didn't see anyone or talk to anyone. It can't have anything to do with Miss Gradwyn's death. You could make mischief, and for no good reason. Keep quiet until they ask.
And you're sure about the door?
I'm sure. But if the police start badgering me about it, I'll probably end up being sure of nothing.
Kim said, "It's very quiet, isn't it? I thought someone would be here by now. Ought we to be here by ourselves?"
Dean said, "We were told to get on with our work. The kitchen is where we work, and this is where you belong, here with me." He came over soundlessly and took her into his arms. They stood immobile for a minute, unspeaking, and she was comforted. Releasing her, he said, "Anyway, we ought to think about lunch. It's already 1:30. So far, all anyone has been able to face is coffee and biscuits. They'll want something hot sooner or later. They won't fancy the casserole." The beef casserole had been made the previous day, and was ready to reheat in the bottom oven of the Aga. Enough had been made for the whole household, and for Mogg when he came in from working in the garden. But now even the rich smell of it would make her sick. Dean said, "No, they won't want anything heavy. I could make pea soup. We've got that stock from the ham bone, and then perhaps sandwiches, eggs, cheese." His voice faded. Kim said,
"But I don't think Mogg has gone for the fresh bread. Mr. Chandler-Powell said that we ought to stay here."
"We could make some soda bread. That's always popular."
"What about the police? Will we have to feed them? You said you didn't feed Chief Inspector Whetstone when he arrived, except for coffee. But this new lot are coming from London. They'll have had a long drive."
"I don't know. I'll have to ask Mr. Chandler-Powell." And then Kim remembered. How odd she thought that she had forgotten. She said,
"It was today we were going to tell him about the baby, after Mrs. Skeffington's operation. Now they know, and they don't seem worried. Miss Cressit says there's plenty of room in the manor for a baby."
Kim thought she detected a small note of impatience, even of subdued satisfaction in Dean's voice. He said, "It's no good deciding whether we want to stay on here with the baby when we don't even know if the clinic can continue. Who'd want to come here now? Would you want to sleep in that room?" Glancing at him, Kim saw his features momentarily harden, as if in resolution. And then the door opened, and they turned to face Mr. Chandler-Powell. Chapter 5. Glancing at his watch, Chandler-Powell saw that it was 1:40. Perhaps he should now have a word with the Bostocks, who were closeted in the kitchen. He needed to check again that Kimberly had fully recovered, and that they were giving thought to food. No one had yet eaten. The 6 hours since the murder was discovered had seemed an eternity, in which small unrelated events were recalled with clarity in a waste of unrecorded time. Sealing the murder room as Chief Inspector Whetstone had instructed, finding the widest roll of sellotape in the recesses of his desk, forgetting to seal the end so that it sprang back and the roll became unusable, Helena taking it from him and coping, at her suggestion initialing the tape to ensure that it wasn't tampered with. He had no awareness of the growing of the light, of utter darkness becoming a grey winter morning, of the occasional gusts of the dying wind, like erratic gunfire. Despite the blips of memory, the confusion of time, he was confident that he had done what was expected of him, coping with Mrs. Skeffington's hysteria, examining Kimberly Bostock, and giving directions for her care, trying to keep everyone calm during the interminable wait until the local police arrived. The smell of hot coffee pervaded the house, seeming to intensify. Why had he ever found it comforting? He wondered if he would ever again smell it without a pang of remembered failure. Familiar faces had become those of strangers. Carved faces like those of patients enduring unexpected pain. Funereal faces, seeming as unnaturally solemn as mourners, composing themselves appropriately for the obsequies of someone little known, unregretted, but taking on in death a terrifying power. Flavia's bloated face, the swollen eyelids, eyes dulled by tears. Yet he hadn't actually seen her cry, and the only words he could remember her speaking had struck him as irritatingly irrelevant. "You did a beautiful job. Now she'll never see it, and she'd waited so long. All that time and skill wasted. Just wasted." They had both lost a patient, the only death which had occurred in his clinic at the manor. Were her tears the tears of frustration or failure? They could hardly, surely, be of grief. And now he would have to deal with the Bostocks. He must face their demands for reassurance, comfort, decisions on matters which would seem irrelevant, but which wouldn't be irrelevant to them. He had said all that was necessary at that meeting at 8:15 in the library. There at least he had taken responsibility. He had set out to be brief, and he had been brief. His voice had been calm, authoritative. They would all have learnt by now of the tragedy that would touch their lives. Miss Rhoda Gradwyn had been found dead in her room at 7:30 this morning. There was some evidence that the death had been unnatural. Well, he thought, that was one way of putting it. The police had been phoned, and a chief inspector from the local constabulary was on his way. Naturally, they would all cooperate with police inquiries. In the meantime, they should stay calm, refrain from gossip or speculation, and get on with their work. What work exactly, he wondered. Mrs. Skeffington's operation had been cancelled. The anaesthetist and theatre staff had been telephoned. Flavia and Helena, between them, had coped with that. And after this brief speech, avoiding questions, he had left the library. But hadn't that exit, all eyes on him, been a histrionic gesture, a deliberate avoidance of responsibility? He remembered standing for a moment outside the door, like a stranger in the house, wondering where to go. And now, seated at the kitchen table with Dean and Kimberly, he was expected to concern himself with pea soup and soda bread. From the moment of entering a room which he seldom had need to visit, he felt as inept as an intruder. What reassurance, what comfort were they expecting from him? The two faces confronting his were those of frightened children, seeking the answer to a question that had nothing to do with bread or soup. Controlling his irritation at their obvious need for firm instructions, he was about to say, "Just do what you think best," when he heard Helena's footsteps. She had come up quietly behind him, and now he heard her voice. "Pea soup is an excellent idea, hot, nourishing and comforting. As you've got the stock, it could be quickly made. Let's keep the food simple, shall we? We don't want it to look like a parish harvest festival. Serve the soda bread warm and with plenty of butter. A cheese board would be a good addition to the cold meats. People should have some protein, but don't overdo it. Make it look appetizing, as you always do. No one will be hungry, but they'll need to eat. And it would be a good idea to put out Kimberly's excellent homemade lemon curd and apricot jam with the bread. People in shock often crave something sweet. And keep the coffee coming, plenty of coffee." Kimberly said, "Will we need to feed the police, Miss Cressit?" "I shouldn't think so. No doubt we'll learn that in time. As you know, Chief Inspector Whetstone won't be undertaking this investigation now. They're sending a special squad from the Metropolitan Police. I imagine they'll have fed on the road. You're being splendid, both of you, as you always are. Life is likely to be disturbed for all of us for some time, but I know you'll cope. If you have any questions, come to me." Reassured, the Bostocks murmured their thanks. Chandler-Powell and Helena moved out together. He said, trying, but without success, to inject his voice with warmth, "Thank you. I should have left the Bostocks to you. And what on earth is soda bread?" "Made with wholemeal flour and without yeast. You've eaten it here often enough. You like it." "At least we've sorted out the next meal. I seem to have spent the morning on trivialities. I wish to God this Commander Dalgliesh and his squad would arrive and get on with the investigation. We've got a distinguished forensic pathologist lounging around until Dalgliesh deigns to arrive. Why can't she get on with her job? And Whetstone's got something better to do than kicking his heels here." Helena said, "And why the Met? The Dorset police are perfectly competent, so why can't Chief Inspector Whetstone take on the investigation? It makes me wonder whether there might not be something secret and important about Rhoda Gradwyn, something we don't know." "There's always been something we don't know about Rhoda Gradwyn." They had passed into the front hall. There was the firm closing of car doors, the sound of voices. Helena said, "You best get to the front door. It sounds as if the squad from the Met has arrived." Chapter 6. It was a good day for a drive into the country, a day on which Dalgliesh would usually take his time exploring byways, and parking from time to time to enjoy gazing at the thrusting trunks of the great trees stripped for winter, the rising boughs, and the dark intricacies of the high twigs patterned against a cloudless sky. Autumn had been prolonged, but now he drove under the dazzling white ball of a winter sun, its frayed rim smudging a blue as clear as on a summer day. Its light would soon fade, but now, under its strong brightness, the fields, low hills, and clusters of trees were sharp-edged and shadowless. Once free of the traffic of London, they made good time, and 2.5 hours later they were in East Dorset. Driving into a lay-by, they stopped briefly to eat their picnic lunch, and Dalgliesh consulted his map. 15 minutes later they came to a crossroads, directing them to Stoke Cheverell, and about a mile past the village a signpost pointing to Cheverell Manor. They drew up in front of 2 wrought-iron gates, and saw beyond them an avenue of beech trees. Inside the gates, an elderly man wrapped in a long overcoat was sitting in what looked like a kitchen chair, reading a newspaper. He folded it carefully, taking his time, then advanced to open the high gates. Dalgliesh wondered whether to get out to help him, but the gates swung open easily enough, and he drove through, Kate and Benton following. The old man closed the gates behind them, then came up to the car. He said, "Miss Cressit don't like cars littering the drive. You'll have to go round the back of the east wing." Dalgliesh said, "We'll do that, but it can wait." The 3 of them pulled their murder bags out of the car. Even the urgency of the moment, the knowledge that a group of people was awaiting him in various stages of anxiety or apprehension, didn't deter Dalgliesh from pausing for a few seconds to look at the house. He knew that it was regarded as one of the loveliest Tudor manor houses in England, and now it was before him in its perfection of form, its confident reconciliation of grace and strength, a house built for certainties, for birth, death, and rites of passage, by men who knew what they believed and what they were doing, a house grounded in history, enduring. There was no grass or garden and no statuary in front of the manor. It presented itself unadorned, its dignity needing no embellishment. He was seeing it at its best. The white morning glare of wintry sunlight had softened, burnishing the trunks of the beech trees, and bathing the stones of the manor in a silvery glow, so that for a moment in the stillness it seemed to quiver and become as insubstantial as a vision. The daylight would soon fade. It was the month of the winter solstice. Dusk would fall, and night would follow quickly. He and the team would be investigating a deed of darkness in the blackness of midwinter. For someone who loved the light, this imposed a disadvantage which was as much psychological as practical. As he and the team moved forward, the door of the great porch opened and a man came out to them. He seemed for a moment uncertain whether to salute, then held out his hand and said, "Chief Inspector Keith Whetstone, you made good time, sir. The chief said you'd be wanting soccos. We've only got a couple available at present, but they should be here within 40 minutes. The photographer's on his way." There could, thought Dalgliesh, be no doubt that Whetstone was a policeman, either that or a soldier. He was heavily built, but held himself upright. He had a plain but agreeable face, ruddy-cheeked, his eyes steady and watchful, under hair the colour of old straw, cut en brosse, and neatly shaped round over-large ears. He was dressed in country tweeds, and wearing a greatcoat. The introductions made, he said, "Have you any knowledge why the Met are taking the case, sir?" "None, I'm afraid. I take it you were surprised when the AC phoned." "I know the Chief Constable thought it a bit odd, but we're not looking for work. You'll have heard about those arrests on the coast. We've got the Customs and Excise boys crawling all over us. The Yard said you could do with a DC. I'm leaving Malcolm Warren. He's a bit on the quiet side, but bright enough, and he knows when to keep his mouth shut." Dalgliesh said, "Quiet, reliable, and discreet. I've no quarrel with that. Where is he now?" "Outside the bedroom, guarding the body. The household, well, the 6 most important members, I suppose, are waiting in the great hall. That's Mr. George Chandler-Powell, who owns the place, his assistant, Mr. Marcus Westall. He's a surgeon, so they call him Mr. His sister, Miss Candace Westall, Flavia Holland, the sister in charge, Miss Helena Cressit, who's a kind of housekeeper, secretary, and general administrator, as far as I can make out, and Miss Letitia Frensham, who does the accounts." "An impressive feat of memory, Chief Inspector." "Not really, sir. Mr. Chandler-Powell's a newcomer, but most people hereabouts know who's at the manor." "Has Dr. Glenister arrived?" "An hour ago, sir. She's had tea and done a tour of the garden. Had a word with Mogg, he's by way of being the gardener, to tell him he's over-pruned the viburnum. And now she's in the hall, unless she's gone for another walk. A lady very fond of outdoor exercise, I'd say." "Well, it makes a change from the smell of corpses." Dalgliesh asked, "When did you get here?" 20 minutes after receiving the phone call from Mr. Chandler-Powell. I was getting set to act as Chief Investigating Officer when the Chief Constable rang to tell me that the Yard were taking over." "Any thoughts, Inspector?" Dalglish's question was partly prompted by courtesy. This wasn't his patch. Time might or might not disclose why the Home Office had taken a hand, but Whetstone's apparent acceptance of the department's involvement didn't mean that he liked it. "I'd say it's an inside job, sir. If it is, you've got a limited number of suspects, which in my experience doesn't make the case any easier to crack. Not if they've all got their wits about them, which I reckon most of these will have." They were approaching the porch. The door opened as if someone had been watching to time exactly the moment of arrival. There could be no doubt about the identity of the man who moved to one side as they entered. He was grave-faced, and with the strained pallor of a man in shock, but had lost none of his authority. This was his house, and he was in control both of it and of himself. Without holding out a hand or gazing at Dalglish's subordinates, he said, "George Chandler-Powell. The rest of the party are in the great hall." They followed him through the porch, and to a door to the left of the square entrance hall. Surprisingly, the heavy oak door was shut, and Chandler-Powell opened it. Dalgliesh wondered whether he had intended this first sight of the hall to be so dramatic. He experienced an extraordinary moment in which architecture, colours, shape and sounds, the soaring roof, the great tapestry on the right-hand wall, the vase of winter foliage on an oak table to the left of the door, the row of portraits in their gilt frames, some objects clearly seen even in a first glance, others perhaps dredged from some childish memory or fantasy, seemed to fuse into a living picture which immediately impregnated his mind. The 5 people who were waiting on each side of the fire, their faces turned towards him, looked like a tableau, cunningly arranged to give the room its identity and humanity. There was a minute, oddly embarrassing because it seemed an inappropriate formality, in which Dalgliesh and Chandler-Powell quickly made their introductions. Chandler-Powell's were hardly necessary. The only other male had to be Marcus Westall. The pale-faced woman with the distinctive features, Helena Cressit. The shorter, dark woman, and the only one whose face bore signs of possible tears, Sister Flavia Holland. The tall, elderly woman standing on the fringe of the group seemed to have been overlooked by Chandler-Powell. Now she came quietly forward, shook Dalglish's hand, and said, "Letitia Frensham, I do the accounts." Chandler-Powell said, "I understand you already know Dr. Glenister." Dalgliesh went over to her chair, and they shook hands. She was the only person still seated, and it was apparent from the tea service on a table beside her that she had been served tea. She wore the same clothes as he remembered from their last meeting, trousers tucked into leather boots, and a tweed jacket which looked too heavy for her diminutive frame. A wide-brimmed hat, which she invariably wore at a rakish angle, now rested on the arm of the chair. Without it, her head, the scalp half visible through the short white hair, looked as vulnerable as a child's. Her features were delicate, and her skin so pale that occasionally she looked like a woman gravely ill. But she was extraordinarily tough, and her eyes, so dark they were almost black, were the eyes of a much younger woman. Dalgliesh would have preferred, as he always did, his long-standing colleague, Dr. Kynaston, but he was glad enough to see someone he liked and respected, and with whom he had worked before. Dr. Glenister was one of the most highly regarded forensic pathologists in Europe, an author of distinguished textbooks on the subject, and a formidable expert witness in court. But her presence was an unwelcome reminder of Number 10's interest. The distinguished Dr. Glenister tended to be called in when the government was involved. Getting to her feet with the ease of a young woman, she said, "Commander Dalgliesh and I are old colleagues. Well, shall we get started? Mr. Chandler-Powell, I'd like you to come up, if Commander Dalgliesh has no objections." Dalgliesh said, "None." He was probably the only police officer whom Dr. Glenister would invite to concur in any decision of hers. He recognized the problem. There were medical details which only Chandler-Powell could provide, but there were things she and Dalgliesh might want to say which it would be unwise to discuss over the body, with Chandler-Powell present. Chandler-Powell had to be a suspect. Dr. Glenister knew it, and so, no doubt, did Chandler-Powell. They crossed the square entrance hall and climbed the staircase, Chandler-Powell and Dr. Glenister leading. Their feet sounded unnaturally loud on the uncarpeted wood. The stairs led to a landing. The door to the right was open, and Dalgliesh could glimpse a long, low room with an intricate ceiling. Chandler-Powell said, "The long gallery. Sir Walter Raleigh danced there when he visited the manor. Apart from the furnishings, it's still as it was then." No one commented. A second and shorter flight of stairs led to a door which opened onto a carpeted passage with rooms facing west and east. Chandler-Powell said, "The patient's accommodation is on this corridor. Suites with sitting room, bedroom and shower. Immediately underneath, the long gallery has been furnished as a joint sitting room. Most patients prefer to stay in their suite, or occasionally to use the library on the ground floor. Sister Holland's rooms are the first, facing west, opposite the lift." There was no need to point out which room Rhoda Gradwyn had occupied. A uniformed police officer, seated at the door, sprang up smartly as they appeared, and saluted. Dalgliesh said, "You're Detective Constable Warren." "Yes, sir." "How long have you been on guard?" "Since Inspector Whetstone and I arrived, sir. That was at 8:05. The tape was already in place." Chandler-Powell said, "I was instructed to seal the door by Inspector Whetstone." Dalgliesh peeled the adhesive tape away, and he entered the sitting room with Kate and Benton following. There was a strong smell of vomit, strangely at odds with the formality of the room. The door to the bedroom was to the left. It was closed, and Chandler-Powell pushed it gently open against the impediment of a fallen tray, the cups broken and the teapot, its lid detached, lying on its side. The bedroom was in darkness, lit only by the daylight streaming in from the sitting room. The dark stain of tea splattered the carpet. Chandler-Powell said, I left things exactly as I found them. No one has entered this room since Sister and I left it. I suppose this mess can be cleared up once the body has been moved. Dalgliesh said, "Not until the scene has been searched." The room was not unduly small, but with 5 people it suddenly seemed crowded. It was a little smaller than the sitting room, but furnished with an elegance which intensified the dark horror of what lay on the bed. With Kate and Benton at the rear, they approached the body. Dalgliesh switched on the light at the door and then turned to the bedside lamp. He saw that the bulb was missing, and that the cord with its red call button had been looped high above the bed. They stood by the body in silence, Chandler-Powell keeping a little distant, aware that he might be there under sufferance. The bed faced the window, which was closed, and with the curtains drawn. Rhoda Gradwyn was lying on her back. Her 2 arms, the hands clenched, were raised awkwardly above her head, as if in a gesture of theatrical surprise. The dark hair splayed over the pillow. The left side of her face was covered by a taped surgical dressing, but what flesh could be seen was a bright cherry red. The right eye, filmed in death, was fully open. The left, partly obscured by the thick dressing, was half closed, giving the body a bizarre and unnerving look of a corpse peering balefully from an eye not yet dead. The sheet covered her body up to the shoulders, as if her killer were deliberately exposing his handiwork, framed by the 2 narrow straps of her white linen nightdress. The cause of death was evident. She had been throttled by a human hand. Dalgliesh knew that speculative gazes fixed on a corpse, his own among them, were different from the gazes fixed on living flesh. Even for a professional inured to the sight of violent death, there would always be a vestige of pity, anger, or horror. The best pathologists and police officers, standing where they stood now, never lost respect for the dead, a respect born of shared emotions, however temporary, the unspoken recognition of a common humanity, a common end. But all humanity, all personality was extinguished with the last breath. The body, already subject to the inexorable process of decay, had been demoted to an exhibit, to be treated with a serious professional concern, a focus for emotions it could no longer share, no more be troubled by. Now the only physical communication was with gloved, exploring hands, probes, thermometers, scalpels, wielded on a body laid open like the carcass of an animal. This was not the most horrific corpse he had seen in his years as a detective, but now it seemed to hold a career's accumulation of pity, anger, and impotence. He thought, perhaps I've had enough of murder. The room in which she lay, like the sitting room through which they had passed, despite its comfort, was too carefully furnished, achieving an organized perfection which for him was unwelcoming and impersonal. The objects he had glimpsed as he passed through the sitting room to her bedside arranged themselves in his memory. The Georgian writing desk, the 2 modern easy chairs, before a stone grate fitted with an electric heater, the mahogany bookcase and bureau arranged to their advantage. And yet they were rooms in which he would never have felt at home. They reminded him of a country house hotel, once, and only once, visited, where the overcharged guests were subtly made to feel socially inferior in their taste to that of the owners. No imperfections were allowed. He wondered who had arranged the rooms. Presumably Miss Cressit. If so, she was trying to convey that this part of the manor was merely a short-stay hotel. Visitors were here to be impressed, but not to take over even temporary possession. Rhoda Gradwyn may have felt differently, may even have been at home here, but the room, for her, had not been tainted by the noxious contamination of murder. Turning to Chandler-Powell, Dr. Glenister said, "You had, of course, seen her the evening before?" "Naturally. And this is how you found her this morning?" "Yes. When I saw her throat, I knew that there was nothing I could do, that there was no possibility that this was a natural death. It hardly needs a consultant forensic pathologist to diagnose how she died. She's been throttled. What you see now is exactly what I saw when I first approached the bed." Dalgliesh asked, "Were you alone?" "I was alone at the bedside. Sister Holland was in the sitting room, coping with Kimberly Bostock, the assistant cook, who had brought up the early morning tea. When she saw the body, Sister pressed the red call button in the sitting room several times, so I knew that there was some kind of emergency. As you'll see, the one by the bed has been looped out of reach. Very wisely, Sister Holland didn't touch it. She has assured me that it was lying as usual on the bedside table when she settled the patient for the night. I thought that probably the patient had panicked or was ill, and I expected to find Sister here, also responding to the call. We shut both doors, and I carried Kimberly down to her own apartment. I called her husband to stay with her, and immediately telephoned the local police. Chief Inspector Whetstone instructed me about sealing the room, and was here in charge until you arrived. I had already arranged for this corridor and the lift to be out of bounds. Dr. Glenister had been bending over the body, but without touching it. Now she straightened herself and said, "She was strangled by a right-handed grip, the hand probably in a smooth glove. There is bruising by the right-hand fingers and thumb, but no nail scratches. I'll know more when I have her on the table." She turned to Chandler-Powell. "There's one question, please. Did you prescribe any sedatives for her yesterday night?" "I offered her temazepam, but she said she didn't need it. She had come out of the anaesthetic well, had had a light supper, and was now feeling drowsy. She thought she'd have no difficulty in sleeping. Sister Holland was the last person to see her, apart, of course, from her murderer. And all she asked for was a glass of hot milk, laced with brandy. Sister Holland waited while she drank, and then removed the glass. It has, of course, now been washed." Dr. Glenister said, "I think the lab will find it useful if they could have a list of all the sedatives that you keep in the dispensary here, or any drugs to which a patient could have had access or been given. Thank you, Mr. Chandler-Powell." Dalgliesh said, "It would be helpful to have a preliminary talk with you alone, perhaps in 10 minutes' time. I need to get an idea of the layout here, and the number and function of the staff, and how Miss Gradwyn came to be your patient." Chandler-Powell said, "I'll be in the general office. It's inside the porch, opposite the great hall. I'll look out a plan of the manor for you." They waited until they heard his footsteps in the next room, and the closing of the corridor door. Now Dr. Glenister took her surgical gloves from the Gladstone bag, and gently touched Gradwyn's face, then her neck and arms. The forensic pathologist had been a notable teacher, and Dalgliesh knew from experience of working with her that she could seldom resist the opportunity to instruct the young. She said to Benton, "No doubt you know all about rigor mortis, Sergeant?" "No, Ma'am. I know it begins in the eyelids about 3 hours after death, then spreads down through the face and neck to the thorax, and finally the trunk and lower extremities. The stiffening is generally complete in about 12 hours, and begins to wear off in reverse order after about 36 hours. And do you think that rigor mortis is a reliable assessment of the time of death?" "Not entirely reliable, Ma'am." "Not reliable at all. It can be complicated by the temperature of the room, the muscular condition of the subject, the cause of death, and by some conditions which may simulate rigor mortis, but are different. That includes bodies exposed to great heat, and a cadaveric spasm. You know what that is, Sergeant?" "Yes, Ma'am. It can occur at the instant of death. The muscles of the hand tighten so that anything the dead person may have been clutching is difficult to extract. The assessment of an accurate time of death is one of the most important responsibilities of a medical examiner, and one of the most difficult. One development is the analysis of the amount of potassium in the fluid of the eye. Here I shall know more precisely when I've taken the rectal temperature and done the post-mortem. In the meantime, I can give you a preliminary assessment based on the hypostasis. You know what that is, I'm sure." "Yes, Ma'am. Post-mortem lividity, which we see here probably at its height. Based on that, and the present development of rigor mortis, my preliminary estimate would be that she died between 11 p.m. and 12:30 a.m., probably closer to the first. I'm relieved, Sergeant, that you're not likely to become one of those investigative officers who expect the forensic pathologists to provide an accurate estimate within minutes of viewing the body." The words were a dismissal. It was then that the telephone on the bedside table rang. The bell was strident and unexpected, the insistent peal seeming a macabre invasion of the privacy of the dead. For a few seconds no one moved, except Dr. Glenister, who went calmly over to her Gladstone bag as if she were stone deaf. Dalgliesh picked up the receiver. It was Whetstone's voice.
"The photographer has arrived, and the 2 soccos are on their way, sir. If I could just hand over to one of your team, I'll be on my way."
Dalgliesh said, "Thank you, I'll be down." He had seen all he needed to at the bedside. He wasn't sorry to be spared Dr. Glenister's examination of the body. He said, "The photographer has arrived. I can send him up if that's convenient for you." Dr. Glenister said, "I shan't need more than another 10 minutes. Then yes, send him up. I'll phone for the mortuary van as soon as he's done. No doubt the people here will be glad to see the body leave, and then we can have a word before I go." Kate had been silent throughout. As they walked down the stairs, Dalgliesh said to Benton, "Cope with the photographer and soccos, will you, Benton? They can get started after the body has been removed. We'll take prints later, but I'm not hopeful of getting anything significant. Probably any one of the staff here could legitimately have entered the room at some time or other. Kate, will you come with me to the general office? Chandler-Powell should have the name of Rhoda Gradwyn's next of kin, possibly also her solicitor. Someone will have to break the news, and that will probably be best done by the local police, whoever they are. And we need to know a great deal more about this place, the layout, what staff Chandler-Powell has, and when they're here. Whoever throttled her could have been using surgical gloves. Most people know that you can get prints from the inside of latex gloves, so they'll probably have been destroyed. And the soccos need to pay attention to the lift. And now, Kate, we'll see what Mr. Chandler-Powell has to say to us." Chapter 7. In the office, Chandler-Powell was seated at the desk with 2 maps spread out before him, one of the house in relation to the village, and a plan of the manor. He got up as they entered and moved round the desk. Together they bent over the plans. He said, "The patient's wing, which you've just visited, is here on the west, together with Sister Holland's bedroom and sitting room. The centre part of the house comprises the entrance hall, the great hall, the library, and the dining room, and a flat for the cook and his wife, Dean and Kimberly Bostock, next to the kitchen, which overlooks the knot garden. The domestic helper, Sharon Bateman, has a bed-sitting room above their floor. My rooms and the flat occupied by Miss Cressit are in the east wing, as is Mrs. Frencham's sitting room and bedroom, and 2 guest rooms, now unoccupied. I've made a list of the non-resident staff. Apart from the staff you've met, I employ an anaesthetist and additional nursing staff for the theatre. Some come in by bus early on operating mornings, others drive. None stay here overnight. A part-time nurse, Ruth Fraser, shared responsibility with Sister Holland until 9:30, when she went off duty." Dalgliesh asked, "The elderly man who opened the gate for us, is he here full-time?" "That's Tom Mogworthy. I inherited him after I bought the manor. He'd worked as a gardener here for 30 years. He comes from an old Dorset family, and regards himself as an expert on the history, traditions, and folklore of the county. The bloodier the better. Actually, his father moved to London's East End before Mog was born, and he was 30 before he returned to what he sees as his roots. In some ways he's more of a Cockney than a countryman. As far as I know, he's displayed no murderous tendencies, and if one discounts headless horsemen, witches' curses, and the ghostly armies of marching royalists, he's truthful and reliable. He lives with his sister in the village. Marcus Westall and his sister occupy Stone Cottage, which is part of the manor estate." Dalgliesh said, "And Rhoda Gradwyn, how did she come to be a patient?" "I first saw her in Harley Street on the 21st of November. She wasn't referred by her GP, as is general, but I had a word with him. She came for the removal of a deep scar on her left cheek. I saw her once at St. Angela's Hospital, where she underwent tests, and briefly when she arrived on Thursday afternoon. She was also here on the 27th of November for a preliminary visit, and stayed for 2 nights, but we didn't meet on that occasion. I'd never met her before she came to Harley Street. and have no idea why she chose the manor. I assumed she had checked on the reputation of cosmetic surgeons and, given a choice of London or Dorset, chose the manor because she wanted privacy. I know nothing about her, except her reputation as a journalist, and of course her medical history. At our first interview, I found her very calm, very straightforward, very clear about what she wanted. One thing was interesting. I asked her why she had waited so long to get rid of the disfigurement, and why now. She replied, "Because I no longer have need of it." There was a silence. Then Dalgliesh said, "I have to ask you this. Have you any idea who was responsible for Miss Gradwyn's death? If you have suspicions, or if there is anything I should know, please tell me now." "So you're assuming that this is what you no doubt call an inside job?" "I'm assuming nothing. But Rhoda Gradwyn was your patient, killed in your house. But not by one of my staff. I don't employ homicidal maniacs." Dalgliesh said, "I doubt very much whether this is the work of a maniac, nor am I assuming that a member of your staff was responsible." He went on, "Would Miss Gradwyn have been physically capable of leaving her room and taking the lift to the ground floor to unlock the door of the west wing?" Chandler-Powell said, "It would be perfectly possible after she had fully regained consciousness. But as she was constantly monitored while she was in the recovery room, and initially visited every half hour after she was wheeled back to her suite at 4:30, the only possibility would have been after 10 o'clock, when she had been settled for the night. Then, in my view, she would have been physically capable of leaving her suite, although there would, of course, have been a possibility that someone would have seen her, and she would have needed a set of keys. She couldn't have taken a set from the key cupboard in the office without setting off the alarm. This map of the manor shows how the system works. The front door, the great hall, library, dining room, and office are all protected, but not the west wing, where we rely on bolts and keys. I am responsible at night for setting the alarm, mispress it when I'm not here. I bolt the west door at 11 unless I know someone is out. Last night I bolted it at 11 as usual." "Was Miss Gradwyn given a set of keys to the west door when she arrived for her preliminary visit?" "Certainly. All patients are. Miss Gradwyn inadvertently took her keys with her when she left. It does happen. She returned them with apologies within 2 days." "And on this visit?" "She arrived on Thursday after dark and said she had no wish to go into the garden. In the normal course of events she would have been given the keys this morning." "And you keep a check on them?" "A reasonable check. There are 6 suites for patients and 6 numbered keys with 2 spares. I can't vouch for every set. Patients, particularly long-stay patients, have freedom to come and go. I'm not running a psychiatric hospital. The west door is the one they use. And of course all members of the household have keys to the front and west doors. These are all accounted for, as are the patients' keys. They're in the key cupboard." The keys were in a small mahogany cupboard fitted to the wall beside the fireplace. Dalgliesh checked that all 6 numbered sets were there, with 2 spares. Chandler-Powell didn't question what possible reason Rhoda Gradwyn could have had for arranging an assignation when post-operative, nor the many objections to any theory based on this unlikely hypothesis, and nor did Dalgliesh pursue the matter. But it had been important to ask the question. Chandler-Powell said, "From what Dr. Glenister said at the scene, and what I myself observed, no doubt you will be interested in the surgical gloves we keep here. The ones for use while operating are kept in the surgical supplies room in the operating suite, which is kept locked. Latex gloves are also used by nursing and household staff when necessary, and this supplies in the housemaid's cupboard on the ground floor next to the kitchen. The gloves are bought by the box, and 1 box is open, but none of the gloves, either there or in the operating suite, are checked. They're disposable items, used as necessary and thrown away." Kate thought, so anyone at the manor would know that there were gloves in the housemaid's cupboard. But no outsider would, unless told in advance. There was no evidence at present that surgical gloves had been used, but they would be the obvious choice for anyone in the know. Chandler-Powell began folding the map and the plan of the manor. He said, I have Miss Gradwyn's personal file here. There is information which you may need, and which I've already given to Chief Inspector Whetstone. The name and address of her mother, whom she gave as next of kin, and of her solicitor. And there's one other patient who spent the night here, who I think may be helpful, Mrs. Laura Skeffington. At her request, I fitted her in for a minor procedure today, although I'm running down the clinic for the long Christmas break. She was in the room next to Miss Gradwyn, and claims she saw lights in the grounds during the night. Not unnaturally, she's anxious to leave, so it would be helpful if you or one of your team could see her first. She has already returned her keys. Dalgliesh was tempted to say that this information could well have been given earlier. He said, "Where is Mrs. Skeffington now?" "In the library with Mrs. Frensham. I thought it wise not to leave Mrs. Skeffington alone. She's frightened and shocked. That's to be expected. Obviously she couldn't stay in her room. And I thought you wouldn't want anyone on the guest landing, so I put the corridor and lift out of bounds as soon as I was called to the body. Later, on Chief Inspector Whetstone's telephoned instructions, I sealed the room. Mrs. Frensham has helped Mrs. Skeffington to pack, and she has her suitcases with her ready to leave. It can't be too soon for her, or indeed for us." Kate thought, so he took care to preserve the scene of crime as far as possible, even before he rang the local police. Thoughtful of him. Or is he demonstrating his willingness to cooperate? Either way, it was sensible to keep the landing and the lift sacrosanct, but hardly crucial. People, patients and staff must use them daily. If this is an inside job, we shan't get much help from prints. The group passed into the great hall. Dalgliesh said, "I should like to see everyone together. That is, all those who had any contact with Miss Gradwyn from the time she arrived, and who were in the house yesterday from 4:30 when she was taken back to her room, including Mr. Mogworthy. There will be individual interviews later in the old police cottage. I shall try to interrupt people's routine as little as possible, but some disruption is inevitable." Chandler-Powell said, "You'll need a reasonably large room. When Mrs. Skeffington has been interviewed and has left, the library will be free, if that will be convenient. The library can also be made available to you and your officers for any individual interviews." Dalgliesh said, "Thank you. That will be convenient for both parties. But first I need to see Mrs. Skeffington." As they left the office, Chandler-Powell said, "I'm arranging for a team of private security men to ensure that we don't get bothered by the media or a crowd of rubbernecking locals. You have no objection to that, I presume?" "None, as long as they stay outside the gate and don't interfere with my investigation. It will be for me to decide whether or not they do." Chandler-Powell made no reply. Outside the door, Benton joined them, and they made their way to the library and Mrs. Skeffington. Chapter 8. Passing through the great hall, Kate was again jolted into a vivid impression of light, space, and colour. The leaping flames of the wood fire, the chandelier which transformed the dimness of the winter afternoon, the muted but clear colour of the tapestry, gilt frames, richly painted robes, and high above, the dark beams of the soaring roof. Like the rest of the manor, it seemed a place to be visited in wonder, never actually lived in. She could never be happy in such a house, imposing the obligations of the past, a publicly borne burden of responsibility, and thought with satisfaction of that light-filled, sparsely furnished flat high above the Thames. The door to the library, concealed in the oak linen fold, was on the right-hand wall close to the fireplace. Kate doubted whether she would have noticed it if it hadn't been opened by Chandler-Powell. In contrast to the great hall, the room they entered struck her as surprisingly small, comfortable and unpretentious, a book-lined sanctum, guarding its silence as it did the shelves of leather-backed books so closely aligned in height that they looked as if none of them had ever been taken down. As always, she assessed the room with a quick, surreptitious glance. She had never forgotten a rebuke of ADs to a detective sergeant when she had first entered the squad. "We're here by consent, but we're not welcome. It's still their home. Don't gawp at their belongings, Simon, as if you're assessing them for a car boot sale." The shelves, which lined all the walls except the one with the 3 tall windows, were in a lighter wood than the hall, the carving simpler and more elegant. Perhaps the library was a later addition. Above the shelves were ranged marble busts, dehumanized by their sightless eyes into mere icons. No doubt A.D. and Benton would know who they were, would know, too, the approximate date of the wood carving, would feel at home here. She thrust the thought out of her mind. Surely by now she had disciplined a tinge of intellectual inferiority, which she knew was as unnecessary as it was tedious. No one she had ever worked with on the squad had made her feel less intelligent than she knew herself to be, and after their case on Coombe Island, she thought she had put behind her forever this demeaning half-paranoia. Mrs. Skeffington was sitting in a high-backed chair before the fire. She didn't rise, but settled herself more elegantly, the thin legs held side by side. Her face was a pale oval, the skin taut over high cheekbones, the full mouth glossy with scarlet lipstick. Kate thought that if this unlined perfection was the result of Mr. Chandler-Powell's expertise, he had served her well. But her neck, darker, craped, and ringed with the creases of age, and the hands with their purple veins, were not those of a young woman. The hair, glossy black, rose from a peak at the forehead, and fell in straight waves to her shoulders. Her hands were busy with it, twisting it and pushing it back behind her ears. Mrs. Frensham, who had been sitting opposite, got up and stood, hands folded, while Chandler-Powell made the introductions. Kate watched with cynical amusement the expected reaction as Mrs. Skeffington's eyes fixed on Benton, widened into a fleeting but intense look compounded of surprise, interest, and calculation. But it was to Chandler-Powell that she spoke, her voice as resentful as a querulous child. "I thought you'd never arrive. I've been sitting here for hours waiting for someone to come." "But you weren't left alone at any time, were you? I arranged that you shouldn't be." "It was as bad as being alone. Just the one person, Sister, who didn't stay for long, wouldn't talk about what happened. I suppose she was told not to. Nor did Miss Cressit when she took over. And now Mrs. Frensham is saying nothing. It's like being in a morgue or under supervision. The Rolls is outside. I saw it arrive from the window. Robert, our chauffeur, will need to get back, and I can't stay here. It's nothing to do with me. I want to go home." Then, recovering herself with surprising suddenness, she turned to Dalgliesh and held out her hand. "I'm so glad you've come, Commander. Stuart said that you would. He told me not to worry. He'd get the best." There was a silence. Mrs. Skeffington looked momentarily disconcerted, and turned her eyes to George Chandler-Powell. "So that's why we're here," thought Kate. Why the request for the squad had come from number 10. Without turning her head, she couldn't resist a glance at Dalgliesh. No one was better than her chief in concealing anger, but it was there for her to read in the momentary flush across the forehead, the coldness of his eyes, the face briefly hardening into a mask, the almost imperceptible tightening of the muscles. She told herself that Emma had never seen that look. There were still areas of Dalglish's life which she, Kate, shared, which were closed to the woman he loved, and always would be. Emma knew the poet and the lover, but not the detective, not the police officer. His job and hers were prohibited territory to anyone who had not taken the oath, been invested with their dangerous authority. It was she who was the comrade in arms, not the woman who had his heart. You couldn't understand the job of policing if you hadn't done it. She had taught herself not to feel jealousy, to try to rejoice in his triumph, but she couldn't help relishing from time to time this small, ungenerous consolation. Mrs. Frensham murmured a good-bye and left, and Dalgliesh seated himself in the chair she had vacated. He said, "I hope we won't have to detain you too long, Mrs. Skeffington, but there is information I need to have from you. Can you tell us exactly what has happened to you since you arrived here yesterday afternoon?" "You mean from the time I actually got here?" Dalgliesh didn't reply. Mrs. Skeffington said, "But that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, but there's nothing to tell. Nothing happened. Well, nothing out of the ordinary. Not until last night. And I suppose I could have been mistaken. I came to have an operation set for tomorrow. I mean, today. I just happened to be here."
I don't suppose I'll ever come back. It's all been a terrible waste of time."
Her voice trailed off. Dalgliesh said, "If we could take it from the time you arrived. Did you drive from London?"
"I was driven. Robert brought me in the rolls. I've told you he's waiting to take me home. My husband sent him back as soon as I phoned."
"And that was when?"
"As soon as they told me that a patient was dead. I suppose it was about 8 o'clock. There was a great deal of coming and going, footsteps and voices, so I put my head out of the door, and Mr. Chandler-Powell came in and told me what had happened."
"Did you know Rhoda Gradwyn was a patient in the room next door?"
"No, I didn't. I didn't know she was here at all. I didn't see her after I arrived, and no one told me she was here."
"Did you ever meet her before you came?"
"No, of course I didn't. I mean, why would I meet her? Isn't she a journalist or something? Stewart says to keep away from people like that. You tell them things and they always betray you. I mean, it's not as if we're in the same social circle."
"But you knew that someone was in the room next to you?"
"Well, I knew that Kimberly had been in with some supper. I heard the trolley. Of course, I hadn't had anything to eat since a light lunch at home. I couldn't because of the anaesthetic next day. Only now, of course, it doesn't matter."
Dalgliesh said, "Can we get back to the time of your arrival? When was that?"
"Well, it was about 5 o'clock. I was met by Mr. Westall, Sister Holland and Miss Cressit in the hall, and I had tea with them, but nothing to eat. It was too dark to walk in the garden, so I said I'd spend the rest of the day in my suite. I had to be up fairly early, because the anaesthetist would be here, and he and Mr. Chandler-Powell would want to check on me before my operation. So I went to my room and watched television until about 10 o'clock, when I thought I'd go to bed."
"And what happened in the night?"
"Well, I took some time getting to sleep, and it must have been about 11 before I did. But later on I woke, needing to go to the bathroom."
"What time was that?"
"I looked at my watch to check how long I'd been sleeping. It was about 20 to 12. It was then I heard the lift. It's opposite Sister's suite. Well, I expect you've seen it. I just heard the gentle clang of the doors, and then a sort of purring sound as it went down. Before going back to bed, I went to draw back the curtains. I always sleep with the window a little open, and I thought I'd like some air. It was then I saw this light among the Cheverell stones."
"What kind of light, Mrs. Skeffington?"
"A small light, moving among the stones. It could have been a torch, I suppose. It flickered, and then it disappeared. Perhaps whoever was there had switched it off, or pointed it down. I didn't see it again."
She paused. Dalgliesh said, "And then what did you do?"
"Well, I was frightened. I remembered about the witch who was burnt there, and how the stones are said to be haunted. There was some light from the stars, but it was very dark, and I had the sense that there was someone there. Well, there must have been, or I wouldn't have seen the light. I don't believe in ghosts, of course, but it was eerie. Horrible, really. Suddenly I wanted company. I wanted someone to talk to, so I thought of the patient next door. But when I opened the door into the corridor, I realized that I wasn't being, well, considerate, I suppose. After all, it was nearly midnight. She was probably asleep. If I woke her, she'd probably complain to Sister Holland. Sister can be quite strict if you do something she disapproves of."
Kate said, "So you knew it was a woman next door?" Mrs. Skeffington looked at her, Kate thought, as she might have turned her gaze on a recalcitrant housemaid.
"It usually is a woman, isn't it? I mean, this is a clinic for cosmetic surgery. Anyway, I didn't knock on the next door. I decided I'd ring Kimberly for some tea, and read or listen to the radio until I felt tired."
Dalgliesh asked, "And when you looked out into the corridor, did you see anyone or hear anything?"
"No, of course I didn't. I would have said so before now. The corridor was empty and very quiet. Creepy, really. Just the one low light outside the lift."
Dalgliesh asked, "When exactly did you open your door and look out? Can you remember?"
"I suppose about 5 to 12. I couldn't have spent more than 5 minutes at the window. So I rang for tea, and Kimberly brought it up."
"Did you tell her about the light?"
"Yes, I did. I said it was the light flickering in the stones that had frightened me and was keeping me awake. That's why I wanted the tea, and I wanted company. But Kimberly didn't stay long. I suppose she's not allowed to chatter to the patients."
Chandler-Powell suddenly intervened. "You didn't think of waking Sister Holland? You knew her room was on the corridor next to yours. That's why she sleeps on the patient's floor, to be available if a patient needs her."
"She'd probably have thought I was being foolish. And I didn't think I was a patient, not until the operation. It wasn't as if I needed anything, medicine or sleeping pills."
There was a silence. As if realizing for the first time the importance of what she had been saying, Mrs. Skeffington looked from Dalgliesh to Kate.
"Of course, I could have been mistaken about the light. I mean, it was late at night, and I could have been imagining things."
Kate said, "When you went into the corridor with the idea of visiting the patient next door, were you certain then that you'd seen a light?"
"Well, I must have been, mustn't I? I mean, otherwise I wouldn't have gone out like that. But that doesn't mean it really had been there. I hadn't been awake for long, and I suppose looking out on the stones and thinking of the poor woman burnt alive, I could have imagined I was seeing a ghost."
Kate said, "And earlier, when you heard the lift door clang and the lift descending, are you now saying that too could have been imagination?"
"Well, I don't suppose I could have imagined hearing the lift. I mean, someone must have been using it. But they easily could, couldn't they? I mean, anyone wanting to come up to the patient's corridor. Someone visiting Rhoda Gradwyn, for example."
The silence which fell seemed to Kate to last for minutes. Then Dalgliesh said, "Did you at any time last night see or hear anything next door, or anything in the corridor outside your room?"
"No, nothing. I only knew that there was anyone next door because I heard Sister going in. I mean, everyone is kept very confidential at the clinic."
Chandler-Powell said, "Surely Miss Cressid told you when she took you up to your room?"
"She did mention that there was only one other patient in residence, but she didn't tell me where she was or her name. Anyway, I don't see that it matters. And I could have been mistaken about the light. Only I wasn't about the lift. I don't think I could have been mistaken about hearing the lift going down. Perhaps that was what woke me."
She turned to Dalgliesh.
"And now I want to go home. My husband said I wouldn't be bothered, that the best team in the Met would be put on the job and I'd be protected. I don't want to stay in a place where there's a murderer on the loose. And it could have been me. Perhaps it was me he wanted to kill. After all, my husband has enemies. Powerful men always have. And I was next door, alone, helpless. Suppose he'd gone to the wrong room and killed me by mistake. Patients come here because they believe it's safe. God knows it's expensive enough. And how did he get in? I've told you everything I know, but I don't think I could swear to it in court. I don't see why I should have to."
Dalgliesh said, "It may be necessary, Mrs. Skeffington. I shall almost certainly want to speak to you again, and if so, I can of course see you in London, either at your house or at New Scotland Yard." The prospect was clearly unwelcome, but glancing from Kate to Dalgliesh, Mrs. Skeffington obviously decided it was wiser not to comment. Instead she smiled at Dalgliesh and assumed the voice of a wheedling child.
"And please, may I go now? I've tried to be helpful, I really have. But it was late, and I was alone and frightened, and now it all seems like a terrible dream."
But Dalgliesh hadn't yet finished with his witness. He asked, "Were you given keys to the west door when you arrived, Mrs. Skeffington?"
"Yes, I was, by Sister. I'm always given 2 security keys. This time it was set number 1. I gave them to Mrs. Frensham when she helped me with my packing. Robert came up to carry the bags to the car. He wasn't allowed to use the lift, so he had to lug them down the stairs. Mr. Chandler-Powell ought to employ a manservant. Mogg isn't really suitable to be in the manor in any capacity."
"Where did you put the keys during the night?"
"By my bed, I suppose. No, it was on the table in front of the television. Anyway, I gave them to Mrs. Frensham. If they're lost, that's nothing to do with me."
Dalgliesh said, "No, they're not lost. Thank you for your help, Mrs. Skeffington." Now that she was at last free to leave, Mrs. Skeffington became gracious, and bestowed vague thanks and insincere smiles indiscriminately on everyone present. Chandler-Powell escorted her out to the car. No doubt, Kate thought, he would take the opportunity to reassure or propitiate her, but even he could hardly hope that she would hold her tongue. She wouldn't return, of course, and nor would others. Patients might enjoy a small frisson of vicarious terror at the thought of a 17th-century burning, but were unlikely to choose a clinic where a relatively helpless post-operative patient had been brutally done to death. If George Chandler-Powell depended on his income from the clinic to keep the manor going, he was likely to be in trouble. There would be more than one victim of this murder. They waited until they heard the sound of the departing Rolls-Royce, and Chandler-Powell reappeared. Dalgliesh said, "The incident room will be in the old police cottage, and my officers will be staying at Wisteria House. I would be grateful if the household could be assembled in the library in half an hour's time. Meanwhile, the scene of crime officers will be busy in the West Wing. I'm grateful to you for putting the library at my disposal for the next hour or so." Chapter 9. By the time Dalgliesh, with Kate, had returned to the scene of crime, Rhoda Gradwyn's body had been removed. The two mortuary attendants had with practised ease zipped her into a body bag and wheeled the stretcher into the lift. Benton was below to see the departure of the ambulance, which had arrived instead of a mortuary van to collect the corpse, and to await the arrival of the scene of crime officers. The photographer, a large, nimble-footed man of few words, had completed his work and had already left. And now, before beginning the protracted routine of interviewing the suspects, Dalgliesh returned with Kate to the empty bedroom. When the young Dalgliesh had first been promoted to the CID, it seemed to him that the air of a murder room always changed when the corpse had been removed, and more subtly than the physical absence of the victim. The air seemed easier to breathe. Voices were louder. There was a shared relief, as if an object with some mysterious power to threaten or contaminate had been robbed of its potency. Some vestige of this feeling remained. The disordered bed, with the indent of the head still on the pillow, looked as innocuous and normal as if the occupant had recently got up from sleep and would shortly return. It was the dropped tray of crockery just inside the door that, for Dalgliesh, imposed on the room a symbolism both dramatic and discomforting. The scene looked as if it had been set up, to be photographed for the jacket of an upmarket thriller. None of Miss Gradwyn's belongings had been touched, and her briefcase was next door, still propped against the bureau in the sitting-room. A large metallic suitcase on wheels stood beside the chest of drawers. Dalgliesh placed his murder bag, a description which persisted despite the fact that it was now a fitted attaché case, on the folding baggage stool. He opened it, and he and Kate put on their search gloves. Miss Gradwyn's handbag, made of green leather with a silver clasp and shaped like a Gladstone bag, was obviously a designer model. Inside was a set of keys, a small address book, a pocket engagement diary, and a wallet with a set of credit cards attached to a purse containing £4 in coins and £60 in 20 and £10 notes. There was also a handkerchief, her cheque-book in a leather cover, a comb, a small bottle of perfume, and a silver ballpoint pen. In the pocket designed for it they found her mobile phone. Kate said, "Normally you would expect this to be on the bedside table. It looks as if she didn't want any calls." The mobile was small and a new model. Flicking it open and switching it on, Dalgliesh checked the calls and messages. The old text messages had been deleted, but there was one new one, which was listed as received from Robin, and read, "Something very important has cropped up. I need to consult you. Please see me. Please don't shut me out." Dalgliesh said, "We'll need to identify the sender to see if this urgency involved his coming to the manor, but that can wait. I just want to take a quick look at the other patients' rooms before we start the questioning. Dr. Glenister said that the killer was wearing gloves. He or she would want to get rid of them as quickly as possible. If they were surgical gloves, they could have been cut up and disposed of down one of the WCs. Anyway, it's worth a look. This oughtn't to wait for the soccos." They were lucky. In the bathroom of the suite at the far end of the corridor, they found a minute fragment of latex, fragile as a piece of human skin, caught under the rim of the lavatory bowl. Dalgliesh carefully detached it with tweezers and placed it in an evidence bag, closed it, and he and Kate scribbled their initials over the seal. Dalgliesh said, "We'll let the Sockos know about this find when they arrive. This is the suite they need to concentrate on, particularly the walk-in cupboard in the bedroom, the only bedroom which has one. One more pointer to this being an inside job. And now I'd better telephone Miss Gradwyn's mother." Kate said, "Chief Inspector Whetstone told me that he arranged for a WPC to visit her. He did that soon after he arrived here. It won't be news to her. Do you want me to speak to her, sir?" "No, thank you, Kate. She has a right to hear it from me. But if she's already been told, there's no hurry. We'll get on with the group interviews. I'll see you and Benton in the library." Chapter 10. The household was assembled and waiting with Kate and Benton when Dalgliesh entered the library with George Chandler-Powell. Benton was interested in how the group had arranged itself. Marcus Westall had distanced himself from his sister, who was seated in an upright chair by the window, and had taken a chair next to Sister Flavia Holland, perhaps in medical solidarity. Helena Cressid had seated herself in one of the armchairs beside the fire, but perhaps, sensing that an appearance of complete relaxation would be inappropriate, sat upright, hands resting loosely on the chair arms. Mogworthy, an incongruous Cerberus, had changed into a shiny blue suit and striped tie, which gave him the look of an ancient undertaker, and stood beside her, back to the fire, the only one on his feet. He turned to glare at Dalgliesh as they entered. The glare seemed to Benton more minatory than aggressive. Dean and Kimberly Bostock, seated rigidly side by side on the only sofa, made a slight movement, as if uncertain whether they should rise, then, slewing their eyes quickly round, subsided into the cushions, and Kimberly surreptitiously slid her hand into her husband's. Sharon Bateman also sat alone, bolt upright a few feet from Candace Westall. Her hands were folded in her lap, her thin legs placed side by side, and the eyes which stared briefly into his showed more wariness than fear. She was wearing a cotton dress with a blue floral pattern under a denim jacket. The dress, more appropriate to summer than to a bleak December afternoon, was too large for her, and Benton wondered if this hint of a Victorian charity child, obstinate and over-disciplined, had been contrived. Mrs. Frensham had taken a chair beside the window, and from time to time glanced out, as if to remind herself that there was a world, fresh and comfortingly normal, outside this air, made sour by fear and tension. All were pale, and despite the warmth of the central heating and the blaze and crackle of the fire, looked pinched with cold. Benton was interested to see that the rest of the company had taken time to dress appropriately for an occasion on which it would be more prudent to show respect and grief rather than apprehension. Shirts were crisply pressed, slacks and tweeds had taken the place of country corduroy or denim, jumpers and cardigans looked as if they had been recently unfolded. Helena Cressid was elegant in slim-fitting trousers, in a fine black and white check, topped with a black turtleneck cashmere jumper. Her face was drained of colour, so that even the soft lipstick she was wearing seemed an ostentatious mark of defiance. Trying not to fix his eyes on her, Benton thought, "That face is pure Plantagenet," and was surprised to discover that he found her beautiful. The 3 chairs at the mahogany 18th-century desk were empty, and were obviously placed there for the police. They seated themselves, and Chandler-Powell took his stance opposite, close to Miss Cressid. All their eyes turned to him, although Benton was aware that their thoughts were with a tall, dark-haired man on his right. It was he who dominated the room. But they were there with the consent of Chandler-Powell. This was his house, his library, and subtly he made this plain. He said, his voice calm and authoritative, "Commander Dalgliesh has asked for the use of this room so that he and his officers can see and question us together. I think you've all met Mr. Dalgliesh, Detective Inspector Miskin and Detective Sergeant Benton Smith. I'm not here to make a speech. I just want to say that what happened here last night has appalled all of us. It is now our duty to cooperate fully with the police in their investigation. Obviously, we can't hope that this tragedy will remain unknown outside the manor. Answering the press and other media inquiries will be handled by experts, and I'm asking you all now not to speak to anyone outside these walls, at least for the present. Commander Dalgliesh, would you like to take over? Benton got out his notebook. He had, early in his career, devised a distinctive, if eccentric, method of shorthand, which, although it owed something to Mr. Pittman's ingenious system, was highly personal. His chief had almost perfect recall, but it was his job to watch, listen, and record everything said or seen. He knew why AD had decided on this preliminary group interrogation. It was important to get an overall view of exactly what had taken place since Rhoda Gradwyn had entered the manor on the afternoon of the 13th of December, and this could be achieved more accurately if everyone concerned was present to add comments or make corrections. Most suspects were capable of lying with some conviction when questioned alone. Some indeed were remarkably adept at it. Benton recalled a number of occasions when tearful, apparently heartbroken, lovers and relations appealed for help in solving a murder, even when they knew where they had hidden the body. But to sustain a lie in company was more difficult. A suspect might be adept at controlling his own facial expression, but the responses of his hearers could be a revelation. Dalgliesh said, "The idea of calling you together is to get a group picture of exactly what happened to Rhoda Gradwyn, from the moment she arrived here until the discovery of her body. I shall, of course, need to speak to you separately, but I hope we shall be able to make some progress in the next half hour or so." There was a silence, broken by Helena Cressit, who said, "The first person to see Miss Gradwyn was Mogworthy, who opened the gate for her. The reception party, consisting of Sister Holland, Mr. Westall and myself, was waiting in the great hall." Her voice was calm, the words direct and matter-of-fact. For Benton the message was clear. If we have to go through this public charade, for God's sake, let's get on with it. Mogworthy stared at Dalgliesh. "That's right. She was on time, more or less. Miss Helena said to expect her after tea and before dinner, and I had my eyes open for her from 4 o'clock. At 6:45 she arrived. I opened the gate for her, and she parked the car herself. And she said she'd cope with her own luggage. Only one case, and that on wheels. A very determined lady. I waited till she'd gone round to the front of the manor and saw the door open and Miss Helena waiting for her. I reckon there was no more for me to do, so I went home." Dalgliesh said, "You didn't go into the manor, perhaps to carry her bag up to her room?" "I did not. If she could wheel it from the car park, I reckon she could get it up to the patient's floor. If not, someone would do it for her. Last I saw of her was going through the front door." "Did you enter the manor at any time after you saw Miss Gradwyn arrive?" "Why would I do that?" Dalgliesh said, "I don't know. I'm asking if you did." "I did not. And since we're talking about me, I like to say things plain. No shilly-shallying. I know what you want to ask, so I'll save you the trouble. I knew where she was sleeping, on the patient's floor. Where else? And I've got keys to the garden door, but I never set eyes on her, dead or alive, after she went through the front door. I didn't kill her, and I don't know who did. If I did know, like as not I'd tell you. I don't hold with murder."
Miss Cressit said, "Mog, no one is suspecting you."
"You may not be, Miss Helena. Others will. I know how the world wags. Just as well to speak plainly."
Dalgliesh said, "Thank you, Mr. Mogworthy. You have spoken plainly, and it has been helpful. Is there anything else you can think of that we ought to know? Anything you saw or heard after you left? For example, did you see anyone near the manor? A stranger, perhaps? Someone acting suspiciously?" Mog said stoutly, "Any stranger round the manor after dark is suspicious to me. I never see nobody last night. But there were a car parked in the lay-by by the stones. Not when I left. Later." Catching Mog's quickly disciplined smirk of sly satisfaction, Benton suspected that the timing of the disclosure was less naive than it sounded.
The reception of his news was certainly gratifying. No one spoke, but in the silence Benton detected a soft hiss, like the intake of breath. This was news to them all, as no doubt Mogworthy had intended. Benton watched their faces as they glanced at each other. It was a moment of shared relief, quickly concealed, but unmistakable. Dalgliesh asked, "Can you remember anything about the car? The make, colour?"
"Saloon car. Darkish. Could be black or blue. The lights were out. Someone sitting in the driver's seat, but I don't know whether anyone else was there."
"You didn't note the registration number?"
"No, I didn't. Why would I be noticing car numbers? I was just passing, cycling home from Mrs. Ada Denton's cottage where I'd been having my Friday fish and chips, same as I always do. When I'm on the bike, I keep my eyes on the road, not like some. All I know is there were a car there."
"At what time?"
"Before midnight. Maybe 5 or 10 minutes before. I always reckon to get home by midnight."
Chandler-Powell said, "This is important evidence, Mog. Why didn't you speak earlier?"
"For why? You said yourself that we weren't to gossip about Miss Gradwyn's death, but wait until the police arrived. Well, the boss man is here now, so I'm telling him what I saw."
Before anyone could respond, the door was flung open. All eyes turned towards it. A man burst in, with D.C. Warren expostulating just behind him. His appearance was as extraordinary as his eruption was dramatic. Benton saw a pale, handsome, somewhat androgynous face, blazing blue eyes, and fair hair plastered to his forehead like the marbled locks of a sculpted god. He was wearing a long black coat almost to the floor over pale blue jeans, and for a moment Benton thought he was in his pyjamas and dressing gown. If his sensational entrance had been planned, he could hardly have chosen a more propitious moment, but contrived histrionics seemed unlikely. The newcomer was shaking with poorly controlled emotions, grief perhaps, but also fear and anger. He stared from face to face, seemingly confused, and before he could speak, Candace Westall spoke calmly from her seat by the window. "Our cousin, Robin Boyton. He's staying in the guest cottage. Robin, this is Commander Dalgliesh of New Scotland Yard, and his colleagues Inspector Miskin and Sergeant Benton Smith." Robin ignored her and turned his blaze of anger on Marcus.
"You bastard! You cold, black-hearted bastard! My friend, a dear close friend, is dead, murdered, and you didn't even have the decency to tell me. And here you all are, cozying up to the police, deciding together to keep all this quiet. We mustn't upset Mr. Chandler-Powell's valuable work, must we? And she's lying upstairs dead. You should have told me. Somebody should have told me. I need to see her. I want to say goodbye."
And now he was openly weeping, his tears falling unrestrained. Dalgliesh didn't speak, but Benton, glancing at him, saw that the dark eyes were watchful. Candace Westall half rose, as if about to comfort her cousin, then subsided. It was her brother who spoke.
"I'm afraid that isn't possible, Robin. Miss Gradwyn's body has been taken to the mortuary. But I did attempt to tell you. I called at the cottage shortly before 9, but you were obviously still asleep. The curtains were drawn, the front door locked. I think you did tell us at some time that you knew Rhoda Gradwyn, but not that you were a close friend."
Dalgliesh spoke. "Mr. Boyton, at present I'm interviewing only those people who were in this house from the time Miss Gradwyn arrived on Thursday until the discovery of her death at 7:30 this morning. If you're among them, then please stay. If not, I or one of my officers will see you as soon as possible." Boyton had controlled his rage. Through the gulps of indrawn breath, his voice took on the tone of a petulant child.
"Of course, I'm not among them. I haven't been inside until now. The policeman at the door wouldn't let me in."
Dalgliesh said, "That was on my orders." Chandler-Powell said, "And earlier on mine, Miss Gradwyn asked for absolute privacy. I'm sorry you've been caused this distress, Mr. Boyton, but I'm afraid I was so busy here with the police officers and the pathologist that I'd overlooked the fact that you were a guest in the cottage. Have you had lunch? Dean and Kimberley can get you something to eat."
"Of course I haven't had lunch. When have you ever fed me when I have been in Rose Cottage? And I don't want your bloody food."
Don't patronise me!" He drew himself up, and stretching out a shaking arm, pointed his finger at Chandler-Powell, then realising perhaps that, dressed as he was, the histrionic stance made him look ridiculous. He dropped his arm and gazed round the company in mute misery. Dalgliesh said, "Mr. Boyton, as you were a friend of Miss Gradwyn's, what you have to tell us will be helpful, but not now." The words, quietly spoken, were a command. Boyton turned away, his shoulders drooping. Then he swung back and spoke directly to Chandler-Powell. "She came here to have that scar removed, to make a new life for herself. She trusted you, and you killed her, you murdering bastard!" Without waiting for a response, he was gone. D.C. Warren, who had stood inscrutably throughout, followed him out and closed the door firmly. There were 5 seconds of silence, during which Benton sensed that the mood had changed. Someone at last had spoken that sonorous word. The unbelievable, the grotesque, the horrifying had at last been acknowledged. Dalgliesh said, "Shall we get on? Miss Cressit, you received Miss Gradwyn at the door. Can we take it from there?" For the next 20 minutes the recital proceeded smoothly, and Benton concentrated on his hieroglyphics. Helena Cressit had welcomed the new patient to the manor and had taken her directly to her room. As she was to have an anaesthetic next morning, no dinner was served, and Miss Gradwyn had said she would like to be alone. The patient had insisted on wheeling her own case to the bedroom, and was unpacking her books when Miss Cressit left. On Friday she knew, of course, that Miss Gradwyn had had her operation, and been transferred in the early evening from the recovery room to her suite in the patient's wing. This was the usual procedure. She was not concerned with patient care, nor did she visit Miss Gradwyn in her suite. She had dinner in the dining room with Sister Holland, Miss Westall, and Mrs. Frensham. She was told that Marcus Westall was having dinner and staying the night with a consultant in London, with whom he was hoping to work in Africa. She and Miss Westall had worked together in the office until nearly 7 o'clock, when pre-dinner drinks were served by Dean in the library. Afterwards she and Mrs. Frensham had played chess, and talked in her private sitting-room. She had been in bed by midnight, and had heard nothing during the night. On Saturday she had showered and dressed when Mr. Chandler-Powell arrived to tell her that Rhoda Gradwyn was dead. Miss Cressit's evidence was quietly confirmed by Mrs. Frensham, who said that she had left Miss Cressit in her sitting-room, and had herself gone to her own apartment in the east wing at about 11:30, and had seen and heard nothing during the night. She knew nothing about Miss Gradwyn's death until she came down to the dining-room at 7:45, and found no one there. Later, Mr. Chandler-Powell had arrived and had told her that Miss Gradwyn was dead. Candace Westall confirmed that she had worked with Miss Cressit in the office until dinner. After dinner, she had returned to tidy away papers in the office, and left the manor shortly after 10 by the front door. Mr. Chandler-Powell was coming down the stairs, and they said good night before she left. Next morning he rang from the office to say Miss Gradwyn had been found dead, and she and her brother came over to the manor immediately. Marcus Westall had returned from London in the early hours. She had heard his car arrive, but had not got up, though he had knocked on her bedroom door, and they had spoken briefly. Sister Flavia Holland gave her evidence succinctly and calmly. Early in the morning of the operation, the anaesthetist and additional medical and technical staff had arrived. Nurse Fraser, one of the temporary staff, had brought the patient down to the operating suite, where she had been examined by the anaesthetist who had previously examined her at St. Angela's in London. Mr. Chandler-Powell had spent some time with her to greet and reassure her. He would have described exactly what he proposed to do when Miss Gradwyn had met him in his office in St. Angela's. Miss Gradwyn had been very calm throughout, and had shown no sign of fear, or indeed of particular anxiety. The anaesthetist and all the ancillary staff had left as soon as the operation was completed. They would have been returning the following morning for Mrs. Skeffington's operation. She had arrived yesterday afternoon. After the operation, Miss Gradwyn had been in the recovery room under the care of Mr. Chandler-Powell and herself, and at 4:30 had been wheeled back to her room. By then the patient was able to walk, and said she felt little pain. She then slept until 7:30, when she had been able to eat a light supper. She refused a sedative, but asked for a glass of hot milk and brandy. Sister Holland was in the end room on the left, and looked in to check on Miss Gradwyn every hour until she herself went to bed, which was perhaps as late as midnight. The 11 o'clock check was the last, and the patient was asleep. She heard nothing during the night. Mr. Chandler-Powell's account agreed with hers. He emphasized that at no time had the patient shown fear, either of the operation or of anything else. She had specifically asked that no visitors be allowed during her period of a week's convalescence, and that was why Robin Boyton had been refused entry. The operation had gone well, but had been longer and more difficult than he had expected. He had, however, felt confident of an excellent result. Miss Gradwyn was a healthy woman who had stood the anaesthesia and operation well, and he had no anxieties about her progress. He had visited her on the night she died at about 10 o'clock, and had been returning from that visit when he saw Miss Westall leaving. Sharon had been sitting very still, with a look which Kate thought could only be described as sulky throughout the proceedings, but when asked where she had been and what she had done the previous day, had at first embarked on a tedious, sullenly expressed review of every detail of the morning and afternoon. Asked to confine herself to the time from 4:30 onwards, she said that she had been busy in the kitchen and dining room, helping Dean and Kimberly Bostock, had had her meal with them at 8:45, and then gone to her own room to watch television. She couldn't remember when she went to bed or what she had seen on television. She had been very tired, and had slept soundly throughout the night. She knew nothing about Miss Gradwyn being dead until Sister Holland had come up to waken her, telling her to come on duty and help in the kitchen, which she thought had been about 9 o'clock. She liked Miss Gradwyn, who had asked her to show her round the garden on her previous visit. Asked by Kate what they had talked about, she said it was about her childhood, and where she had gone to school, and her work at the old people's home. There was no surprise until Dean and Kimberly Bostock gave their evidence. Kimberly said she was sometimes asked by Sister to take food to the patients, but she hadn't visited Miss Gradwyn because she was fasting. Neither she nor her husband had seen the patient arriving, and they had been particularly busy that evening, preparing meals for the extra operating theatre staff, who would arrive next day, and always had lunch before leaving. She had been woken by the telephone just before midnight on the Friday evening by Mrs. Skeffington, who had asked for tea. Her husband had helped her carry up the tray. He never went into the patient's rooms, but had waited outside until she came out. Mrs. Skeffington had appeared frightened, and talked about seeing a light flickering among the stones, but Kimberly thought this was just imagination. She had asked Mrs. Skeffington if she wanted her to call Sister Holland, but she had said no, that Sister Holland would only be annoyed with her for waking her unnecessarily. At this stage Sister Holland had broken in. "Your instructions, Kimberly, are to call me if patients ask for anything in the night. Why didn't you? Mrs. Skeffington was pre-operative." And now Benton, raising his head from his notebook, was alert. He could see that the question was deeply unwelcome. The girl flushed. She glanced at her husband, and their hands tightened. She said, "I'm sorry, Sister. I thought she wouldn't really be a patient until the next day, so I didn't wake you. I did ask her if she wanted to see you or Mr. Chandler-Powell." "Mrs. Skeffington was a patient from the time she arrived at the Manor, Kimberly. You knew how to contact me. You should have done so." Dalgliesh said, "Did Mrs. Skeffington mention anything about hearing the lift in the night?" "No. She only spoke about the lights." "And did either of you hear or see anything unusual while you were on that floor?" They looked at each other, then shook their heads vigorously. Dean said, "We were only there a few minutes. Everything was quiet. A dimmed light was on in the corridor, as it always is." "And the lift? Did you notice the lift?" "Yes, sir. The lift was on the ground floor. We used it to take up the tea. We could have gone up the stairs, but the lift is quicker." "And is there anything else you need to tell me about that night?" And now there was a silence. Again the two looked at each other. Dean seemed to be gathering resolve. He said, "There's one thing, sir. When we got back to the ground floor, I saw that the door to the garden wasn't bolted. We have to pass the door to get back to our flat. It's a heavy oak door on the right, sir, leading to the lime walk and the Cheverell stones." Dalgliesh said, Are you sure about this? Yes, sir, quite sure. Did you draw your wife's attention to the unbolted door? No, sir. Not until we were together in the kitchen next morning, and then I mentioned it. Did either or both of you go back to check? No, sir. And you noticed this on your return, not when you were helping your wife carry up the tea? Just on our return. Sister Holland broke in. I don't know why you needed to help with the tea, Dean. The tray was hardly heavy. Couldn't Kimberly have managed on her own? She usually does. It's not as if there isn't a lift, and there's always a dim light on in the west wing. Dean said stoutly, Yes, she could, but I don't like her moving about the house on her own late at night. What were you afraid of? Dean said miserably, It's not that. I just don't like it. Dalgliesh said quietly, Did you know that Mr. Chandler-Powell normally bolts that door promptly at 11 o'clock? Yes, sir, I knew it. Everyone does. But sometimes it's a little later if he takes a walk in the garden. I thought if I bolted it, he might be out there and not be able to get back in. Sister Holland said, Walking in the garden after midnight in December? Is that likely, Dean? He looked not at her but at Dalgliesh and said defensively, It wasn't my job to bolt it, sir, and it was locked. No one could have got in without a key. Dalgliesh turned to Chandler-Powell. And you're confident that you bolted the door at 11? I bolted it as usual at 11, and I found it bolted at 6:30 this morning. Did anyone here unbolt it for any purpose? You can all see the importance of this. We need to get this cleared up now. No one spoke. The silence lengthened. Dalgliesh said, Did anyone else notice that the door was either bolted or unbolted after 11? Again a silence, this time finally broken by a low murmur of negatives. Benton noticed that they avoided each other's eyes. Dalgliesh said, Then that will be enough for now. Thank you for your cooperation. I would like to see you all separately, either here or in the incident room in Old Police Cottage. Dalgliesh got to his feet, and the rest of the room, quietly and in turn, also rose. Still no one spoke. They were crossing the hall when Chandler-Powell caught up with them. He said to Dalgliesh, I'd like a quick word now, if you can spare the time. Dalgliesh and Kate followed him into the office, and the door closed. Benton felt no resentment at the exclusion, which had been subtly conveyed, but not spoken. He knew there were moments in any investigation when 2 officers could elicit information and 3 inhibit it. Chandler-Powell wasted no time. While the 3 of them stood, he said, There's something I ought to say. Obviously you saw Kimberly's discomfort when she was asked why she hadn't woken Flavia Holland. I think it likely that she tried. The door to the suite wasn't locked, and if she or Dean partly opened it, they would have heard voices, mine and Flavia's. I was with her at midnight. I think the Bostocks may have felt some inhibition in telling you this, particularly with the others present. Kate said, But wouldn't you have heard the door opening? He looked at her calmly. Not necessarily. We were busy talking. Dalgliesh said, I'll confirm that with the Bostocks later. How long were you together? After I finished setting the alarms and bolting the garden door, I joined Flavia in her sitting room. I was there until about 1 o'clock. There were things we needed to discuss, some professional, some personal. Neither has any relevance to Rhoda Gradwyn's death. During that time, neither of us heard or saw anything untoward. And you didn't hear the lift. We didn't hear it, nor would I expect to. As you saw, it's by the stairs opposite Sister's sitting room, but it's modern and comparatively soundless. Sister Holland will, of course, confirm my story, but I've no doubt that Kimberly, when questioned by someone experienced in extracting information from the vulnerable, will admit to hearing our voices, now that she knows that I've spoken to you. And don't give me too much credit for telling you what I hope will remain confidential. I'd have to be particularly naive not to notice that if Rhoda Gradwyn died at about midnight, Flavia and I have given each other an alibi. I may as well be frank. I've no wish to be treated differently from the others. But doctors do not commonly murder their patients, And if I had it in mind to destroy this place and my reputation, I'd have done it before, not after the operation. I hate having my work wasted." Looking at Chandler-Powell's face, suddenly suffused with an anger and disgust which transformed him, Dalgliesh could believe that those last words, at least, were the truth. Chapter 11. Dalgliesh walked alone into the garden to telephone Rhoda Gradwyn's mother. It was a call he dreaded. To commiserate in person, as a local woman police officer had already done, was difficult enough. It was a duty no police officer welcomed, and he had done his share of it, hesitating before raising a hand to knock or ring at the door, a door that was invariably immediately opened, and meeting eyes, puzzled, beseeching, hopeful or anguished, with news that would change a life. Some of his colleagues, he knew, would have left this task to Kate. To convey sympathy to a bereaved parent by telephone struck him as maladroit, but he had always felt that the next of kin should know who was the investigating officer in charge of a murder case, and should be kept in touch with the progress as far as the operation made this practicable. A man's voice answered. It sounded both puzzled and apprehensive, as if the phone was some technically advanced instrument from which no good news could ever be expected. Without identifying himself, he said with obvious relief, "The police, you said? Hold on, please. I'll fetch my wife." Dalgliesh again identified himself, and expressed his sympathy as gently as possible, knowing that she had already received news which no gentleness could soften. He was met by an initial silence, and then in a voice as insensate as if he had been conveying an unwelcome invitation to tea, she said, "It's good of you to phone, but we do know. The young lady from the local police has been to break the news. She said that someone from the Dorset police had phoned her. She left at 10 o'clock. She was very kind. We had a cup of tea together, but she didn't tell me much. Just that Rhoda had been found dead and that it wasn't a natural death. I still can't believe it. I mean, who would want to harm Rhoda? I asked what had happened, and if the police knew who was responsible. But she said that she wasn't able to answer questions like that, because another force was in charge, and that you'd be in touch. She'd only come to break the news. Still, it was kind of her." Dalgliesh asked, "Had your daughter any enemies you were aware of, Mrs. Brown? Anyone who might have wished her harm?" And now he could hear the clear note of resentment. "Well, she must have had, mustn't she? Or she wouldn't have been murdered. She was in a private clinic. Rhoda didn't do things on the cheap. So why didn't they look after her? The clinic must have been very careless, letting a patient get murdered. She had so much to look forward to. Rhoda was very successful. She was always clever, just like her dad." "Did she tell you that she was having her scar removed at the Cheverell Manor clinic?" "She told me she was planning to get rid of the scar, but not where she was going or when. She was very private, Rhoda. She was like that as a child, keeping her secrets, not telling anyone what she thought. We didn't see much of each other after she left home, but she did come to my wedding down here in May, and she told me then about getting rid of the scar. Of course she should have had something done about it years ago. She's had it for over 30 years. It was caused by knocking her face against the kitchen door when she was 13. "So you can't tell us very much about her friends, her private life?" "I've told you. I've said she was private. I don't know anything about her friends or her private life. And I don't know what's going to happen about the funeral, whether it ought to be in London or here. I don't know whether there are things that I ought to do. There are usually forms to fill in. People have to be told. I don't want to bother my husband. He's very upset about it. He liked Rhoda when they met." Dalgliesh said, "There will have to be a post-mortem, of course, and then the coroner may release the body. Have you some friends who could help and advise you?" "Well, I've got friends at the church. I'll speak to our vicar, and perhaps he can help. Perhaps we could have the service down here, only of course she was quite well known in London. And she wasn't religious, so perhaps she wouldn't want a service. I hope I'm not expected to go to this clinic, wherever it is." "It's in Dorset, Mrs. Brown, in Stoke Cheverell." "Well, I can't leave Mr. Brown to come to Dorset." there's really no need, unless later you particularly wish to attend the inquest. Why not have a word with your solicitor? I expect that your daughter's solicitor will be getting in touch with you. We found the name and address in our handbag. I'm sure he'll be helpful. I'm afraid I shall need to examine her possessions both here and in our London home. I may have to take some away for examination, but they will all be carefully looked after and later returned to you. Have I your permission for that?
You can take what you like. I've never been to her London house. I suppose I'll have to sooner or later. There may be something valuable there. And there'll be books. She's always had plenty of books. All that reading. She always had her head in a book. What good will they do? They won't bring her back. Has she had the operation?
Yes, yesterday, and I gather it was successful.
So, all that money wasted for nothing. Poor Rhoda. She hasn't had much luck for all her success.
And now her voice changed, and Dalgliesh thought she might be trying to hold back tears. She said,
I'll ring off now. Thank you for phoning. I don't think I can take in any more now. It's a shock. Rhoda murdered. It's the kind of thing you read about or see on television. You don't expect it to happen to someone you know. And she had so much to look forward to with that scar gone. It doesn't seem fair.
Dalgliesh thought, someone you know, not someone you love. He could hear now that she was crying, and the line went dead. He paused for a moment, gazing at the receiver before making the next call to Miss Gradwyn's solicitor. Grief, that universal emotion, had no universal response, was manifested in different ways, some of them bizarre. He remembered his mother's death, how at the time wanting to behave well in the face of his father's sorrow. He had managed to control his tears, even at the funeral. But grief revisited him down the years, briefly remembered scenes, snatches of conversation, a look, her apparently indestructible gardening gloves, and, more vivid than all the small, lasting regrets which still visited him, himself leaning out of the window of the slowly moving train which was taking him back to school, and seeing her figure in the same coat she had worn year after year, carefully not turning back to wave because he had asked her not to. He shook himself into the present and picked up the receiver to dial. The call had been answered by a recorded message to say that the office was now closed until Monday at 10 o'clock, but that urgent matters would be dealt with by the duty solicitor who could be reached at a given number. This number was answered promptly in a crisp, impersonal voice, and once Dalgliesh had identified himself and explained that he wished urgently to speak to Mr. Newton Macclesfield, his private number was given. Dalgliesh had given no explanation, but his voice must have carried conviction. Not surprisingly, on a Saturday, Newton Macclesfield was out of London with his family at his country house in Sussex. Their conversation was businesslike, punctuated by children's voices and the barking of dogs. After expressions of shock and personal regret, which sounded more formal than heartfelt, Macclesfield said,
Naturally, I'll do all I can to assist the investigation. You say you'll be at Sanctuary Court tomorrow morning? You've got a key? Yes, of course. She would have had it with her. I've none of her private keys in the office. I could come up and join you at 10:30 if that time is convenient. I'll call in at the office and bring the will with me, although you'll probably find a copy in the house. I'm afraid that there's little more I can do to help. As you'll know, Commander, a relationship between a solicitor and his client can be close, particularly if the solicitor has acted for the family, perhaps for some generations, and has come to be regarded as a confidant and friend. That wasn't the case here. Miss Gradwyn's relationship with me was one of mutual respect and trust, and certainly on my part, of liking. But it was purely professional. I knew the client, but not the woman. I take it, by the way, that the next of kin has been informed?
Dalgliesh said, Yes, there's only her mother. She described her daughter as a very private person. I told her I should want access to her daughter's house, and she had no objection to that, or my taking away anything that might be helpful.
Nor, as her solicitor, have I. I'll see you at her house at about 10:30. Extraordinary business.
Thank you, Commander, for getting in touch. Replacing the receiver, Dalgliesh reflected that murder, a unique crime for which no reparation is ever possible, imposes its own compulsions as well as its conventions. He doubted whether Macclesfield would have interrupted his country weekend for a less sensational crime. As a young officer, he too had been touched, even if unwillingly and temporarily, by the power of murder to attract, even while it appalled and repelled. He had watched how people involved as innocent bystanders, providing they were unburdened by grief or suspicion, were engrossed by homicide, drawn inexorably to the place where the crime had occurred, in fascinated disbelief. The crowd and the media who served them had not yet congregated outside the wrought iron gates of the manor, but they would come, and he doubted whether Chandler-Powell's private security team would be able to do more than inconvenience them. Chapter 12. The rest of the afternoon was occupied with the individual interviews, most of them taking place in the library. Helena Cressit was the last of the household to be seen, and Dalgliesh had given the task to Kate and Benton. He sensed that Miss Cressit expected him to do the questioning, and he needed her to know that he headed a team, and that both his junior officers were competent. Surprisingly, she invited Kate and Benton to join her in her private flat in the East Wing. The room into which she led them was obviously her sitting room, but in its elegance and richness was hardly the accommodation a housekeeper-administrator would expect to occupy. The furnishings and the placing of the pictures revealed a highly individual taste, and although the room wasn't exactly cluttered, there was a suggestion of valued objects being brought together more for the satisfaction of the owner than as part of a coherent decorative plan. It was, thought Benton, as if Helena Cressit had colonised part of the manor for her private domain. Here was none of the dark solidity of Tudor furniture. Apart from the sofa, covered in cream linen and piped with red, which stood at right angles to the fireplace, most of the furniture was Georgian. Nearly all the pictures on the panelled walls were family portraits, and Miss Cressit's resemblance to them was unmistakable. None seemed to him particularly fine. Perhaps those had been sold separately. But all had a striking individuality, and were competently painted, some more than competently. Here a Victorian bishop in his lawn sleeves gazed at the painter with ecclesiastical hauteur, belied by a suspicion of unease, as if the book on which his palm rested was The Origin of Species. Next to him, a 17th-century cavalier, hand on sword, posed with unashamed arrogance, while over the mantelpiece an early Victorian family was grouped in front of the house, the ringletted mother with her younger children gathered about her, the eldest boy mounted on a pony, the father at their side. And always there were the high arched brows above the eyes, the dominant cheekbones, the full curve of the upper lip. Benton said, "You're among your ancestors, Miss Cressit. The resemblance is striking." Neither Dalgliesh nor Kate would have said that. It was maladroit, and could be unwise to begin an interview with a personal comment, and although Kate was silent, Benton felt her surprise. But he quickly justified to himself a remark which had been spontaneous by reflecting that it would probably prove useful. They needed to know the woman they were dealing with, and more precisely her status at the manor, how far she was in control, and how strong her influence on Chandler-Powell and the other residents. Her response to what she might see as a minor impertinence could be revealing. Looking him full in the face, she said coolly, "The years-aired feature that can, in curve and voice and eye, despise the human span, of durance that is I, the eternal thing in man, that heeds no call to die. It doesn't take a professional detective to detect that. Do you enjoy Thomas Hardy, Sergeant? As a poet more than a novelist." "I agree. I find depressing his determination to make his characters suffer, even when a little common sense on both his part and theirs could avoid it. Tess is one of the most irritating young women in Victorian fiction. Won't you both sit down?" And here was the hostess, recalling duty, but unable or unwilling to control the note of condescending reluctance. She indicated the sofa, and seated herself in an armchair facing it. Kate and Benton sat. Without preliminaries, Kate took over. "Mr. Chandler-Powell described you as the administrator here. What exactly does the job entail?" "My job here? It's difficult to describe. I'm a manager, administrator, housekeeper, secretary, and part-time accountant. I suppose general manager covers it all. But Mr. Chandler-Powell usually describes me as the administrator when speaking to patients." "And you've been here how long?" "It will be 6 years next month." Kate said, "It can't have been easy for you." "Not easy in what way, Inspector?" Miss Cressett's tone was one of detached interest, but Benton didn't miss the note of suppressed resentment. He had encountered this reaction before. A suspect, usually one with some authority, more used to putting questions than answering them, unwilling to antagonize the chief investigating officer, but venting their resentment on a subordinate. Kate wasn't intimidated. She said, "To return to a house so beautiful, which your family has owned for generations, and to see someone else in occupation. Not everyone could cope with that. Not everyone is required to. Perhaps I should explain. My family owned and lived in the manor for more than 400 years, but everything comes to an end. Mr. Chandler-Powell is fond of the house, and it is better in his care than in the care of the others who viewed and wanted to buy it. I didn't murder one of his patients in order to shut down the clinic and pay him back for buying my family home, or for getting it cheap. Forgive my frankness, Inspector, but isn't that what you came to find out?" It was never wise to rebut an allegation which hadn't yet been made, particularly with such brutal frankness, and it was obvious that she realized her mistake as soon as the words were out of her mouth. So the resentment was there. But against whom or what, Benton wondered. The police? Chandler-Powell's desecration of the West Wing? Or Rhoda Gradwyn, who so inconveniently and embarrassingly had brought the vulgarity of a criminal investigation into her ancestral halls? Kate asked, "How did you come to get the job?" "I applied for it. Isn't that usually how one gets a job? It was advertised, and I thought it would be interesting to return to the manor and see what changes had been made, apart from the building of the clinic. My own profession, if you can call it that, is of an art historian, but I could hardly combine that with living here. I hadn't intended to stay long, but I find the work interesting, and I'm in no hurry at present to move on. I expect that's what you wanted to know. But is my personal history really relevant to Rhoda Gradwyn's death?" Kate said, "We can't tell what is or what is not relevant without asking questions which may seem an intrusion. Often they are. We can only hope for cooperation and understanding. A murder investigation isn't a social occasion." "Then let's not treat it as one, Inspector." A flush flowed quickly over her pale and remarkable face, like a dying rash. The temporary loss of composure made her more human, and surprisingly more attractive. She held her emotions under control, but they were there. She was not, thought Benton, a passionless woman, only one who had learnt the wisdom of keeping her passions under control. He said, "How much contact did you have with Miss Gradwyn, either on her first visit or subsequently?" "Practically none, except on both occasions to be part of the reception committee and to show her to her room. We hardly spoke. My job has nothing to do with the patients. Their treatment and comfort is the responsibility of the 2 surgeons and Sister Holland." "But you recruit and control the domestic staff?" "I find them when there's a vacancy. I have been used to running this house, and yes, they come under my general authority, although that word is too strong for the kind of control I exercise. But when, as occasionally happens, they have anything to do with the patients, then that's Sister Holland's responsibility. I suppose there's a certain overlapping of duties, since I'm responsible for the kitchen staff and Sister for the kind of food the patients receive, but it seems to work quite well." "Did you appoint Sharon Bateman?" "I placed the advertisement in a number of papers, and she applied. She was working at the time in a home for the elderly, and presented very good references. I didn't actually interview her. I was at my London flat at the time, so Mrs. Frensham, Miss Westall, and Sister Holland saw her, and took her on. I don't think anyone has regretted it." "Did you know or did you ever meet Rhoda Gradwyn before she arrived here?" "I never met her, but of course I'd heard of her. I suppose everyone has who reads a broadsheet. I knew her to be a successful and influential journalist. I had no reason to think kindly of her, but a personal resentment, which was really no more than discomfort on hearing her name, didn't make me wish her dead. My father was the last male Cressid, and he lost almost all the family money in the Lloyd's disaster. He was forced to sell the manor, and Mr. Chandler-Powell bought it. Shortly after the sale, Rhoda Gradwyn wrote a short article in a financial paper, critical of the Lloyds' names, and in particular naming my father, among others. There was a suggestion that those who were unfortunate had got what they deserved. She gave a brief description of the manor and something of its history in the article, but that must have been taken from a guidebook, since, as far as any of us knew, she'd never actually been here. Some of my father's friends thought it was the article that killed him, but I've never believed that, and nor, I think, did they. It was an over-dramatic response to comments which were unkind, but hardly libellous. My father had long-standing heart problems, and knew that his life was fragile. It may have been selling the manor that was the final blow. But I very much doubt whether anything Rhoda Gradwyn could write or say would have troubled him. After all, what was she? An ambitious woman who made money out of the pain of others. Someone hated her enough to put his hands round her throat, but it wasn't anyone who slept here last night. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like you to leave. I shall, of course, be here tomorrow, whenever you wish to see me, but I've had enough excitement for today. It was not a request they could refuse. The interview had lasted less than half an hour. As they heard the door close firmly behind them, Benton reflected, and with some regret, that a preference for Thomas Hardy's poetry over his novels was probably the only thing the two of them had in common, or were ever likely to have. Chapter 13. Perhaps because the group interrogation in the library was a fresh and unpleasant memory, the suspects, as if by unspoken agreement, avoided open discussion of the murder. But Letty knew that they spoke of it privately. Herself and Helena, the Bostocks in the kitchen, which they had always regarded as their home, but now saw as a refuge, and, she assumed, the Westhalls in Stone Cottage. Only Flavia and Sharon seemed to distance themselves from the others and kept their silence. Flavia busying herself with unspecified jobs in the operating suite, Sharon seeming to regress to a moody, monosyllabic teenager. Mogg moved between them, distributing pieces of gossip and theory, like arms into outstretched hands. Without any formal meeting or agreed strategy, it seemed to Letty that a common theory was emerging, which only the most sceptical found unconvincing, and they were holding their peace. Obviously the murder was an outside job, and Rhoda Gradwyn herself had let her killer into the manor, the date and time probably by prior agreement before she left London. That was why she had been so adamant that no visitors should be admitted. She was, after all, a notorious investigative journalist. She must have made enemies. The car seen by Mogg was probably the killer's, and the light glimpsed at the stones by Mrs. Skeffington was his waving torch. The bolted door next morning was a difficulty, but the murderer could have bolted the door himself after the deed, and then hidden himself in the manor until the door was unbolted next morning by Chandler-Powell. There had, after all, been only a superficial search of the manor before the police arrived. Had anyone, for example, searched the 4 empty suites in the west wing? And there were plenty of cupboards in the manor large enough to contain a man. It was perfectly possible for an intruder to be undetected. He could have made his exit unnoticed by the west door, and escaped down the lime walk to the field, while the whole household was immured in the north-facing library, being interrogated by Commander Dalgliesh. If the police hadn't been so anxious to concentrate on the household, the killer might have been caught by now. Letty couldn't remember who first named Robin Boyton as an alternative chief suspect, but when raised, the idea spread by a kind of osmosis. After all, he had come to Stoke Cheverell to visit Rhoda Gradwyn, had apparently been desperate to see her, and had been rebuffed. Probably the killing hadn't been premeditated. Miss Gradwyn had been perfectly able to walk after the operation. She had let him in, there had been a quarrel, and he had lost his temper. Admittedly, he wasn't the owner of the car parked near the stones, but that might well have had nothing to do with the murder. The police would be trying to trace the owner. No one said what they all thought, that it would be convenient if they failed. Even if the motorist proved to be an overtired traveller, prudently stopping for a short sleep, the theory of an outside intruder held good. By dinner-time, Letty sensed that the speculation was dying down. It had been a long and traumatic day, and what they all craved now was a period of peace. They seemed also to need solitude. Chandler-Powell and Flavia told Dean that they would have dinner served in their rooms. The Westalls departed for Stone Cottage, and Helena invited Letty to share a meal of a herb omelette and salad, which she would cook in her small private kitchen. After the meal, they washed up together, then settled down before the wood fire to listen to a concert on Radio 3 in the subdued light of a single lamp. Neither mentioned Rhoda Gradwyn's death. By 11 the fire was dying. A fragile blue flame licked at the last log as it disintegrated into grey ash. Helena turned off the radio, and they sat in silence. Then she said, "Why did you leave the manor when I was 13? Was it to do with father? I've always thought it was, that you were lovers." Letty replied quietly, "You were always too sophisticated for your age. We were getting too fond of each other, too interdependent. It was right for me to go, and you needed to be with other girls, to have a wider education. I suppose so. That dreadful school. Were you lovers? Did you have sex? Awful expression, but all alternatives are even cruder. Once. That's why I knew it had to end. Because of Mummy? Because of all of us. So it was brief encounter without the railway station. Something like that. Poor Mummy. Years of doctors and nurses. After a time, her failing lungs hardly seemed like an illness, just part of what she was. And when she died, I hardly missed her. She hadn't really been there. I remember being sent for from school, but too late. I think I was glad not to be there in time. But that empty bedroom, that was horrible. I still hate that room." Letty said, "A question in return. Why did you marry Guy Haviland?" "Because he was funny, clever, charming, and very rich. Even at 18, I knew from the first it wouldn't last. That's why we got married in London in a registry office. The promises seemed less onerous than in a church. Guy couldn't resist any good-looking woman, and he wasn't going to change. But we had 3 wonderful years, and he taught me so much. I'll never regret them." Letty got up. She said, "Time for bed. Thanks for the dinner, and good night, my dear." And she was gone. Helena moved over to the west-facing window and drew back the curtains. The west wing was in darkness, no more than a long shape lit by the moon. Was it, she wondered, violent death that had released the impulse to confide, to ask questions which had remained unspoken for years? She wondered about Letty and her marriage. There had been no children, and she suspected that this had been a grief. Was that priest she had married one who still thought of sex as somehow indecent, and saw his wife and all virtuous women as Madonnas? And were that night's revelations a substitute for the question which was in both their minds, and which neither had dared to ask? Chapter 14. Until 7:30, Dalgliesh had had little opportunity to examine and settle into his temporary home. The local police had been helpful and busy. Phone lines had been checked, a computer installed, and a large corkboard attached to the wall in case Dalgliesh should need to display visual images. Thought had also been given to his comfort. And although the stone cottage had the faint, musty smell of a house unoccupied for some months, a wood fire had been set and was blazing in the hearth. The bed had been made up, and an electric fire provided upstairs. The shower, although not modern, delivered very hot water when he tested it, and the refrigerator had been stocked with sufficient provisions to keep him going for at least 3 days, including a casserole of obviously homemade lamb stew. There were also cans of beer and 2 bottles each of very drinkable red and white wine. By 9 o'clock he had showered and changed, and had heated up and eaten the lamb stew. A note found under the casserole dish explained that it had been cooked by Mrs. Warren, a discovery which reinforced Dalglish's view that her husband's temporary assignment to the squad was fortunate. He opened a bottle of the red wine and placed it with 3 glasses on a low table before the fire. With the cheerfully patterned curtains drawn against the night, he found himself, as he sometimes did on a case, comfortably ensconced in a period of solitude. To spend at least some part of the day totally alone was something which, from childhood, had been as necessary to him as food and light. Now, the brief respite over, he took out his small personal notebook and began his review of the day's interviews. From the time when he was a detective sergeant, he had put down in an unofficial notebook a few salient words and phrases which could immediately bring to mind a person, an unwise admission, a snatch of dialogue, an exchange of glances. With this aid, he had almost complete recall. This private review done, he would phone Kate and ask her and Benton to join him, when the day's progress would be discussed, and he would set out the programme for tomorrow. The interviews had produced no fundamental changes in the evidence they had already given. Admittedly, Kimberly, despite having been assured by Mr. Chandler-Powell that she had acted correctly, was obviously unhappy, seeking to persuade herself that she might after all have been mistaken. Alone in the library with Dalgliesh and Kate, she kept stealing glances at the door, as if hoping to see her husband, or fearing the arrival of Mr. Chandler-Powell. Dalgliesh and Kate were patient with her. Asked if she had been sure at the time that the voices she had heard were those of Mr. Chandler-Powell and Sister Holland, she had squeezed her face into a parody of agonized thought. "I did think it was Mr. Chandler-Powell and Sister, but I would, wouldn't I? I mean, I wouldn't expect it to be anyone else. It did sound like them, or I wouldn't have thought that it was them, would I? But I can't remember what they were saying. I thought they sounded as if they were quarrelling. I opened the sitting-room door just a little, and they weren't there, so perhaps they were in the bedroom. But of course they might have been in the sitting-room, and I didn't see them, and I did hear loud voices. But perhaps they were just talking together. It was very late." Her voice had faltered. Kimberly, like Mrs. Skeffington, if called for the prosecution, would be a gift for the defence. Asked what had happened next, Kimberly said that she had returned to where Dean was waiting outside Mrs. Skeffington's sitting-room, and had told him. Had told him what? That I thought I heard Sister arguing with Mr. Chandler-Powell. "And that's why you didn't call out to them and tell Sister that you had taken tea to Mrs. Skeffington?" "It's like I said in the library, sir. We both thought Sister wouldn't like to be disturbed, and that it wouldn't really matter, because Mrs. Skeffington hadn't had her operation. Anyway, Mrs. Skeffington was all right. She hadn't asked for Sister, and if she'd wanted her, she could have rung her bell." Kimberly's evidence had been later corroborated by Dean. He looked, if anything, more distressed than Kimberly. He hadn't noticed whether the door to the Lime Avenue was unbolted when he and Kimberly took up the tea tray, but was adamant that it was unbolted when they returned. He had noticed it when passing the door. He repeated that he hadn't bolted it because it was possible that Mr. Chandler-Powell was taking a particularly late walk, and in any case it wasn't his job. He and Kimberly were the first to rise, and had early morning tea together in the kitchen at 6 o'clock. He then went to look at the door and saw that it was bolted. He had not thought that surprising. Mr. Chandler-Powell seldom unbolted it before 9 o'clock in the winter months. He hadn't told Kimberly about the door being unbolted at the time in case she became nervous. He wasn't himself worried because there were the 2 security locks. He couldn't explain why he hadn't returned later to check both the locks and the bolt, except to say that security wasn't his responsibility. Chandler-Powell had remained as calm as he had been when the team first arrived. Dalgliesh admired the stoicism with which he must be contemplating the destruction of his clinic, possibly of the greater part of his private practice. At the end of the interview in his study, which produced nothing new, Kate said, "No one here, with the exception of Mr. Boynton, says that they knew Miss Gradwyn before she came to the manor. But in a sense she isn't the only victim.
Her death must inevitably affect the success of your work here. Is there anyone who might have an interest in harming you?"
Chandler-Powell had said, "All I can say is that I have every confidence in everyone who works here. And it seems to me extremely far-fetched to suggest that Rhoda Gradwyn was murdered to inconvenience me. The idea is bizarre." Dalgliesh had resisted the obvious retort. Miss Gradwyn's death had been bizarre. Chandler-Powell confirmed that he had been with Sister Holland in her apartment from just after 11 until 1 o'clock. Neither of them had seen or heard anything unusual. There were medical matters he needed to discuss with Sister Holland, but they were confidential and had nothing to do with Miss Gradwyn. His evidence had been confirmed by Sister Holland, and it was obvious that neither had any intention at present of saying more. Medical confidentiality was an easy excuse for silence, but it was a valid one. He and Kate had interviewed the Westhalls together in Stone Cottage. Dalgliesh had seen little family resemblance, and the differences were emphasized by Marcus Westhall's youthful, if conventional, good looks, and his air of vulnerability, compared with the strong, sturdy body, dominant features, and anxiety-lined face of his sister. He had said little, except to confirm that he had had dinner at the Chelsea house of a surgeon, Matthew Greenfield, who would be including him in his team to spend a year in Africa. He had been invited to stay the night, and proposed to do some Christmas shopping the next day in London, but his car had been causing trouble, and he had thought it wiser to leave promptly after an early dinner at 8:15, so that he could take it in next morning to the local garage. He hadn't yet done so, because the murder had put everything else out of mind. The traffic had been light, but he had driven slowly, and it had been about 12:30 when he got back. He had seen no one in the road, and there were no lights on in the manor. Stone Cottage was also in darkness, and he thought that his sister was asleep. But as he parked the car, her light went on, so he knocked at her door, looked in and said good night before going to his own room. His sister had seemed perfectly normal, but sleepy, and had said they would talk about the dinner party and his plans for the African trip in the morning. His alibi would be difficult to challenge unless Robin Boyton, when questioned, had heard the car arriving next door and could confirm the time. The car could be checked, but even if it were now running well, Westhall could allege that he was unhappy with the noises it was making and felt it safer not to risk being stuck in London. Candace Westhall said that she had indeed been woken by the car and had spoken to her brother, but couldn't say precisely when he returned, as she hadn't looked at her bedside clock. She had gone to sleep immediately. Dalgliesh had no difficulty in remembering what she had said at the end of the interview. He had always had almost complete recall of the conversation, and a glance at his notes brought her words clearly to mind. "I'm probably the only member of the household who expressed dislike of Rhoda Gradwyn. I made it plain to Mr. Chandler-Powell that I thought it undesirable for a journalist of her reputation to be treated at the manor. People who come here expect not only privacy, but absolute discretion. Women like Gradwyn are always on the lookout for stories, preferably scandal, and I have no doubt she would have used her experience here in some way, perhaps to inveigh against private medicine or the waste of a brilliant surgeon on purely cosmetic procedures. With a woman like that, no experience goes unused. She probably expected to recoup the cost of her treatment. I doubt whether the inconsistency that she herself was a private patient would have troubled her. I suppose I was influenced by my disgust at much that appears in our popular press, and transferred that revulsion to Gradwyn. However, I didn't kill her, and I have no idea who did. I would hardly have expressed my dislike of all she stood for so plainly if I'd had murder in mind. I can't grieve for her. It would be ridiculous to pretend that I could. She was, after all, a stranger. But I do feel a strong resentment against the killer for the harm he will do to the work here. I suppose Gradwyn's death justifies my warning. It was an ill day for everyone at the manor when she came here as a patient." Mogworthy, whose voice and demeanour had been pitched 1 degree short of what could reasonably be described as dumb insolence, confirmed his sighting of the car, but was unable to remember anything more about the vehicle or its occupants. But, when called on by Benton and D.C. Warren, Mrs. Ada Denton, a plump, comely, and unexpectedly young woman, had said that Mr. Mogworthy had indeed shared a supper of haddock and chips, as he did most Friday nights, but had left just before 11:30 to cycle home. She did think it was a sad business that a respectable woman couldn't share a fish and chip supper with her gentleman friend without the police coming round to bother her. A comment which D.C. Warren thought was intended for Mogworthy's later benefit, rather than out of rancour. Her final smile at Benton as they left had made it plain that he was exonerated from criticism. It was time to summon Kate and Benton. He arranged more logs on the fire and picked up his mobile. Chapter 15. By 9:30, Kate and Benton were back in Wisteria House, and had showered, changed, and eaten the supper served by Mrs. Shepherd in the dining room. Both liked to get out of their working clothes before joining Dalgliesh at the end of the day, when he would review the state of the investigation and set out the programme for the next 24 hours. It was a familiar routine,